7¢.
Throughout the history of gaming, the realm of consoles have been one of the most prominent ways for players to get their daily fix of virtual fun. Taking it back to September of 1972, the first gaming console was released in North America by name of the Magnavox Odyssey. The Magnavox Odyssey was a simple but groundbreaking piece of tech for its time. With 28 different games to be played, 2-player compatibility, and even becoming the catalyst for the invention of the light gun, this console was the start of something beautiful for video gaming fans across the world. And with the very first arcade machine being introduced just a year earlier, I'm sure the thought of taking video games to play at home had been on the minds of many adolescent youth in the early 70s. And although many great technological strides were made throughout the history of gaming consoles and their hardware, it's widely agreed upon that no range of consoles were more important than that of the 6th generation. The capabilities of the PlayStation 2, Xbox Original, and Nintendo GameCube were greatly superior to anything that had came before them. And with these consoles being able to produce open worlds, vastly improved visuals, and more realistic physics than ever before seen, it was now the job of game developers to put their imagination to the test and push the limits on what type of games they wanted to create. This creativity knew no bounds in the 6th generation and yielded many varying results. It was an ambitious time for gaming, and in this video, we're here to cover some of the most original and flat-out bizarre titles that were spawned in this era.
I told you, you gotta eat noodles, kid!
So please, put on your favorite headphones and prepare to roll one up as we dive into the most ambitious games of the early 2000s, Part 2. Trends. By definition, trends are a general direction in which something is developing or changing. Throughout our lives, we'll take notice of many generational trends and how they're ever changing. We'll often appreciate the trends of our youth the most, as it was during that time that our brains were being trained in what was deemed as cool and what was not. And if there were two things I can name that were cool as shit when I was growing up, it was incredibly oversized jeans and graffiti culture. And if you were looking for a game that had all that, well, Jet Set Radio Future was absolutely the game for you. Released in North America on February 25th of 2002, Jet Set Radio Future was a reimagined sequel of the Dreamcast game Jet Set Radio. Developed by Smilebit and published by Sega as an original Xbox launch title, JSRF was a game that brought a whole new sense of style and vibe to the world of gaming. The plot was simple. You controlled multiple members of a roller skating street gang by the name of the GGs. And throughout the game, you'll be met with the task of covering up the graffiti of other rival gangs with your own tags, as well as sticking it to the police chief of futuristic Tokyo and his clumsy army of Toy Boy soldiers. And at this time in the early 2000s, extreme sports were a really popular choice for many video game developers. The Tony Hawk series paved the way for many other extreme sports to get their shine on the many powerful consoles of the 6th generation, and rollerblading was no exception. But to be honest, the rollerblading fanbase was nowhere even close to as large as those in the skateboarding or dirt bike scene. So other than aggressive Inline, there weren't really any other rollerblading games for fans of the sport to get their hands on. That is, other than Jet Set Radio for the Sega Dreamcast. Now unfortunately, the Dreamcast was a console that never really got the love it deserved, mostly due to bad timing and poor marketing. And with Jet Set Radio being a Dreamcast exclusive, it was most certainly a hidden gem that was being overlooked by many a gamer at the time. But it was only a matter of time until the world would finally feel the rails beneath their feet and get to experience this game in a whole new reimagining on the Xbox Original. And not only was this a smart move for Sega to get their fresh IP in the hands of gamers all over the world, JSRF was also paired on a dual disc with Sega GT 2002 and bundled with the Xbox Original consoles at the time. This boosted the exposure of the series, forcing Jet Set Radio Future to essentially become a staple to anyone that owned an Xbox. There really was no other experience like it at the time, and even to this day, JSRF stands in its own lane in terms of aesthetic and playstyle. Now the gameplay was simple in terms of concept, but it really provided its players with a satisfying and rewarding experience. The control and mechanics of your character were fluid, and the arcadey nature of the game really gave it an addicting replayability factor. But what was most ambitious in the realms of the Jet Set Radio series was its use of cel shading. Cel shading is essentially a rendering technique in which developers will alter the lighting in a 3D model, giving it an almost hand-drawn or comic book appearance. While there were a couple of games that had practiced this technique before JSR even existed, this series was the first to actually use cel shading for every character model and asset in their game. And as a young gamer, seeing this for the first time was an incredible experience. And even more so was how well this look appealed to the charming atmosphere of the game. These games were developed and released at the height of the Y2K era, and really showed in the way the characters and environments were designed. Oversized Jenko type jeans, funky hair colors, hip and cool dance moves. This game really had it all at the time in terms of style. And for releasing in a time when most games were very copy and paste, Jet Set Radio really stood out for its unique approach and ambitious use of cel shading in its visuals. And furthering that concept with Jet Set Radio Future, which improved upon everything in the previous game, only solidified this title as one of the most unique games to ever exist. And although JSRF was released over 21 years ago, it still holds a highly dedicated fan base. And with emulation software being so readily available nowadays, the Jet Set series is continuing to grow in following. And that's a good thing since we got a sequel coming very soon. So if you haven't had a chance to play any of the earlier titles, I'd say right now is a great time to do so. I mean, you're gonna want to brush up on your dance moves. Trust me. How far would you go to save somebody you love? Well, in the case of Shadow of the Colossus and its main protagonist, we find out just that. Released in North America on October 18th of 2005 and developed by Team Ecco, Shadow of the Colossus is one of the most critically acclaimed video games to ever exist in the 6th generation. Boasting stunning visuals, immersive storyline, and adrenaline-pumping battle mechanics, this game was unlike anything ever seen before, and even to this day, still remains a very original and unique experience. But before I start rambling on about how much I absolutely adore this game, how about I give y'all a little insight into the backstory. In Shadow of the Colossus, our main protagonist by the name of Wonder is on a mission to revive a mysterious girl by the name of Mono. Wonder has entered a desolate region called the Forbidden Land in search of the power needed to bring Mono back to life. He reaches an area in this region called the Shrine of Worship and is met with a mysterious voice that seems to be coming from the temple. This voice is of an entity by the name of Dorman. This entity is surprised to see Wonder and the ancient sword that he brandishes. Wonder explains to the voice his reasoning for coming to this forbidden land, in which the voice replies with a solution to his problem. He tells Wonder that he will grant his wish, but only in the case that he completes a rite that's needed to destroy the 16 idols found within the temple hall. And if he's to complete this task, then Mono will be brought back to life, but with a deadly cost. You see, in order to destroy these idols, he has to seek out the 16 different colossal beasts that are spread throughout the land and slay them one by one. And each time he kills one of these massive creatures, a part of Dorman's essence is released into Wonder's body, causing him to deteriorate over time, in which he will eventually die if his mission is completed. But to Wonder, this is a sacrifice he is more than willing to make, and so begins our journey. It's a solid but pretty straightforward concept, and the game really wastes no time throwing you straight into the action as you'll get right to work in hunting down each colossi. The game's landscapes are vast yet minimal, and it's almost like you're in a dreamscape with how beautiful yet lonely the environments are. And in the case of this game, less really is more when it comes to the atmosphere. With a game like this being spread so thin in terms of dialogue and other characters, you really feel the weight of the loneliness in Wander's mission, as all you've got is yourself and your trusty steed by the name of Aggro. You'll spend the majority of your journey with Aggro, as he's your golden ticket for traversing these vast landscapes and your search for the 16 colossi. Upon finding each monster, you'll be tasked with tracking down their weak points, scaling the massive body of these colossus, and then stabbing them multiple times in the weak points to ultimately finish the fight. This ambitious concept for combat in a game was extremely unique for its time. In Shadow of the Colossus, each battle required a sense of strategy and overall patience to take down each foe, and this was coming at a time when most action games just consisted of button mashing and repetition. It was a beyond refreshing experience and really delivered some intense moments to get your adrenaline pumping. Each fight was more challenging than the last and gave it a very gratifying experience to scale and destroy these many diverse creatures. And while I don't want to spoil too much, keep in mind there's a reason behind the different appearance and abilities for each of the 16 colossi. But for now, that's for me to know and you to find out. Upon release, Shadow of the Colossus was flooded with positive reception, winning several titles for its game and art design. It was also given one of the 3 Innovation Awards at the 2006 Game Developers' Choice Awards. And due to its widespread love from gamers across the globe, a new fully remastered version of Shadow of the Colossus was released on February 6th of 2018 for the PlayStation 4, which in my honest opinion is the best way to experience this game due to its improved visuals and much more modern control scheme. Overall, Shadow of the Colossus is a testament to how incredible a game can be when you aren't afraid to take a couple chances and do things a little different than usual. And that's fitting for a game that's about sacrifice. As much as I could go into detail about so many other incredible moments in this game, I leave that for you, the player, to find out. But just know, everything comes with a price.
Hello, motherfucker.
Really made their mark on the early 2000s, it was Curtis Jackson, also known as 50 Cent. 50 Cent was one of the most successful rappers of his generation, with an extensive catalog of hit singles as well as his debut and sophomore albums both holding #1 spots on the music charts for multiple weeks. It was safe to say that 50 was doing very well for himself, and this success brought upon many financial endeavors throughout his career, from signing a very lucrative deal with Vitamin Water to creating his own vodka line, writing multiple bestseller books, and even having a shoe deal with Reebok. The man was literally made of money, which made his name all the more fitting when you think about it. It was almost as if he could do no wrong. Well, that was up until he decided to star in his very own video game called 50 Cent Bulletproof. 50 Cent Bulletproof was an action game that felt more like a fever dream than anything else. While the game obviously had such an over-the-top story that it couldn't be seen as anything other than absurd, 50 claimed the story was based on his own experience about the infamous night in which he was shot 9 times. The story starts with 50 receiving a call from his longtime friend by the name of K-Dog. K-Dog is in a bit of trouble and is in need of 50 to come bail him out. But K-Dog is a lot more jammed up than we expected when we see him being beaten by a militarized group of masked men. In turn, this begins a shooting rampage throughout the many rooftops and alleyways of Queens, New York, ending with 50 being shot 9 times and left for dead. 50 then wakes up in the dangerously unsanitary apartment of Doc Friday, a former doctor who was apparently fired for his love of cocaine. Doc has treated 50 for his bullet wounds and dumps a few painkillers in him to recover. While 50 eventually recovers and then sets out on his journey to seek out those who wanted him dead, it's pretty much the kind of story you would expect in a 50 Cent game. But to be honest, it's pretty entertaining for the most part. Although it was a bit disconnected from reality, there's really no harm in seeing 50 in this light, as he really was one of the toughest rappers of this era. Not to mention, we also have an entire cast of other artists who befriend and even squad up with 50 on his quest for revenge. G-Unit, the rap group that 50 belonged to, is also his entourage in the game, meaning you'll spend many countless missions gunning through waves of enemies alongside Lloyd Banks, Tony Yayo, and Young Buck. Eminem also makes his appearance in the game, working as a corrupt cop who teams up with 50 to uncover the many secrets behind his assassination attempt. And with this much bullet-soaked combat, we're gonna need a lot of heat. And would you look at that? It looks like Dr. Dre has got our back, as an arms dealer by the name of Grizz. Now, you're probably wondering why on earth I would include such a game of goofball magnitude on my list. Well, let me take a moment to explain myself. You see, prior to the game's release, 50 had stated in an interview that he felt as if Bulletproof was going to be the most exciting game of 2005. And for that to be the same year that both God of War and Resident Evil were released, he definitely must have had some serious heat under his belt, right? And while I do claim to be somewhat of a huge 50 Cent fanboy, it comes with great displeasure for me to say that this game was a massive stinker. While the majority of your playthrough will be spent killing wave after wave of brain-dead enemies that just seemingly spawn out of the sky, it really does get repetitive. And you know, I'm all for a good run and gun formula, but how can you expect me to enjoy this game when it makes me clench my butt cheeks every time I attempt to aim? I mean, I really can't put in the words how impossibly unresponsive the aiming is in this game. I really just gave up about halfway through my playthrough and stopped using my right stick entirely eventually, as it was more effective for me to just walk into my target rather than aim at them. While this game did manage to make use of a cover system which was decently unique for its time, it was also extremely unresponsive. It felt more like you were stuck in some type of glue trap. The dialogue was cringeworthy and highly stereotypical, almost as if it was written by a group of overprivileged 9th graders who tried their best to be as edgy and gangsta as possible.
Is money the only thing that matters to you?
That's pretty funny coming from a guy who calls himself 50 Cent.
It was a laughable mess of a game if I'm totally honest, but I'd be lying to say that I didn't enjoy the ride. As much as the game was frustrating, it still had a very nostalgic charm about it and really kept me glued to my screen for an entire playthrough. And although I may be biased as I'm a big fan of 50, I feel that the developers of Bulletproof, i.e. Genuine Games, really did put a lot of hard work and love behind this project. Not to mention even 50 himself was very involved in the production and writing of this game. But it's hard to say whether this really was a passion project or just another lucrative business venture for Mr. Jackson. And with 50 Cent Bulletproof selling over 1.1 million copies across the globe, it looked as though the latter was a job well done. While it didn't deliver any groundbreaking mechanics or a storyline to be remembered for decades to come, 50 Cent Bulletproof was still ambitious in the fact that they were able to take one of hip-hop's biggest stars and turn him into one of gaming's most ridiculous action heroes of the early 2000s. With Bulletproof being so absurd in practice, it was no surprise that the critical masses were deeming the game to be mediocre at best. And while I can't exactly say this game was good, I still think it's worth a playthrough after all these years. But just don't forget your vest, because that's the only thing bulletproof at 50 Cent Bulletproof. Imagine yourself in a town so familiar, yet so distant from your memories. The fog is thick, and an ominous silence is cascading through each empty street you cautiously travel through. Against your better judgment, you keep walking, only to find yourself lost and helpless to whatever it may be that's lurking in the shadows. Throughout the years of gaming, we've had a fair share of many different horror-based titles. With the success of the Resident Evil series and its innovation in the genre of survival horror, many developers were looking to provide an equally unsettling gaming experience in their own creations. With multiple different series such as Alone in the Dark and Clock Tower seeing positive reception in the late 90s, it seemed as though the horror fandom had an insatiable thirst for their next big scare. And while these games were suspenseful and innovative in their own way, none of them could even attempt to compete with the depth of which Silent Hill on the PlayStation 1 was best known for. While most games were focused on scaring their players with jumpy cutscenes and loud sound effects, Silent Hill 2 was much more of a slow-burning experience, built to immerse you in its world and leave you with the ominous dread that's found within. And with the release of the 6th generation of consoles, it was clear to Konami and a small group of developers by the name of Team Silent that it was their time to bring the world of Silent Hill into the new generation, and release a title that would continue to shock the world of gaming, even to this day. That game was Silent Hill 2. Released on September 25th of 2001, Silent Hill 2 centers on our main protagonist James Sunderland. James is a widower who has traveled to Silent Hill in search of answers after receiving a mysterious letter written by his late wife, Mary. In this letter, Mary reminisces on the good times they had spent together in Silent Hill and tells James that she's there waiting for him. Although James is in disbelief at these claims, as she was believed to have died 3 years earlier. But something inside of James can't let this letter go, so he finds himself in this mysterious town once more, searching for answers. Now, upon entering the desolate streets of Silent Hill, you can already tell that something is indeed very wrong with this town. A thick fog surrounds you as you traverse each broken road and every building empty yet full of clues. You'll find yourself doing a lot of exploring throughout liminal spaces and slowly piecing together the mystery that has consumed our main protagonist. It's a tale that's not only terrifying but also incredibly unsettling, as you come to meet other people who are also lost in this very same town. As much as I try to keep these entries spoiler free, it's safe to say that every character in this game has been carefully thought out, and every detail within its story has a purpose that will come full circle. Now, in terms of story, Silent Hill 2 really does spin a unique web that is both thought-provoking and nausea-inducing. But how about its gameplay? Well, in short, it plays like most late 90s to early 2000s horror titles. The game's use of tank controls gives James an incredibly vulnerable feel to him, as this control scheme is not as snappy as the modern controls we're used to in present time. But much like in the Resident Evil series, this control scheme is very much welcomed and really adds to the intensity of the game when it matters most. With most tank control games of this time also making use of fixed camera angles, it came as a relief that Silent Hill 2 made use of a dynamic camera, and this was actually a technique that was pioneered a year earlier with Resident Evil Code Veronica. You also spend the majority of the game piecing together clues and solving some pretty tough puzzles, but don't forget about that R2 button, because it's going to get plenty of use. Throughout the story of Silent Hill 2, you run across many different creatures, all of which are incredibly aggressive, and have no restraint in trying to eat your face off. Luckily, the combat system is pretty well designed for this game, without being too over or underwhelming. It gives a perfect balance of helpless and trained in James' fighting skill. Much like many other survival horror titles, ammo is usually very scarce, so you'll have to depend on the use of melee weapons, or just avoiding your enemy completely in certain circumstances. And combining this sense of danger throughout the game with the disturbing backstory that's viciously unfolding around you, you've got yourself one hell of an experience. Now, it's no debate that Silent Hill 2 is one of the most widely appreciated games to ever exist. But what was so ambitious about it? Well, in short, it was in the execution of its horror. You see, in Silent Hill 2, the game will not shock or scare you in the way that most horror games will. This is a story that really sinks its claws into you and doesn't let go until you're literally crying at the end credits, which was my personal experience, by the way. These games aren't just about horror, it's about real-life consequence and the depth in which our minds can sink in the presence of grief and long-term trauma. Each character has a story and purpose, and even the little details in most environments you travel to will have some type of connection to the story of James Sunderland and the multiple other visitors to Silent Hill as well. Each enemy you face represents a piece of each character and really brings the term of fighting your demons to a new light. Overall, Silent Hill 2 was a game that was either going to completely tank or be as legendary as it luckily was. With incredible characters and lore, and irresistible discomfort, and some of the best music in a gaming soundtrack, Silent Hill 2 is not only one of the best horror titles, but one of the best games of all time, period. So if you think you have what it takes to uncover the many mysteries of Silent Hill and its inhabitants, I strongly commend you to do so. Just don't forget your flashlight, because you're definitely going to be needing it.
There is only one way to enter the Matrix.
If we fail, Neo fails, and that cannot happen at any cost.
On May 15th, The Matrix goes interactive. Battle alongside the original motion picture cast on a mission that comes down to one question. In the war to save Zion, what part will you play? Enter The Matrix. The future is now in play. Rated T for teen.
No matter where you are, with Sprint wireless phones from Radio Shack, you can take and send pictures instantly. Not that I'm going Hollywood or anything. So come to Radio Shack, your wireless phone headquarters.
Isn't that?
Get PCS Vision Picture Phone with Picture Mail that talks from Sprint. Take and send pictures with a recorded message, just $99.99.
It was him.
It was him.
Not that I'm going Hollywood or anything.
Radio Shack.
Where's the jersey? There's the jersey. Okay, let's see what we got today. 30 seconds left in auction.
You've been outbid.
I've been outbid. Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm switching to Earthlink.
Speed up your internet with new Earthlink Accelerator. Call 1-800-827-0142 and get 6 months of dial-up service featuring Earthlink Accelerator at half price. Web pages load up to 5 times faster than regular dial-up. You don't need new hardware, and you get tools to block almost all pop-ups and spam. Get 6 months of dial-up service featuring Earthlink Accelerator at half price. Call, go online, or visit these retailers. Move to Earthlink. It revolves around you.
In the realms of gaming and its many different iconic characters, I think it's safe to say that the majority of people can recognize this face right here. Sonic the Hedgehog, being one of the highest grossing gaming franchises of all time, has more than paid its dues throughout its vast catalog of releases. From the very first entry in the series on the Sega Genesis selling over 15 million copies worldwide, to Sonic Adventure being the highest selling game on the Dreamcast, it's been a gaming franchise that has not only been highly influential, but has become a staple for one legendary game studio in particular. That studio being Sega Corporation. And while Sega is the primary subject of this video, all of our talk about Sonic is going to surprisingly end right there, as we're going to be diving into the world of more obscure and strange titles that have come to fruition throughout the wide variety of Sega's catalog, even more specifically on the Dreamcast. So make sure you bring plenty of fish food and get ready to brush up on your reflexes as we dive into the strange and mesmerizing world of Sega games. Throughout the history of gaming, we've come to familiarize ourselves with the genre of rhythm and dance games. From the button-mashing stylings of Parappa the Rapper, getting loose on the DDR dance floor, to receiving a severe case of carpal tunnel from Guitar Hero, there have been more than enough titles that have provided us with plenty of fun rhythm-based gameplay. And while this is a less visited genre for most developers, I personally found some of these games to be some of the most fun I've ever had, especially when it comes to DDR. But in the 90s, this was new territory, and as with any new genre, we saw a decent amount of studios beginning to dip their toes into the realm of rhythm-based titles, most of which were primarily released on the PS1. But on a cold day in Japan, in December 16, 1999, Sega decided to heat things up and release their very own spin on the world of rhythm-based gaming, with Space Channel 5 on the Sega Dreamcast. Now, the initial release of Space Channel in Japan was a bit lackluster, with the game only selling less than half of its stock on the first week. While the game did eventually go on to double that number in Japan, it seemed as though Sega had decided to tighten things up and was much more ambitious with their North American launch. They even held a costume contest in Universal City, California, where they gave young women the opportunity to dress up as the main character of Space Channel 5, with the winner receiving a Sega Dreamcast and $500 cash for their prize. And I tell you what, I would have had no problem putting on a miniskirt and pink wig for that kind of gear. But anywho, this game eventually did very well worldwide and was released on multiple platforms such as the Game Boy Advance and PlayStation 2. But what was it about? Well, let me show you. Space Channel 5 begins with a strange cutscene in which a large group of aliens have invaded a spaceship terminal and are using ray guns to control and hold its patrons hostage. It then cuts to our main protagonist by the name of Ooh-La-La, receiving a transmission about these events, and that she's needed to investigate the situation. We arrive on the scene and come to find utter chaos in the terminal as the aliens are forcing their captives to dance. And the only hope for these people to be freed is for us to get our groove on as well. Ooh-La-La is instructed to copy the aliens' dance moves, and like a straight-to-DVD copy of You Got Served on Acid, the dance battle begins. Now, this isn't your typical rhythm-based game. As with most, you'll usually have some kind of guide to follow on what buttons to press and a visual on when to time them. With Space Channel 5, you purely rely on your memory and reflexes to progress. And I can't lie, it's pretty difficult.
This just isn't my day.
What are you doing?
Now, I played two different versions of Space Channel 5, the 2000 Sega Dreamcast version and the 2002 Special Edition for PS2. While both of these versions are pretty much identical, it almost felt like the PS2 version was more responsive and less punishing, as there were plenty of times I could have sworn I was hitting the right combinations on Dreamcast, but I was just coming up short at the end of every level.
The show's being canceled?
Either way, I probably just suck at the game. But regardless of difficulty, this game is really something else, and I absolutely love it. It holds a very 1960s Jetsons type of feel to it, mixed with those Y2K style aesthetics, and an excellent soundtrack really makes this game just so incredibly charming. But while you play, you really can't help but to notice just how damn weird it is. Now, Ooh-La-La's entire mission is to cover the story for her news channel, as well as to save the hostages from the alien invasion. And while you do this, each hostage you save will be added to your roster of backup dancers, who follow and dance along with you throughout your mission. This little detail makes the game that much more fun, and I honestly couldn't help but to move along the entire time I was playing it. Every song is just so catchy, it really keeps you in the zone while you dance your way through each level, and I especially loved how creative some of the boss battles were. Now, the original Dreamcast version had fared pretty well amongst critics at the time, with the only real complaint being the game's short length and lack of unlockables. And taking that into consideration, much more content including a whole new story mode were added in the PS2 version, as well as a massive wardrobe of unlockable outfits and a dancing survival mode, giving the game much more replayability. Many critics noted the infectious nature of the game's atmosphere and charm, and it was highly recommended for both casual and hardcore gamers alike. I'd always wanted to give this game a shot, as I had vaguely heard of it back in the day, but luckily thanks to this video, I can now call myself a solidified fan, and although this is only one example into the intriguing world of Sega, it's also a testament to how innovative and unique their games can be. But prepare yourself, because things are about to get a whole lot more strange with the next game on our list. But first, grab yourself a drink. You've got to be parched from all that dancing. For our next game, we're going to travel back about 65 million years into the past, back when a certain meteorite had made its way to Earth and completely devastated the dinosaur population. Well, maybe that's a little too far back. Let's go a bit forward actually, to the year of 2000. An earthquake alongside the Yucatan Peninsula has erupted over the very impact site of that ancient meteor we talked about. This creates an island, becoming what is known as Dinosaur Island, and is the location for an international biotech corporation by the name of Kimra. Ah yes, we've seen this one before. Sounds very Umbrella Corporation if you ask me. But anyways, the narrative of our game begins in the year of 2018, with our main protagonist Elliot Blade on a much needed getaway right off the coast of Dino Island. Elliot and his buddy Tim are anchored in their boat, when all of a sudden a small meteorite crashes into the island and creates a massive barrier surrounding the impact. This barrier traps Elliot's friend in its wake, and the situation becomes even more strange once a light source from the meteor turns into some sort of fairy-like creature. This entity connects with Elliot right before a swarm of aggressive flying pterodactyl-like creatures approach their boat with less than hospitable intention. This entity, later named Nephilim, guides Elliot to the island, which has now been overrun with both mutated animals and people. And with nowhere else to go, so begins our wacky adventure through Blue Stinger, a Sega Dreamcast exclusive that was both ambitious and just plain f***ing weird. Essentially, we're trapped on this island with no recollection of where we really are or how we're going to get off the island. But luckily enough, we soon meet up with an odd gentleman by the name of Dogs. Yes, dogs as in plural, as well as a lone security officer on the island named Janine, which Elliot is very fond of, by the way.
Phew, tough girl. I like it, Janine.
Who the hell is Janine?
My kind of girl, so stay away from her.
While playing through this game, I had a bit of an internal struggle about whether or not I was really enjoying it, but the longer I played, the more it kind of grew on me. Now I have to explain that this is a game that was technically only published by Sega in Japan, as Activision was put in charge of handling the Western release of Blue Stinger. But because of this game being so wacky and strange, I thought I could make an exception for it on this list. But anyways, there were actually different versions of the game depending on what region your copy was released in. For the Japanese version, it was designed with a third-person fixed camera perspective, much like Resident Evil, while the Western version makes use of a third-person camera that you're seeing in my gameplay right now. And while I think this was a solid move for the Western release, you can't help but to see a lot of that Resident Evil influence in this game. You've got the inventory management, healing items, and even limited ammo. But that's not to say that Blue Stinger doesn't stand on its own 2 feet, because it damn sure does. And for someone who's played a lot of different games such as I, this one was for sure an interesting find. Starting with the visuals, the game has that very nostalgic Dreamcast look that so many Sega fans have grown to love. The environments can be a bit claustrophobic at times, especially in the Lab Town section of the game. But other than a few strange areas, it's an extremely appealing game to look at. What's really interesting about the game is that it's set around Christmas time, and while it may not be snowing or have the most festive appearance on Dino Island, the Kimra Corp have been doing some serious holiday decorating, which is very apparent once you reach the town area. The walls are littered with decorations of holiday cheer, screens depicting Saint Nick himself, and this absolutely unbearable Christmas song is just blaring in the background the whole time. Which, at first, I thought it was a nice touch, but it quickly began to drive me absolutely insane. I mean, just take a listen.
Got it. We're on our way.
Devlin, the manager, has a key. That is, if he's still alive.
Yeah,
It's that bad. But all music aside, I did really enjoy the level design of the game, as it included a few interesting finds such as a video rental store. But why the hell does a burger cost so much on this island? I mean, that's just ridiculous. But it was a little nice experience to explore the game's world and soak in its strange atmosphere. And while it can be a bit backtrack heavy at times, I personally didn't mind it too much. Now, the game was classified as a cinematic action horror experience by Shinya Nishigaki, the creator and developer of Blue Stinger. But he wanted the game to also be set apart from most other survival horror type games of that era, giving it a much more humorous or campy feel to it, which is very obvious in its goofy dialogue.
Saved my life? You guys are rescuers? How many are saved? Is Devlin alive?
Chill, one question at a time.
Okay.
It's overall a very strange game, but luckily enough, it holds plenty enough charm to keep you playing through its interesting storyline. It's your typical tale of corporations and their experiments going horribly wrong, but it was done in a way that's still captivating, and any true gamer owes it to themselves to give it a playthrough. While the game initially didn't sell too well in Japan, it's now seen as a cult classic for many Western gamers and Dreamcast enthusiasts. It's a great representation for how unique and interesting a lot of games from this era could be, and I'm glad I was able to experience it for myself in this video. But we've got a lot more to discuss, and plenty more to see as we embark on our interesting journey through Sega and their wacky ideas. But when it comes to strange concepts, I think this next game has got to be a top 10. So make sure to put on your rain boots. This next game is gonna get a bit Seaman-y. Now, throughout the many advances of gaming technology, we've seen a wide variety of different peripherals being used for a variety of reasons. We've got the PlayStation 2's infamous iToy, the NES and its underwhelming Power Glove controller, and don't forget the Dreamcast fishing rod. These were all some pretty ambitious pieces of tech for their time periods, but what about something a bit more simple, such as a microphone? Well, before we all were accustomed to having a headset on our heads 24/7, we used to hear the majority of our games through the speakers of our television. And with online play being much more scarce for console gaming in the late 90s to early 2000s, it was a rare occurrence that a game would be in need of any type of voice interaction. But when it was needed, it tended to get weird. Take for example the PlayStation 2's survival horror spectacle, Lifeline. This was a game in which you used a microphone and voice recognition to command your character throughout the game. And while it was deemed to dish out some pretty hilarious moments at times, most people have more complaints than praises for this game. But surprisingly, it wasn't the first game to come up with this idea. Just a couple of years earlier, on August 9th, 2000, the Dreamcast had released their debut title into the world of voice interactive gaming with Seaman. Yeah. So a little bit of backstory on this game. It was developed by Vivarium Games and published by Sega in North America. The game's producer, Ute Saito, had initially came up with the idea of Seaman through a concept he had shared with a coworker. His buddy had been creating a tropical fish simulator, which inspired Saito to put his own unique spin on that concept. After discussing the concept with Nintendo's very own Shigeru Miyamoto, who actually played a major part in development of the game, all systems were a go, and Seaman was well on its way to coming full circle. No pun intended. The game was originally going to be designed for the Nintendo 64 and its VRU system, but eventually they found that the Sega Dreamcast would be a much more suitable candidate. This offer to make the Dreamcast title was extended to the vice president of Sega and was quickly accepted, as he felt the game's concept would help to make the Dreamcast a leading seller of consoles. And so, things set into motion for development of Seaman and its incredibly unique concept. They wanted to design a game in which you raised, fed, and nurtured your very own creature. You would be in charge of keeping it company and even be able to have conversations with it. The game was designed to operate in real time, meaning you would have to check in on your virtual pet every day in order to ensure that it's being fed and given the attention that it needs, which seems like a lot of responsibility to put on somebody at a young age. But hey, with that kind of dedication, I'm sure that most Seaman players grow up to be highly successful, or involved in some very strange fetishes. But anywho, at the beginning of the game, the player is given an unhatched egg, and are expected to guide this egg through a series of different development stages. The Seaman essentially begins as a type of parasite, and once it's eaten, it overtakes its prey and starts to take on a much more physical form, such as the Gilman. At this point, your pet will be much more sentient and will even attempt to speak. I should also mention that during this process, you will have hatched multiple creatures into your aquarium, but most will be killed off until only 2 remain. Oh nature, such a wholesome woman you are. Your creature will remain genderless until it reaches a certain age. At that point, whatever you name it will affect its color and sex, whether it's a Seaman or a Sea-woman. Once your creature reaches its final stages in life, it will give birth to other Seaman and start the process all over again, giving you the infinite task of babysitting essentially. Now what made this game so incredibly strange and unique was its use of voice recognition. For example, when you would speak your birth date to your Seaman, it would recite facts that were correlated with your birthday. It could hold conversations with you as well as give you some foreboding statements about the future.
That's all terrific, but pretty soon people won't even need to leave their homes in order to conduct their daily business. You humans are going to get lazier and less mobile, and forget how to deal with each other face to face. I think things could get pretty ugly a few decades down the road. Do you think the internet is dangerous?
Wow, that was both depressing and true. Thanks, Seaman. As you can probably imagine, people didn't really know what to expect from this game, but the end product was actually incredibly successful. Seaman had sold almost 400,000 copies on the Sega Dreamcast, making it the 3rd best-selling game on the console, was met with critical acclaim, and even nominated for an award on Console Innovation. It's a beyond strange concept, and even somewhat creepy at times, but it's games like these that really made a mark on history for their ambitious nature and willingness to try something out of the ordinary. And while the game was successful and somewhat of a sequel was released on the PlayStation 2, I think it would be pretty cool to have this game ported over to PC for modern day gamers to enjoy, or maybe even have a whole new game developed. It's weird games like these that make me miss the earlier days of gaming, when developers were really just throwing crazy ideas out there and just seeing what would stick. But luckily, we've got plenty of indie developers to rely on for our fix nowadays. But enough on that. We've still got 2 more games to talk about on this list, and I think our next one is going to be one that you're very familiar with. So get ready to strap on your rollerblades and put on some of your favorite tunes as we dive into the stylish world of Jet Set Radio. Released on July 29th, 2000 for the Sega Dreamcast, Jet Set Radio is a game that is widely known for its incredible visual style, as well as its ambitious game mechanics. But what stands out most of all in JSR is the immense amount of style that is found within it. From the characters to the music, the flashy graffiti and the bustling environments, every inch of this game feels like it's living and breathing in a way that is incredibly mesmerizing. It's the kind of game where you could just kick off your shoes, put on some headphones, and get lost in its addictive gameplay for hours to come. Now my first experience with the JSR series was at the tender age of 9, when I had gotten my first Xbox, and at that time Microsoft was including a 2-disc promo game with the Xbox console, featuring both Sega GT and Jet Set Radio Future. Now for the longest time I hadn't even known of Jet Set Radio, or Jet Grind Radio depending on your region, and had only just gotten the chance to play it for the first time while making this video. Safe to say, I'm terrible at it. The mechanics were a bit more difficult than its sequel, and I honestly just had a hard time maneuvering the character. But I'm only prefacing this because all of the footage I got is an obvious struggle, with me trying to move around each level. But all that aside, the game's incredible, and I can only imagine playing it back at its 2000 release. The plot is much like the sequel. You and your ragtag team of rollerblading graffiti artists are in a turf war, with multiple other street gangs around the city. Not to mention, the entire city is also being overtaken by a corporate suit wanting to put an end to all the mayhem. But we won't let those suits come between our quest for supremacy, oh no. You get the option between which character you'd like to play before a level, each with their own unique stats and style. You'll spend most of your time searching for rival tags to paint over, looking for hidden paint cans, and just playing grooving to the amazing soundtrack that the game provides. And while I wouldn't exactly say this game fits the level of strange that has been apparent with other games on our list, it definitely has something intriguing about its aura. Like I said, this is much more of an experience than your average game, and has a pull to it that really draws you in. It's a sweet mix of Y2K aesthetic with a dash of cyberpunk atmosphere. The soundtrack is a great mix of funk, drum and bass, as well as hip hop, which makes for an excellent homage to the graffiti culture this game is heavily inspired by. It's a title that shouldn't be missed by gamers of any age, generation, or preference, as it really is one of those games that stands out alone for its creativity. I could say a lot more, but I'll leave it up to you to find out for yourself. Cause now, it's time for us to take a journey into the vast blue waters of the ocean, as we come to discover my favorite game on this list. So get your flippers ready, and prepare to take a swim, as we dive into the deeply beautiful world of Ecco the Dolphin. Taking things back to the wonderful year of 1992, Sega was doing incredibly well for themselves. The success of the Sega Genesis was undeniable at its time, boasting many original titles of gaming IPs that we still love in present day. But there was one certain game that really stood out for its relaxing atmosphere and stimulating gameplay. That game being Ecco the Dolphin. A game in which you literally play as a dolphin who finds himself on a mission through time and space, after his friends are sucked into a vortex, leaving Ecco to solve the mystery of what happened. The gameplay consisted of solving puzzles, communicating with other creatures, and exploring the deep sea in search of answers. And while this is a classic game and fared incredibly well among critics, it's only an introduction for the game we're really here to talk about, that being the final entry in the series, Ecco, Defender of the Future. Now when it comes to the wide range of different concepts that Sega have come up with in their games, something about this one really just stood out to me. It was a game that I had sadly missed out on as a youth, and while I was searching for unique games to include in this video, I had come across this one, with a bit of reluctance. Upon looking at just the cover art, I figured it would just be another child's game. You know, simple gameplay, cutesy characters and cutscenes. But boy was I wrong. This game is really something special, and I was extremely blown away by how well it was designed for a game that was released in the year 2000. The game begins a bit reminiscent of the original, with Ecco and his buddies just enjoying a day in the water. During this intro, you'll learn to use your echolocation to communicate with other creatures, as well as the many different mechanics that Ecco can use to maneuver and defend himself. After this, the Earth is all of a sudden attacked by an alien species called the Foe, and have damaged its defense system named the Guardian. Ecco is called upon to heal the Guardian and restore the world back to its original state. But it's not going to be easy, and it definitely shows in the gameplay. I came upon this game thinking it would be just another relaxing puzzle-based game that I could breeze through, but I came to be very mistaken for that. This game is hard, and when I say you gotta use your brain, just know I was doing a lot of Googling. But the difficulty is what makes it that much more rewarding, as you really do feel the weight of Ecco's situation, to have the entire world resting on your flippers, in hopes of salvation. It's a lot to handle, especially when you don't even have legs. But anyways, as you can probably tell, this game is a lot deeper than you'd expect, and while it definitely holds a strange narrative for its story, the game really shines in its incredible atmosphere. From the very moment you begin playing, you'll come to find how visually stunning this game is. Pairing these stunning visuals with the beautiful ambient soundtrack in the background, it's pure bliss, man. On a side note, I was actually having a bit of a rough day when I had first sat down to play this game, and after a few hours of exploring the seascapes, taking in the ambient sounds, and communicating with the many colorful creatures of Ecco's universe, it was amazing how much more relaxed I felt. I was curious about if anyone else who had played this game had also experienced the same type of relief, and I was pretty shocked to see a lot of other people saying the same things. And while this game definitely has its flaws with a lack of guidance for most objectives and some very frustrating battle mechanics, Ecco is a game that I can't recommend enough to those who have yet to play it, as this game really begins to go as deep as the ocean depths the further you continue to play, and will really surprise you with how complex the game can be at times. But I definitely recommend a walkthrough on your first play, as the game can be pretty confusing. But if you're in need of a quick vacation with plenty of exploration, then Ecco is the game for you. It's a strange concept that I felt was executed very well, and while the story may be a bit hard to follow at times, I commend Sega for being so ambitious in creating something as unique as Ecco. It's an adventure that can be fun for gamers of all ages, and is one that is sure to be remembered for many generations to come.
It's here, Gateway's fully loaded 510 SE with one of our best deals ever. For starters, you get the fast Intel Pentium 4 processor and a 17-inch monitor for under $900. And now there's 3 more incredible reasons to get it during our 3 for free offer. First, get a free DVD burner upgrade. Second, double your memory. And third, free shipping. That's a total savings of $250. Call 1-800-555-2081. 3 for free on our 510 SE, and soon.
Are you missing out on the wonders of the internet and the convenience of email because you just can't understand computers? Are you offline for that big promotion or better paying job because your computer skills aren't what they should be? Or are you a computer user who's frustrated because you just can't understand the complicated manuals? Introducing Learn2, the fastest, simplest, easiest way ever to master the computer in the privacy of your own home.
I think with Learn2, all you have to know is to turn on the computer. If you can find that power button, you can learn how to use a computer.
What I learned in an hour with Learn2 would have taken me 10 hours with a computer class.
Over the years, I've demonstrated thousands of new products, but every once in a while, I run across a new item that's truly noteworthy, and that's the case with Learn2.
And now, for the first time, Learn2 can be yours absolutely free. That's a $69 value. You pay for shipping and handling only. If you order now, we'll send you this MDR Sports Radio absolutely free just for trying Learn2.
One new car out-accelerated, out-handled, and outperformed the competition. Now you can feel it for yourself. Pontiac introduces the new 2004 Grand Prix and the 24-hour road test. Spend the entire day, and you'll understand why the new Grand Prix with Comp G is the best performing car in its class. The new 2004 Grand Prix. Fuel for the soul.
In a world of constant progression such as ours, it's no surprise that our entertainment mediums are constantly evolving. On this channel, we've covered the many advances of gaming technology that were found in the 6th generation of consoles, as well as the many different ambitious titles that were released on these platforms. From this era, we've come to experience some of the most influential games of all time, some of which truly shifted the direction in which games were meant to be played. From refining the third-person view perspective to making ADS a very prevalent mechanic in first-person shooters, many different techniques and concepts were tested in the massive amount of 6th generation titles. And with the gaming industry on such a steady climb to the top, it was only a matter of time until things were going to reach a peak. For those like me who grew up playing on a PS2, Xbox Original, or Nintendo GameCube, there came a time period in which the gaming industry felt limitless in its ability to leave its players in amazement and wonder. A year that paved the way for some of the greatest titles to ever grace our TV screens, and a year in which our fate as avid gamers would be forever sealed. A time in which AAA gaming was at its very best, and a moment in which some of the most successful IPs of all time released their best game. For what may have been the greatest year in gaming, I'm talking about the year of 2004. And as we embark on our journey throughout the many accomplishments and great titles that were released in this year, it's important to remember that the contents of this video are subjective, and only the opinion of myself and other like-minded individuals in my circle. We all have a different idea of what the greatest time in gaming was, but by the end of this video, I'm hoping you'll be able to understand where I'm coming from. So without further ado, let's transport ourselves back to the magical year of 2004 and begin our journey into what may have been the greatest time in gaming history.
The tournament just went into overdrive. Featuring a wealth of new maps, one-on-one combat, and large-scale battles in huge environments. Reload. Rev up. Ride out. Car Chat. Unreal Tournament 2004.
When looking back on the past of gaming and its many multiplayer concepts, the term arena shooter is sure to be familiar to many gamers of the late 90s and early 2000s. Arena shooters were first introduced through the 1993 release of Doom on the PC, and with the massive success of Doom and its steadily growing player base in serious need of more blood-soaked arena combat, id Software found it necessary to bring the likes of arena shooting into a new three-dimensional world with the 1996 release of Quake. Quake was one of the most critically acclaimed games of the late 90s, and was also a massive step forward into the world of online gaming. With having over 1.7 million copies sold by December of 1997, Quake and the concept of arena shooters had become a household name for gamers all across the globe. And with this new era of multiplayer gaming becoming more and more popular, it was only right for many other game developers to try and dip their feet into the genre. Luckily, the next big thing was right around the corner, with the debut of the Unreal series. Unreal was first released in May of 1998 and was actually the very first game to showcase the power of the Unreal Engine, which is still widely used in present-day development. But since we're here to talk about the best games of 2004, it only makes sense we direct our attention to the 6th entry in the Unreal series, that being Unreal Tournament 2004. Released in North America on March 16th, this title was an incredible feat in terms of multiplayer gaming, with a vast selection of maps and multiplayer modes, a wide variety of weapons, and extensive mod support for those looking to build and upload their own creations. Unreal Tournament 2004 was one of the most successful and widely loved arena shooters of all time, boasting an impressive 93 score on Metacritic, and being regarded as the peak of Unreal Tournament games. It's definitely a title that holds a special place in the hearts of many that were there to experience the game in its heyday. I had personally missed out on this title as a kid, but as always, I like to play any game that I include in my videos, so that I can gain some personal experience behind them. All the gameplay footage on display was recorded through my own personal playthroughs, and I gotta say, this game still holds up. It had been such a long time since I had loaded into the original experience of an arena shooter, but this game was an absolute blast to play. With up to 12 different game modes, 18 different weapons, and addictive fast-paced combat mechanics, you were sure to find yourself glued to your CRT monitor for many nights to come. Unfortunately, in present day, the official Unreal servers have been offline for some time now, but luckily the community is still very much alive and took it upon themselves to host their own master server for those who are still interested in playing. With the early 2000s being at ground zero for the evolution of multiplayer gaming, it's only right that we include this game on the list. And for anyone interested in playing this game in present day, just know you have to do a bit of digging, but for a title that's almost 20 years old, it's well worth the trouble. So with that being said, I hope to see you in the arena, my friends, but don't expect me to take it easy on you. In the early 2000s, multiplayer gaming was just beginning to pick up some serious speed, and as we had previously mentioned before, one of the most prolific multiplayer IPs of this time were that of the Quake and Doom series. With the 1997 release of Doom 64 being the latest entry at that time, it was safe to say that Doom supporters all over the world were praying for their next fix of demon slaying debauchery, and luckily for this highly dedicated fanbase, these prayers would soon be answered. On August 3rd of 2004, Doom 3 was released on both the Xbox Original and Windows PC, boasting an 87 score on Metacritic, as well as winning multiple awards for PC Game of the Year. Doom 3 was a critical victory and was more than its fans could have ever hoped for. With the technological capabilities of the 6th generation consoles and computers being pushed to their limits with this game, the Doom universe was now brought to life with more detail than ever before. Taking place in a fully realized world with incredible sound design and atmospheric landscapes brought the intensity to new heights, and really drove home the horror and disparity that's found throughout the Doom universe. Now while the overall look and sound of this game had been improved upon all of its predecessors, id Software still kept their fans in mind when sticking to the formula that made this series so beloved. The familiar run and gun aspect was still very much alive, and was even improved upon with more fluid movement and animations. The environments and level designs are extraordinarily detailed, leaving you with many clues, voice recordings, and characters to discover throughout the intensely paced story mode. And with a wide selection of enemy types capable of ambushing you at any moment's notice, Doom 3 really carried a sense of dread that kept you on your toes, which constantly heightened the immersion throughout the 11-hour campaign. That's not all this game had to offer. As we said before, Doom is a series that had built its fan base upon its multiplayer mode, and with the improvements in visuals as well as gameplay mechanics, this also made for a very solid multiplayer experience. Starting with 4-player capability and 4 variations of deathmatch, Doom 3 gave its player base plenty to work with in the new age of multiplayer gaming. There was also story mode co-op for those playing on the Xbox version, as well as later DLC being added to the multiplayer and story modes. With a 7-year deficit between Doom 64 and Doom 3, it was obvious that id Software had taken their time in crafting this game. Doom 3 was an exceptional title for its time, and still delivers an amazing action horror experience to this very day. In what may have been the greatest time for gaming, Doom 3 was an important stepping stone in making this year such a massive success, and for that, it'll be forever solidified in gaming history.
Money, power, respect. That's what our code is all about.
Forget the code.
If there was any music genre that truly reigned supreme in the year of 2004, I'd have to put my money on hip-hop being the overall favorite. And with it having such an impact on the rebellious youth of the early 2000s, it's a no-brainer that our media outlets were also heavily influenced by its culture. With hip-hop having such a chokehold on nearly every corner of the entertainment industry, it only made sense that we would see more of an urban influence in many games of the early 2000s. This yielded some varying results, with some games overstepping their reach. But when this formula was done right, it certainly made way for some memorable classics, and among some of the most legendary titles was Def Jam Fight for NY. Being the much improved sequel to Def Jam Vendetta, Fight for NY was a breath of fresh air for fans of the fighting genre. This game took the OG formula of most beat-em-up titles, mixed it with fully interactive environments, and basically created one of the most in-depth fighting games of its time. And it was much more than just button mashing and repetition. The wide roster of playable characters were also accompanied with multiple fighting styles, meaning there was plenty of variety and techniques to choose from and master. And unlike the previous titles of the Def Jam series, in Fight for NY, you're given the opportunity to create your own fighter through the fast-paced story mode campaign. In this mode, you'll find yourself punching and slamming your way through the ranks of an underground fighting organization. When opposing sides begin to clash, it's going to be up to you and your fighting skills to find out which team will reign supreme. It's a fun and challenging experience, and holds a great amount of replay value. With the option of creating multiple profiles for new fighters, you'll find yourself wanting to try out all the many different fighting styles, as well as new combinations of finishing moves, and maybe even new girlfriends to interact with. With the single player experience being so incredible in this game, it was only right that they also included a variety of multiplayer modes to play with your friends. With up to 9 different match types, there's plenty of options in terms of solo or couch co-op. I personally had some of my greatest childhood memories in the night spent playing free-for-all mode with my friends back in the day. And although I may be a bit biased in saying this is one of the greatest games of all time, I can confidently say that this really is one of the greatest games of the year 2004. With over 60 plus playable characters, an engaging story mode with plenty of customization, and an amazing soundtrack to boot, Fight for NY is sure to have a spot in the heart of any fighting game fan, even in present day. While the Def Jam series has gone cold ever since the rocky release of Icon, many people are still playing Fight for NY, and even has a place in certain esports circuits. If you've yet to give this game a shot, now is the time to do so. But just remember to keep your guard up, because there ain't no love in the heart of the city.
No love here.
Tires burning and nitrous tanks hissing in the cockpit of an import tuner, the early 2000s were a hotbed for influential street racing media. With the 2001 release of the very first Fast and Furious film, a new generation of adrenaline junkies were formed in its wake, and to further satiate these cravings of high speeds and slick drifts came a whole slew of incredible street racing IPs. A contagious case of Leadfoot was sweeping the nation, leaving little room for any other competitors looking to get their foot in the door. With the Midnight Club and Need for Speed franchise holding such a dominant position on the market of racing games, it seemed as if there were no other options in terms of fast-paced racing simulators. But with the debut of the Burnout series on November of 2001, a breath of fresh air was found in a new era of next-generation gaming. The Burnout series was found to be quite successful from the jump, but what we're really here to talk about is the game that many regard as the peak of Burnout titles, that being Burnout 3 Takedown. Burnout 3 was somewhat of a bastard child in terms of development, as it was being developed under a fractured relationship between Criterion Games and Electronic Arts. You see, at the time Criterion Games was made up of a team of around 130 or so developers. These devs were then split into 2 teams for 2 separate projects, one project being Burnout 2 Point of Impact, set to be published by Acclaim Entertainment, and the other, Airblade for Sony Entertainment Europe. And while Airblade was a pretty sweet game at its time, Criterion had no further interest in continuing the series, and instead reached out to EA in order to see if they were interested in publishing a remake of the 1988 skateboarding game, Skate or Die. EA accepted, And with Criterion keen to work with their newfound publisher, many talks of a new Need for Speed game in the style of Burnout were abuzz between the two companies. The proposed title for the game was Need for Speed Split Second. It was drawn up to be a stunt-driven arcade-style racing game. But unfortunately, these dreams were soon diminished, with Criterion and EA parting ways over indifferences in the development of Skate or Die. It felt like all these great ideas were going to be thrown out the window, and now there was no hope for the idea of a new unique spin on a racing game. But luckily, things shifted when Criterion's director of design was approached by the executive VP of EA Worldwide. EA wanted to work on a new game with them, and while Criterion was hesitant at first, EA eventually won them over with a suggestion. They suggested they work on a whole new Burnout game. Criterion finally agreed, but only on the terms that they could have full creative control of the project. EA agreed with these terms, and the development for Burnout 3 was in full swing. And for many fans of the Burnout games, a new staple in this series was soon to come. On September 7th of 2004, Burnout 3 Takedown was finally released on PlayStation 2 and Xbox Original. With an impressive score of 94 on Metacritic and multiple awards and nominations, Burnout 3 Takedown was an incredibly satisfying experience for not only racing fans, but the majority of gamers in general. Where most racing games would rely on safe driving and avoiding danger at all costs, Burnout 3 was the exact opposite. It would encourage its players to drive as reckless as possible. Whether it's speeding through oncoming traffic, knocking your opponents off the road, or taking an off-the-rails shortcut, your top speed will heavily depend on you maintaining a steady boost. And the only way to maintain that boost is by driving like a complete maniac. And as you can imagine, it's fun as hell. With up to 67 different vehicles, a career mode of over 170 events, and 5 different game modes, Burnout 3 gave its players plenty to work with, and a formula that made sure they were always coming back for more. Burnout 3 was also the first of the series to include a fully licensed soundtrack, boasting some of the greatest names in alternative and hard rock bands at that time, which perfectly encapsulated the chaos and energy that this game provides. It really works to immerse the player throughout the many adrenaline-soaked circuits to spend your time racing through. Burnout 3 was a pivotal point for Criterion Games, and was arguably their best game ever released. It's one of those titles that really should be experienced by everyone, and is sure to bring many hours of excitement to any night of gaming. While the latest game in the Burnout series was a remaster of Paradise in 2018, one can only hope they do the same for Takedown. But even if it never happens, it's safe to say that Burnout 3 still will stand the test of time, and is sure to bring excitement for many more years to come.
M for mature.
The early 2000s were a breeding ground for some of the most influential titles in gaming history. When it comes to innovation in the gaming industry, it's hard to argue a more inventive video game franchise than the Grand Theft Auto series. With the first 2 GTA games being comprised of 2-dimensional backgrounds and a top-down perspective, it was thought to be unlikely that the series would have ever made a significant impact without some changes being made. But with the introduction of GTA 3 on October of 2001, a new beast in gaming was officially born. Boasting a 3-dimensional open world to explore and the freedom to choose your own playstyle, GTA 3 was Pandora's box in terms of open world gaming. And while the third entry may not hold up well in today's standards, those who were there at the time of the game's release know exactly how big of a deal this game was. With success of this magnitude being found in the GTA IP, it was only right that Rockstar had put their heads together for another go at it. GTA Vice City was released just a little over a year later, and with the widespread success of both GTA 3 and Vice City, it was safe to say that this series had officially become a staple in the gaming community. While Vice City did improve upon many aspects of the third entry, there was still plenty of room for possibility left for Grand Theft Auto titles of the future. And if there was one thing for certain, it's that GTA had a very promising future. And luckily for gamers in the wonderful year of 2004, we came to experience what many regard as the greatest GTA game of all time, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Released on October 26th of 2004, GTA San Andreas was a pivotal moment for not only Rockstar Games, but for the world of gaming as a whole. The amount of content that was packed into San Andreas was unbelievable for its time, and truly set the standard for how massive an open world gaming experience could be on 6th generation hardware. With a newly implemented stat system being added to the main protagonist, it aimed to give players a unique experience in their own playthroughs. Whether you're building muscle at the gym, refining your aim, or becoming the ultimate wheelman, This new RPG element of upgrading stats was a great way to immerse the player and give them a unique experience in each playthrough. When we're talking about newly added features in a GTA game, the stat system was only the tip of the iceberg. While the previous GTA titles had a wide range of activities from taxi driving to vigilante missions, San Andreas had a hold my beer moment and just flooded the game with what seemed like an endless amount of possibility. From home invasions to derby racing, playing a game of basketball or hitting the casino, the options felt limitless, and adding such a plethora of mini-games to an already massive open world to explore gave players a dream experience in the state of 2004 gaming. I mean, even going back and playing this game in today's standards, it's pretty amazing to see what Rockstar was able to accomplish. And even with the release of 2 more recent games in the series, I still find that no other GTA can surpass San Andreas in terms of content and freedom. The storyline was solid and provided plenty of length with over 100 mainline missions. And with the script of San Andreas' story being handled by Dan Houser, an English-born writer for Rockstar, they were looking to get boots on the ground and really soak in the atmosphere of California and Nevada, the 2 locations in which the world of San Andreas is inspired by. And with the game's story being inspired by the influence of early 90s West Coast gang culture, Rockstar had brought aboard DJ Pooh to co-write the narrative of San Andreas. The entire development team also took a massive road trip together, in which they all surveyed and photographed many different areas and landmarks of Los Angeles and Las Vegas. This extra amount of effort really showed in how well the game represented the vibe and feel of the West Coast in the early 90s, and was also carried by an incredible catalog of some of the 90s greatest musical hits. I mean, this game really had it all, and while magic was certainly in the air for gaming in the year 2004, it'd be nothing short of a tragedy for me to not mention this title on our list. As I'm going to assume that any gamer who hasn't been living under a rock in the past 20 years has already experienced this masterpiece, I absolutely recommend you give it another playthrough sometime soon, and just see for yourself how timeless this classic really is. But just be sure to wear the right colors, because it's Grove Street or no street. Now, moving on to the month of November in 2004, things were really beginning to heat up in the gaming industry. With so many incredible titles being released in the prior month of October, you would have thought that all energy had already been expelled into the world of gaming. But we've only met our halfway mark on this list of legendary games, and now it's time that we descend further into the depths of nostalgia to recount one of gaming's greatest offerings in the realm of racing titles. I'm talking about Need for Speed Underground 2. Released in North America on November 9, 2004, Underground 2 was a direct sequel to the first game in the series. With the storyline picking up after the initial events of the first game, you will find yourself drifting your way up the ranks of an underground street racing syndicate. And while the story mode had its perks in terms of characters and narrative, what really made this game shine was its incredibly fun driving mechanics as well as immaculate customization offerings. With a wide range of American, Japanese, and European model vehicles, you'll find yourself with plenty of options to pick and choose from. Starting with the customization features in this game, you'll come to find that you can tweak virtually everything cosmetic. From neon lights to the sound system under the trunk, Underground 2 gave its players a wide variety of options to ensure each player could put their own unique spin on the vehicle of their liking, and also include a variety of performance upgrades to ensure you're able to keep up with the competition. This customization is really what drove players to sink insane amounts of hours into the game, as the possibilities really felt limitless. But not only was the customization a selling point for this title, as I previously mentioned before, this game had some really tight mechanics, and even had somewhat of a pretty steep learning curve when it came to certain driving styles. It opened up a possibility for players to really feel a sense of progression in each playthrough, and as you get better as a driver, so do your opponents. Underground 2 was also the first game in the series to feature an open world, where players can freely roam and explore the city. In order to progress and unlock new areas on the map, you'll have to participate and win throughout a variety of different racing modes. Each racing type has its own unique feel and its own range of mechanics to learn and master. And while some of these game modes may be a bit frustrating to learn at first, they really begin to grow on you as you work your way up the street racing hierarchy. The game also included a licensed soundtrack of 27 different songs, perfect for speeding your way through the busy streets of Bayview. All in all, Underground 2 was an incredible experience for many racing fans of the early 2000s, and is seen as one of the best titles in the lengthy catalog of Need for Speed games. With some incredible visuals for its time and perfecting the ambiance of street racing culture, it's one of those games that really was a must-play then and a must-play now. So grab your keys and shift some gears, because it's time to fly.
What if you miss?
I won't.
When it comes to the talk of legendary gaming IPs in the early 2000s, it really is hard to find one that holds more weight than the Halo series. With the release of the original Xbox console November 15, 2001, Microsoft knew they were going to have to come correct if they were looking to compete in the cutthroat era of console wars. This meant that they were going to need an exclusive launch title, a game that players could not afford to miss. And as we all remember, that game was Halo Combat Evolved. And with it being given over 5 awards, a 97 score on Metacritic, and building timeless memories for the over 5 million people who purchased the game, it was an absolute no-brainer that Microsoft was hastily sweet-talking Bungie into releasing a sequel to this masterpiece. The hype was real, and with the announcement of Halo 2 at E3 2003, well, just have a look for yourself.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for!
Halo 2 sought to be the biggest game of 2004. And when it comes to the number of units this game was pushing, it's hard to argue they didn't achieve just that. With over $125 million in sales on the first day of its release, it was safe to say that almost every couch on planet Earth had a Mountain Dew chugging Spartan enthusiast seated in amazement. Boasting an incredible campaign that continued the story of Master Chief and his army of Spartans, Halo 2 picks up where things left off, continuing a further dive into the missing plot points of the first game, and even gave its players a new perspective through the so-called bad guys of the Halo universe, the Covenant. And while the campaign was a huge deal for those who loved the lore and the characters of Halo, the main selling point of this game was found in the presence of its multiplayer modes. Halo 2 for some was the introduction to online gaming, as high-speed connections were becoming more readily available in the year of 2004. With Xbox Live leading the charge in terms of online console gaming, Halo 2 arrived just in time to show everybody what first-person shooters were capable of in a competitive setting. With the introduction of a matchmaking system, players were able to join lobbies with ease and even meet new players. And while matchmaking isn't extremely common practice in today's gaming, this was new tech at its time, and giving players that ability to join matches so quickly really aided to the game's growth and steady player count. And with a game finding such success of this magnitude, it's not hard to see how much blood, sweat, and tears were poured into its creation process. And for anyone who is familiar with how brutal the development cycle of this game was, the term crunch will probably come to your mind, with many Bungie employees having stated they were expected to essentially work around the clock and even spent days away from home in order for Halo 2 to reach its holiday deadline. And as a person who works a full-time job and sometimes struggles in writing a script after a long day at work, I find it pretty mind-blowing that they were able to power through and create such a timeless experience for millions of gamers all over the globe. Now, the story was often criticized for its cliffhanger-esque ending. It was actually a result of the crunch in development. And while this may have left a bad taste for those who relied on the campaign for their enjoyment, these shortcomings were mostly overlooked, as Halo 2 is now recognized as one of the greatest games of all time. In a year so chock full of AAA greatness, it's safe to say that Halo 2 is easily one of the most innovative games of the year 2004, and truly defined what standards were to be set in the realm of online gaming. Hate it or love it, I'm sure that most will agree they've spent some of their fondest childhood memories playing this game. And although the Halo franchise has seen better days, we can now take comfort in the fact that the second entry was a game powerful enough to connect the world in ways that had never been experienced before. It was a special moment for gaming, and an even more special time for the people who loved it. So for all my fellow Spartan soldiers, I salute you, and thank you for your service. Imagine a world devoid of freedom. A world in which your every move is being watched. A world that doesn't wish to see you rise, but instead, it only aims to see you fall. A dystopian society thriving on power and oppression. But come to think of it, maybe this world isn't too far from our very own. But we'll save that conversation for another time, because next on our list, we're here to discuss one of the most highly regarded video games to ever exist. So munch on a couple of head crab cakes and pop open a nice can of Dr. Breen's Private Preserve, because we're about to embark on a journey back to November 16th, 2004. This day being the release of Half-Life 2. Now, the original Half-Life was a huge deal back in the late 90s. It was even given over 50 PC Game of the Year awards. It was one of those games that really had a special way of immersing its players. And as someone who used to play their fair share of Half-Life back in the day, I can definitely attest to how great the game was, especially for its time. The fanbase of Half-Life was beginning to grow at a very rapid rate. With talks of a sequel making their rounds in the gaming industry, many gamers across the globe were anxiously awaiting the next chapter in the series. Being both curated and published by Valve, development for Half-Life 2 began in June of 1999, just 6 months after the release of the first game. There was a team of over 80 developers working on the project, and were given no deadline for when the game should be finished. And with the creative space being given to the team, as well as a virtually unlimited budget, Valve's president Gabe Newell was setting his team up for success, and spoke that he aimed to do no less than redefine the genre of FPS gaming. They took note of how much their player base connected with the characters in the first game, and in turn create a much more realistic facial animation for their character model, thus giving their players a more immersive experience throughout the story. The team also integrated use of the Havoc engine, which accurately simulated real-life physics. This impressive engine allowed them to create a whole new mechanic of physics-based puzzles, which have grown to become a staple in many of Valve's most infamous titles. And in the case of Half-Life 2, it was responsible for creating one of the most unique FPS experiences the world had ever seen. Continuing the story of the first game's protagonist Gordon Freeman, we find ourselves in a resistance to liberate Earth from the oppressive alien Combine Empire. What a mouthful. And when your attempt at being teleported to a main resistance base ends in you making your presence known to this evil organization, things are about to get very complicated for Mr. Freeman and his comrades. While many praise the game for its well-written narrative and range of colorful characters, one of the most impressive features of Half-Life 2 is its combat system. As we had mentioned before, the game made use of a highly advanced physics system for its time. This gave players a sense of freedom in how they chose to engage in each battle, and made for a unique experience for even the most well-versed of gamers. And despite multiple delays as well as the game's source code being leaked months before its release, there was no breaking the stride of Valve's newest masterpiece. Half-Life 2 was met with critical acclaim, boasting a 96 score on Metacritic, as well as being given 39 different Game of the Year awards. It was a commercial success. It was even regarded as the best game ever made by multiple critics. It's one of those titles that had so much hype and drama surrounding its release that many of its fans were somewhat anxious to see how the final product would turn out. And despite all adversity, it's safe to say that Gabe Newell had achieved his goal in redefining the entire FPS genre. It's a true gamer's game, and if you've yet to experience it, now is the perfect time to do so. But just don't forget to bring your crowbar, because you're definitely going to be needing it.
That's your machine. Assassinating the boss.
The world was once one. We will heal that rift and make the world whole again. To do this, we need strength, an unstoppable trump card with enough power to bring order to the world. That trump card was to be the Shagohod and the Cobra unit.
In the infant stages of gaming, many developers aim to make their creations as entertaining as possible. Whether it was how a title was designed to be played, or the amount of challenge that it presented to its players, it was commonplace to find that gameplay was a primary focus in most games of the early to late 90s. And when it came to the separation of movies to video games, most people would agree that there was a stark contrast between the two. One meant to be interactive, while the other was only meant to be watched. But what happens when you combine both of these practices and create both an interactive and cinematic experience? Well, for Hideo Kojima, it meant creating one of the most legendary series in gaming history. You see, Kojima was a massive film buff and had dreams of working in the movie industry at a very young age. In his upbringing, Kojima and his family had a tradition of watching a new film each night. From horror to European cinema, there were no limits to the films that him and his family would watch together, which really begins to make sense when you see the wide range of influence in his games. While in college, he started searching for a way to get his foot in the door of the film industry, which eventually led to him beginning a career in game development. He applied to Konami and landed a job creating games for the MSX home computer. With success in this department, he was later asked to take over a project by the name of Metal Gear. And as most of you already know, this was the start of something very beautiful.
Kept you waiting, huh?
The original Metal Gear had become a commercial success on the NES, and even received multiple sequels. But when things really began to heat up for Kojima and his newfound IP was with the 1998 release of Metal Gear Solid on the PlayStation 1. This was a game unlike anything ever seen before, combining cinematic storytelling, strategic gameplay, and an incredible sense of immersion for players of its time. Kojima was combining movies and video games in a way that had people totally entranced. With charming and unique characters, captivating dialogue, and plenty of action-packed missions to play through, it was no surprise that Metal Gear Solid was a series with an incredibly bright future. And on that note, that brings us to our next stop on the list, all the way back to November 17, 2004, this day being the release of what many argue to be Hideo Kojima's greatest creation. I'm talking about Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Released on the PlayStation 2, Snake Eater was an incredible work in both storytelling and gameplay. Taking place 31 years before the events of Metal Gear Solid, we find ourselves playing through the story of a government operative by the codename Naked Snake. Snake is on a mission to rescue a Russian scientist who is being held somewhere in the Soviet jungle, and is also given the task of destroying an experimental nuclear weapon, otherwise known as the Shagohod. Upon arrival, we find that our former mentor has defected from the United States, and is also in cahoots with a team of supernatural soldiers called the Cobras. These soldiers are also interested in the Shagohod, but for much more nefarious reasons. And throughout the many twists and turns of this great story, you truly will find yourself captivated by the pure brilliance of the Metal Gear Solid universe. While the previous titles in the series were praised for their many innovations, Snake Eater took what improvements were already made and added even more depth to the player's experiences. Making use of a new camouflage system allowed the player to blend in with their environments, and was complemented by the addition of a new close quarters combat system. These changes gave a new freedom in how you go about each mission, and even rewarded those who were up to the challenge of using non-lethal tactics for boss battles. Snake Eater was also the first in the series to include online support, meaning fans of the series could finally put their combat skills to the test up against real-life players. But where Snake Eater truly shined was in its lengthy campaign, that was sure to keep you engrossed throughout its entire 16-hour playtime. It's one of those games that really sticks with you, and is personally one that's very near and dear to my heart, combining action-packed gameplay, riveting characters, and an absolute banger of a theme song. Snake Eater is a game that truly shook the world of gaming. With an overall score of 91 on Metacritic, multiple awards, and being regarded as Kojima's greatest game, it's a title that just simply should not be slept on for anyone who has yet to experience it. So if you're one of the few poor souls yet to play this game, you're in luck, because it's very much readily available on modern PCs with the recent release of the Master Collection, and even has a full remake coming soon for all other modern platforms. It's really insane to think of all these incredible games that were released in the year 2004, but for me personally, this has to be my favorite on the list. When it comes to peak gaming experiences, you're sure to find it here. But just don't forget to brush up on your CQC, because it's for sure gonna come in handy. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has finally come for us to arrive at the final stop on our list. So please, join us as we step into the magical world of Azeroth, a land of warring factions, vast landscapes, and sexy night elf druids. We're about to find ourselves in a game in which I pretty much sank all of my teenage years into. I mean, I didn't go to homecoming, prom, or any of the fun parties that were happening in my neighborhood. No, I was much too busy trying to clear Blackwing Lair, or attempting to attain the entire judgment set for my paladin to be bothered with such foolishness. I guess it was safe to say that this game had a serious chokehold on me. And if you're still wondering what I'm even on about, I'm talking about World of Warcraft. Now, it's a sore subject for many RPG enthusiasts as to which MMO game really reigned supreme in the early 2000s. We had RuneScape, EverQuest, and Guild Wars just to name a few. But when it came to taking the world of MMOs by storm and creating a player base that is still going strong to this very day, World of Warcraft was the reigning champion. Released on November 23, 2004, World of Warcraft was a critical success and had garnered well over 1.5 million players within its first year of release. It was another one of those games that was highly innovative in terms of exploration and immersion. The game's world was incredibly large in scale, breaking stride from the typical formula of the former Warcraft titles. This new entry gave way to some serious open world exploration, much unlike anything ever seen before. This beautiful open world came with plenty of attention to detail, and each character race having their own unique starting zones. I remember the vast landscapes being one of the biggest reasons for this game having such a hold on me for so long. It all felt so immersive, and there were plenty of secrets and hidden areas to uncover as you adventured. While the main focus of the game was character progression, World of Warcraft also did a great job at giving its players an opportunity to make new friends and even join guilds. The game rewarded players with shared XP being given to those who choose to party at for questing, as well as guild bonuses. It gave players an incentive to be social and to interact with those around them. And when it came to leveling your character, they also gave you plenty of options in doing so. Whether you're grinding quests, running dungeons, or just killing boars in a field, everything including exploration would award its players with experience. They also made use of a rest system, a mechanic that essentially would give you an XP boost for a duration, depending on how long you were logged out of the game. This was a mechanic that was implemented for players to be able to catch up to those who have more time to level. I mean, we've all got that one friend, right? And while the Warcraft universe was already well established before the release of WoW, it was impressive the amount of lore that they packed into this game's story and ever-changing world. It really made you feel as though you were a part of something much bigger than your typical game. And with an addicting formula, stunning visuals, and insane replayability, it's no surprise that World of Warcraft is regarded as the quintessential MMORPG. It most definitely laid the foundation for every MMO that came after, and it's going to be one of those games that we talk about like Pong or Frogger in 50 years from now, sharing the many perilous tales of nights spent opposing the Horde, or leveling your human warlock till 9 in the morning. It was a special experience for many in the early 2000s, and this nostalgia was of course capitalized on with the recent re-release of WoW Classic. World of Warcraft still holds a steady player base of over 5.6 million active players, along with over 870,000 on the Classic version. And although it's been almost a decade since I last logged into my own personal account, I'll never forget the many fun-filled nights that were spent playing this game in my youth. And I hope you have plenty of fond memories to recount on as well. Even though it may not have been the most flashy or groundbreaking game to ever exist, World of Warcraft had aimed to become the next big thing for online gaming in 2004, and there's absolutely no denying it did just that. So whether you're all in for the Alliance or forever indebted to the opposing Horde, let's all take a moment to appreciate a legacy in gaming that will forever hold a special place in the hearts of many. In a year so full of magic and adventure, it's only right that we included this game on the list. But as all good things must come to an end, so must our journey. So thank you all for joining me in what may have been the greatest year for gaming. And whether you were too young to have experienced any of these games at release, or have yet to give a few of them a try, it's never too late to experience greatness. But for those who are entering their boomer stages in life such as I hope I was able to reinvigorate some of those nostalgic feels, and give you a little taste of the good old days once more. Hope you enjoyed the video, and please leave a comment down below if there's any games from 2004 that I left out on the list. It was hard to narrow these down, so there were plenty of other options I could have included. But either way, I'd love to hear some of your favorites, and maybe even a little input on the ones we discussed. But I think it's time that I get back to present day. I hear we got a brand new Grand Theft Auto coming in 2025. I don't want to miss that. So stay safe, have a blessed new year, and I hope to see you in the next one. Peace.
Want a laptop that can unclutter your life? Unwire, with a wireless laptop powered by Intel Centrino mobile technology.
There is no escape. Critics are calling The Suffering the scariest video game ever. Maxim gives it 4 stars. And IGN says it's a great game. The Suffering, out now on PlayStation 2 and Xbox, rated mature.
We can rebuild him. Better, stronger, faster. AOL 9.0 with top speed technology built in. For web surfing up to 5 times faster than with standard dial-up. Call 1-800-TOP-SPEED.
In the modern days of gaming, it's no secret that a multitude of strange concepts are present in a vast selection of different games.
What the f?
With the rise in popularity of simulators, horror games, and even the more not safe for work selections, all becoming commonplace in our browsing experience, it's almost as if we become desensitized to the obscene amount of weird games we're presented with. I mean, we've gotten a game about seducing Adolf Hitler before GTA 6. What else could they possibly make at this point?
No more!
Now, given the fact that we have more indie studios and developers than ever before, with the widespread platforms such as Steam to present these games to the masses, it only makes sense that we have more games to choose from, thus meaning more weirdness. But back in the early 2000s, you know, that era that I love talking about, the Western market for games were pretty much exclusive to AAA developers, especially when it came to console gaming. But that's not to say that we weren't getting our dose of wacky antics and nauseating concepts, they were just a bit harder to find. So I took the time to rethink some of the strangest games I could recall from this era, boiled my top 5 down into this list, and thought we could take a little trip back into the past. So if you're down to take a dive into the depths of nostalgia, and also get a little weird, feel free to join me as we take a look into the early 2000s with our list of bizarre games of the Y2K era. Did you know that a female mosquito can live up to 8 weeks with an adequate supply of food? Yeah, me neither. And while that may not be a very long time to spend on this bizarre planet that we call Earth, if there's one thing that's for sure, it's that weird games live on forever. And for our first entry of this video, we'll be taking on the role of public enemy number 1 in the PS2 classic of Mr. Mosquito. In this game, you play a lovable little mosquito who's found its way into the home of the Yamada family, comprised of a mom, dad, as well as their daughter Rena. You'll be terrorizing their household throughout your bloodthirsty conquest for revenge, and after giving this game a solid chance to show me the trials and tribulations of the world's most despised pest, I've gotta say, I hate these little buggers even more. While the unique aspirations of Mr. Mosquito is one that beckons praise for its ambitious concepts, its execution is done so in a way that can be quite frustrating. The controls will take some getting used to, and your maneuverability is greatly limited when trying to reach your target. Luckily enough, your unsuspecting victims have the brains of a goldfish, often repeating the same behaviors in a 10 to 15 second loop. In this span of time, you're going to want to explore the room for ways to distract your prey, with many distractions such as light switches and TV remotes being used to open up an opportunity to strike. And when opportunity comes a-knocking, you better make good use of it. Once you're latched onto your member of choice, you press the R3 button and spin the analog stick around in a seductive motion. Ah, that's good. Wait, no! Yeah, that's gonna take a little more practice. This is the basis of the game's entire premise, and while it may be a frustrating example for the many janky control schemes of the early 2000s, you just can't help but to love this cute little bloodsucker. And going back to the gameplay, I'm sure you're wondering about what happens when you're detected. Well, to put it simply, you enter what's called Battle Mode, in which a mini boss fight occurs between you and your unsuspecting target. This means you'll be tasked with locating a number of pressure points on their body, swiftly attacking them, and sending them on a pleasant trip back to Chillville. You're typically given a goal time in finishing these battles, and upon success, you'll earn a range of different color schemes for our bulbous protagonists. And Lord knows, I love me some customization. Also, the dialogue between the family can be outright hilarious at times, but that's not to say it's without an awkward delivery here and there. While this game is without a doubt one of the strangest I've ever played, its shortcomings are easy to overlook, in the vein of its goofy yet charming presentation. Mr. Mosquito is one of those games that feels more like a fever dream than an actual release, but even so, it's a wonderful dose of nostalgia for those who crave that strange time of early 2000s releases. So I suggest giving it a try if you're looking to cure some boredom. It may suck, but it sucks so good. Now, Mr. Mosquito is only the beginning of what's to come in our list of wacky and wonderful ideas. So ready your sunscreen and prepare to soak in some rays. We've got some UVs to catch in the next game on our list. For anybody familiar with the works of Hideo Kojima, it comes as no surprise that Mr. Kojima is one who is well acquainted with the bizarre. From his cheeky sense of humor on full display in the iconic Metal Gear series, to his out-of-the-box ideas presented in Death Stranding, Kojima isn't one to repress his creativity for anyone, and in the 2003 GBA exclusive of Boktai, The Sun in Your Hands, Kojima and his goons at Konami were aiming to give the handheld community a hefty dose of weird. In the game, you'll assume the role of a vampire hunter named Django, whose weapon of choice is a solar gun, one that fires rays of light at his opposition of blood-sucking goth mommies. Ah, how enchanting. But with this game being targeted towards children, I wouldn't get your hopes up too much for any large-bosom succubi in your Boktai experience. But what you can look forward to is how well the game plays. You see, the unique part of Boktai was in its novel use of a light sensor on the game's cartridge, meaning players would have to go outside and catch some actual UV rays on their Game Boy. And with many of the game's boss fights demanding a direct source of sunlight to defeat them, you'd better have your sunscreen handy for this one. When beginning the game, you'll be asked of your current time zone in order to determine when that fiery ball in the sky will be showing face in your hometown. And not only does exposing your game to sunlight affect your weapons, it also has a hand in affecting the game's world, with dynamic events such as solar trees being brought back to life and sunsets being virtually reenacted in the game. And while we touched on the combat of this game, that's only one part of its action RPG genius. The Kojima special of stealth gameplay is still quite present in Boktai, with your enemies sharing the iconic red exclamation marks when alerted to Django's presence, in which making your presence known to your enemy will lower your grade at the end of each level, with higher grades being used to unlock passwords, which can be used for stat bonuses and title unlocks to your character. Pretty neat. Other than that, it's your typical dungeon crawling handheld experience, but with its unique use of real-world elements wrapped up in that savory Kojima flavor, Boktai is a bizarre example of weird gone right. It's no secret that the Kojima and Konami era was chock full of strange ideas, but Boktai was one that was executed well enough to be widely praised for its ambitious effort, and is a title that's yet to be outdone, in terms of solar-powered gaming that is. So if you're currently a GBA enthusiast looking for a reason to catch some rays, maybe you can load this one up on your next trip to the park. But moving on to our next subject, things are going to get a bit darker, as we revisit a game that was both incredibly bizarre and highly controversial. So let's revisit one of America's most tragic events in political history, and Traffic Games, JFK Reloaded. Video games have become one of the most celebrated forms of entertainment for well over 50 years at this point. And with the constant progression in technology and demand for future releases, the gaming industry has become a seemingly unstoppable force. And as we had previously mentioned, with gaming being one of the world's most prized entertainment mediums, at what point does entertainment become questionable in certain titles? Well, when it comes to JFK Reloaded, the lines between entertainment and reality are unmistakably blurred, resulting in one of the world's most shocking yet bizarre games of all time. In JFK Reloaded, you'll take on the role of Lee Harvey Oswald, the man responsible in the death of former President John F. Kennedy, and your goal is simple: to load up your rifle and take aim. And while the objective may seem a bit obvious in this macabre excuse for a simulation title, the field is yours to do as you wish, meaning you can turn your rifle on any victim you see fit, resulting in a multitude of different outcomes and endings. Upon completion of each round, you'll be given a rundown on the path of each fired projectile, a system that was implemented in regards to the many conspiracy theories surrounding the attack on JFK, giving players an opportunity to either prove or debunk some of the most common theories. It's a mechanic that almost explains the purpose behind this morbid game, but it's hard to look past how utterly dark the contents of a game like this can be. Whereas gaming has never been a stranger to reenacting violent events throughout history, the sheer focus of attacking innocent lives and taking on the role of an actual assassin drives things down a less than savory path. And as you can imagine, this game was the topic of controversy for quite some time. Many public figures, such as a representative for the Kennedy family, have publicly denounced the game, calling it despicable, and even resulted in death threats being directed at the game's creator, who had later stated that he neither wished to condone or glorify the events of that fateful day. He was only aiming to simulate the events in shocking realism, and possibly bring closure to those seeking answers in its many theories. But after everything was said and done, the game was removed from many platforms such as Steam, and has now become abandonware. With the events of the 1963 assassination having such an impact on American culture, it's no surprise that it was eventually covered in a video game. But it goes without saying that execution is key in these types of things. No pun intended. Staking JFK Reloaded as one of the most bizarre, yet undeniably ambitious games of all time. And since that got a little dark, let's shift things up a bit and lighten the mood. So you better get your face paint ready and prepare to shred a few riffs in the 2000 release of Kiss Psycho Circus, The Nightmare Child. The influence of rock and roll music is one that has had a firm reach for gaming ever since the early days. From the 1989 release of Rock and Roll, a puzzle-based game for the Commodore, as well as a successful run of Guitar Hero and other like-minded series, it's a safe bet that we don't mind a healthy dose of heavy riffage in our gaming experiences. But with our next game being more outrageous than Gene Simmons' body count, I think it's gonna take more than a couple of drum solos to save this freak show. Kiss Psycho Circus, a title that was spawned in the wake of turmoil between the development team of Daikatana, in which more than 20 staff members had left Ion Storm in order to work on this game. And I mean, let's be real, what's more metal than quitting your job? But all gaming-related drama aside, Kiss Psycho Circus is what happens when you mix an ambitious concept with outdated gameplay. And tying into the fact that the story has little to nothing to do with the license it so proudly flaunts, what was this game about again? That's the experience of Psycho Circus in a nutshell, as you take on the role of multiple members in a Kiss tribute band, as they run and gun their way through a litany of generic Doom-style monsters in search of articles of clothing from the actual Kiss band, which is about the only thing this game even has to do with Kiss. Now for those wondering where this idea would even come from, it's from the Todd McFarlane comic book series of the same name, and even made use of panels from the comic books in telling the game's narrative. And while these illustrations are certainly pleasant to the eyeballs, this game's visuals are another story. If I had to use one word to describe the look of this game, it would have to be generic. And the same goes for the gameplay. It's very reminiscent of the Doom series in both mechanics and execution, but more so if Doom were a huge fan of the Insane Clown Posse. With many of the levels adhering to the theme of a so-called Psycho Circus, you'll be missile blasting hordes of circus-themed baddies the whole way through. And with the player taking control of members of a Kiss cover band, that means there should be a wide selection of Kiss tracks to enjoy throughout their playthrough, right? Well, wrong. With an embarrassing total of one Kiss song being included in the game's soundtrack, they instead decided that generic techno would be a much better selection for their audience. Because when you think of Kiss fans, the first thing you think of is techno, right? Once again, wrong. It's almost as if the developers pulled ideas out of a hat and turned it into a soulless knockoff of the Doom series. And while I may be ruffling a few feathers in regards to my opinion on this game, it just doesn't have anything to give an advantage over other games of its genre. While it may be an interesting play for fans of the Kiss band and other retro enthusiasts, the bizarre world of Kiss Psycho Circus is one that I plan to leave in the past. And much like the puke-soaked carpet of a tribute band's 1986 Chevy Sport van, our next and final game on this list is one that's sure to nauseate. But in the vein of weird and unsavory characters, let's take a trip back to spring break of 2004, with a game that's both bizarre and highly controversial. So without further ado, let's get right to it. As I'm sure many of you 90s babies can recall, there once came a time where lewd entertainment and pixelated sweater puppies were abuzz on the sync waves of our cable TV screens. With the success of teen comedy films and their reign over the film industry, many classics such as the American Pie series were no stranger to pushing boundaries. What I'm getting at was the horny levels were at an all-time high, and with such media being so readily available at the time, it's no surprise that the adult films industry was beginning to branch out. For anyone that was around in this era, I'm sure you'll be able to recall those late night Girls Gone Wild commercials. And for you dirty dogs out there who just couldn't get enough, the next game on our list will be very familiar territory. I'm talking about The Guy Game, a title that was aiming to capitalize on the demands of the perverted masses and bring the levels of misogyny in gaming to much greater heights. Now don't get me wrong, I love myself a good lewd time as much as the next guy, but with The Guy Game, it's nothing more than a lazy effort in cashing out on the demand for big-chested beach babes on bouncy balls. That's a lot of B's. But anyways, I'm sure you're wondering how this was even a game at all, and honestly, it's more like an interactive film at best. The game offers up to 20 different sets of female contestants, who will be asked a variety of trivia questions with the hopes of winning a cash prize. If they answer wrong, however, they have to flash the crowd. Each time you clear a section, your flashing meter will increase, removing the clothes of your selected female avatar, as well as decreasing the amount of censorship in the flashing scenes. At the end of the final round, the girls will be asked to compete in a more physical challenge, such as a race or hula hooping, with bonus points being awarded to those who do their challenge topless. And that's pretty much it.
The only thing we ask is that we can see a little bit of bush.
But what really caused a slew of chaos for this game was that a 17-year-old girl was included in one of the game's segments, resulting in a lawsuit in which the contestant had revealed her actual age at the time of filming, and was suing the publisher and developer for breach of privacy. Now you would imagine that these guys would have some kind of waiver on hand for these girls to sign, but with the lawsuit eventually leading to the game being banned, maybe these knuckleheads weren't as smart as they tried to seem. And the courts weren't the only ones unhappy with this game, as the critics had a field day in ripping it to shreds. Many had claimed it to be tasteless and objectifying, as well as commenting on the game's slow and unsatisfying gameplay. It just felt like a cheap game that you would find in a dirty magazine or something, and while it did fit the bill for the frat boy demographic it aimed to impress, it was just a completely sad excuse for a video game. But that's all we've got for now, and I really hope you guys enjoyed this list of bizarre games of the Y2K era. I typically like to keep these lists at 5 games at a time, but would love to do future installments for the series, so please feel free to drop a comment down below with your suggestions, as I'm always looking to find new stuff to cover. But until next time, my name is Vincent, and I greatly appreciate your view. I hope to see you all in the next video, and please, take care. Peace out, guys.
Mr. Shatner, please have a seat. We have to let you go.
But I'm the voice of Priceline.
But now it's the new Priceline.
What's new about it?
You can actually choose your flights, times, even airlines from a selection of very low fares.
Or you can still name your own price and save even more.
But who could possibly replace me?
Hi, guys. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Leonard. The new Priceline. Now there's a choice.
Tuesdays on Tech TV. At 8:30, hot products and cool gadgets. Check out Fresh Gear.
We got our hands on one, and we are giving you a sneak peek.
Then at 9, ordinary people with amazing ideas. Watch Invent This.
If people have to live in boxes, somebody should at least invent a better box.
And at 9:30, what happens when your body is pushed to the limits? Watch Body Hits. It all starts Tuesday night at 8:30, 7:30 Central on Tech TV.
Now AutoZone has over 750,000 parts, new and performance parts, collision parts, and now salvage parts. So you don't need to call your car dealer, search through special order catalogs, or go to salvage yards. AutoZone, the only stop you need for the quality parts you're looking for.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The early 2000s were an amazing time to be alive. From having an ice cold pink Sobe on a hot summer day, to fumbling through your CD collection on a road trip with your buddies, technology was at a happy medium, with internet use being functional yet limited, forcing many people to actually go outside of their homes and socialize with one another. I know, crazy, right? Anyways, among some of the more questionable trends of this time period came a culture shift that was felt throughout the communities all across the globe. The pants were bigger, the hair was spikier, and the shoes, well, they looked like they were made by Tempur-Pedic. But these were trends among a vast majority of youth at the time, within a culture that was heavily inspired by music and extreme sports. Extreme sports were making waves on national TV, as well as in a city near you, with local skating competitions, freestyle motocross shows, and the X Games having a huge impact on many suggestive brains of the late 90s to early 2000s. And with the rise in popularity of these incredible daredevilish activities, the corporate suits have been carefully watching for what trends they could capitalize on next. And with the gaming industry being home to the corporate suitiest of them all, many companies have been creating a wide variety of video games dealing in the realms of extreme sports. And today, we're here to discuss some of the incredible and sometimes embarrassing offerings that came to be, as well as discussing their influence on the culture and their importance in gaming. So make sure to strap on your helmet and crack open an ice cold yoo-hoo as we dive into the world of extreme sports games of the early 2000s. Amidst the sixth generation of consoles, the PlayStation 2 is well documented in being a catalyst for progression in the gaming industry. And upon its release, a slew of launch titles were presented to the public, with plenty enough variety to ensure that everyone could find something they'd enjoy. And leading up to this point, EA had been hard at work in keeping the realms of sport games under their wing, and were looking to branch out into much more unique offerings for their future releases. Extreme sports were rising in popularity at this time, and what better way to capitalize on these trends than by creating games about them? EA decided it was time to go all in, and create a whole new division of developers to create these titles. This new division became EA Big, and are a team that will have a hand in many of the games on this list. But going back to the release of the PlayStation 2, EA and their new team of developers were looking to bring in the new millennium with a new face in the genre of snowboarding. And with their next game being on the lineup of release titles for the PS2, they knew they were going to have to create something special. And on October 26, 2000, the world of gaming was finally introduced with EA Big's very first game, by the name of SSX. SSX is by far one of the most stylish gaming series to ever exist, and with their first three titles being just that good, I figured I would take the time to cover all three of them, revisiting their strengths and just enjoying the sheer amount of fun they were. But going back to SSX, this was a genre-defining moment for the world of snowboarding, and was a visual delight for the world of gaming in general. With prior snowboarding IPs such as Cool Boarders and 1080 Snowboarding having built a solid fan base of enthusiasts throughout the years, EA was well aware of what they would need to do to separate themselves from the pack, and luckily thanks to the technical advancements of the PlayStation 2's hardware, they were able to create a game that was not only fun as hell, but purely a work of art. This game is dripping style in every facet of its design, from the menu screens, the character designs, the layout of each track, and even the user interface. Everything is so perfectly designed to fit that early 2000s aesthetic, and even more so, captures the essence of this game's futuristically inspired atmosphere. Now the basis of the game is simple enough. You can unlock new tracks and upgrade your characters through completing the game's World Circuit mode, which will have you racing and tricking your way through an array of uniquely designed courses, each with their own level of difficulty, which will steadily increase as you progress. You can also get plenty of practice in the courses with the regular single-player modes, and even have a buddy join along for 2-player couch co-op. While this may sound simple enough, what really makes the game stand out is its mechanics. While the game initially plays like your typical snowboarding game, SSX puts emphasis on making your runs as stylish as possible. It will encourage you to get major air and bust out as many tricks as you possibly can. Landing tricks and performing combos will earn your character a boost, which will further aid them in winning their races, as well as achieving longer hang times. While the mechanics of the game weren't quite as polished as they would be in later releases, SSX still did an amazing job at giving its players an addictive and highly enjoyable snowboarding experience. And while the game was highly favored across the boards, it was only right that EA Big would take their new IP to the drawing board and turn the volume up to 11 with their next release. Their next concept will finally come to fruition just a year later, with the highly anticipated release of SSX Tricky. Tricky had taken the foundation of its predecessor and basically improved upon the game's formula in every way possible. The characters were even cooler, new levels were added as well as old ones being reworked and made even better, and the mechanics for controlling your character felt much tighter this time around, making the game easier to pick up on and even more so intriguing the master. They also made changes to the boost mechanic, incorporating a tricky meter, which would fill up upon knocking down opposing competition or landing sick combos. While filling this meter up, you'll hear the Run DMC song It's Tricky being recited with each progression, and upon filling your meter, you're able to perform special moves, which is really such a satisfying way to earn points and it's just a damn good time to look at. Tricky had accomplished everything you could ask for in a good sequel, taking a great game and improving upon where it may have fell short. And while it's highly regarded as one of the greatest games of the early 2000s, the third game in the SSX series is actually regarded as the greatest of its franchise. Shortly after the success of SSX Tricky, EA Big had hastily began development on furthering the series. This time around they wanted to expand the game's universe and create an experience that was much more immersive, but doing so in a way that still kept the very surreal arcade nature of the series while improving upon all of its previous shortcomings. They decided that the game would feature a much more open world, giving players a sense of freedom never before seen. They would include the typical circuit modes, as well as character progression throughout the story, and after an almost 3-year-long development process, SSX3 was released to the world on October 21st, 2003. And my lord, was it a beauty. First off, as we had previously mentioned, they took more of an open world approach with this game, and in my opinion, it's one of the reasons it's top tier SSX. There are 3 different peaks to explore, all with progressive difficulty, and multiple courses being interconnected, meaning you can literally free roam from one course to another, or just take the lift to so-called fast travel. There are also multiple ski lodges or rest stops found within the mountain, which gives you a place to both upgrade and customize your character. This time around the customization is more fleshed out, allowing you to present your character in a much more unique fashion than the previous games. And with this being accompanied by some of the best snowboarding action the world of gaming has ever seen, it's a masterpiece. Now what I love about the design on SSX3 is the effort they put into making these courses so functional. While the first 2 games had their share of unique level design, where I personally felt they sometimes fell short was in how difficult they could be to stylishly maneuver. I mean, it was probably just a skill issue on my part, but with SSX3, it feels like every inch of the course has a purpose and flows in a way that makes more sense. There's plenty of room to adjust through turns, jumps are put in more tasteful areas, and the challenge is still greatly present nonetheless. I never wanted an easier SSX experience, I just wanted it to feel a little more functional, and for me personally, SSX3 provided that. Now I hate to keep harping on the soundtrack, as pretty much every game on this list has a great soundtrack, but the music in the SSX series really is something else, and as far as SSX3 is concerned, the vibes are immaculate, my friend. With over 40 licensed tracks being included in the game, there's a little bit of something for everybody. But if you're a major fan of house music or ambient techno like I am, well, you're gonna be in heaven while playing. It's a damn near perfect gaming experience if you ask me, and if I could add anything, it would probably just be an option to create your own character. But other than that, the first 3 games of the SSX series are something of royalty in the realms of extreme sports gaming, and is a series that is sure to find a place in the hearts of all gamers across the globe. EA Big knew that their players were in need of something next level, with simple mechanics and fast-paced gameplay to really satiate the cravings of next-gen gamers. But in the end, they created an arsenal of timeless classics, ones that I will be sure to continue playing for many years to come. And while the next game on our list may not have been as influential as SSX was, it's definitely a worthy contender. So get ready to pop the clutch and bust a couple of wheelies, because we're going off-roading. As we had previously mentioned in our section about the SSX series, EA Big was the development studio spawned in response to the growing demand of extreme sports titles in the early 2000s. Players were looking to go fast and fly high in any games they could get their hands on, and with EA Big being responsible in showing the world how a good snowboarding game could be done, it was time for them to branch out into other sports and see what they could come up with next. Freestyle motocross was a sport that was beginning to pick up some serious momentum at this time, with growing popularity in the X Games viewership and Travis Pastrana's cable TV show, Nitro Circus, being a huge part of this rising interest. I mean, even the motocross clothing brands were pretty big at this time, with many popular companies such as Metal Militia being a staple for many PacSun shopping teens of the early 2000s. This incredibly daring sport was getting more exposure than ever before, and with its popularity began a rise in interest for more video games simulating it. EA Big had taken notice of this, and decided it was time for them to strap on their boots and get ready to kick up some mud in Freestyle. Freestyle is a game that took the formula of motocross racing and decided to expand it into an adrenaline-soaked experience, with surreal level design and even more surreal tricks to pull off. Starting with the game's roster of playable characters, you're given a selection between 8 different players, all of which are real-life freestyle motocross riders, with the lovely Leanne being a bit of an exception. Each character has a slew of unlockables to grind for, with the bikes you earn progressively getting better over time, and with 4 different modes of gameplay, including a world circuit much like the one in SSX, you're sure to have plenty of fun getting acquainted with quite possibly one of the greatest motocross games of all time. Freestyle really is a totally new experience compared to most MX racers at this time, mostly in part to its insane level design. Much like you would expect from EA Big, each course is jam-packed with dangerous drops and death-defying jumps, with a wide array of hidden areas and bonus jumps to be found throughout each level. As you progress throughout the circuit, so does the difficulty of each course. But when I say this game can be unforgiving to mistakes, I mean that. This is a game that will have you on edge the entire way through, as the AI is pretty hard to shake, even on some of the easier modes. Taking on each jump will require precision and necessary speed control to ensure your momentum is steady. And with tricks being the only way to earn boost, you gotta be sure to dish out a variety of different moves if you want to make it to first place. Now the trick system is definitely one of the best parts of this game, with over 54 different moves and combinations to achieve. The tricks are done by getting air and holding various top buttons of your controller, with the ability to tweak each trick and string together combos. Each time you successfully pull off a trick, it will replenish your boost, as well as fill up your freakout meter. Doing an assortment of tricks rather than repeating will gain you more momentum, and once you fully replenish your freakout meter, it's time to find your biggest jump and pull off a freakout move. Upon successfully landing one of these moves, your tires will become engulfed in flames, and you'll begin moving quicker than ever before. The length of this boost will depend on how many tricks you can pull off, and really gives the game that much more excitement throughout each race. It's hard to find a motocross game with this much style and attitude in it, but it's pretty much the greatness you would have expected from EA Big at that time. It had the great music, excellent character design, and more than enough reason for replayability to keep its players hooked. It's personally my favorite motocross game ever, and is one that I often revisit, even to this day. But I think it's time we move on to our next game on the roster, as it's one that also includes plenty of handlebar maneuvers and big air just like Freakout. So without further ado, let's get ready to pay homage to the late and great Dave Mirra, with Dave Mirra's Freestyle BMX. When talking about the sport of freestyle BMX, Dave Mirra is a name that is sure to be a part of the conversation. Back in the early 2000s, coverage on the X Games had reached an all-time peak, with the 8th edition being the most viewed event in all of X Games history. And with the freestyle BMX scene having a huge part in this live event, Dave Mirra was a dominant force in the competitive world of BMX vert, having just won the gold medal a year prior, showing up with a beat-up ankle and riding alongside the legendary Matt Hoffman. Dave and Matt gave X Games 8 one of the most beautiful moments in BMX history, with Matt landing the very first no-handed 900. And just seeing the reaction on Dave Mirra's face showed it all. This was a man who lived and breathed freestyle BMX, and wanted to showcase it in a way that people of all ages could enjoy. Going back to the year of 2000, Z-Axis, a small development studio from San Mateo, California, had been taking note in the recent success of the newfound Tony Hawk series, and were looking to put a new spin on the genre and basically create a Tony Hawk game, but with BMX bikes. This idea eventually came to fruition, with Dave Mirra being the star of the series, and Dave Mirra's Freestyle BMX, initially being released on the Sony PlayStation and later to the Dreamcast GBA and home computer. Dave Mirra's Freestyle was a beautiful introduction into the world of extreme BMX, spawning a game that carried the same arcadey nature of the Tony Hawk series, with a whole new dose of attitude from the BMX scene. This game was so sick to play as a kid. I mean, I remember the day my dad came home with it, wrapped up in a media play bag, and gave it to me as an early birthday gift. I was a huge Pro Skater fan at the time, and with how well they transferred that formula into BMX, this came to be an instant classic in my rotation. And with the reception of the game being generally positive among critics, you already know they were ramped up to come out with a sequel, improving on all aspects of the previous game and of course, launching it for next-gen consoles. The sequel came in the form of Dave Mirra's Freestyle BMX 2, and raised the handlebars in pretty much every way you could imagine. The game featured improved visuals. Well, these didn't age too well, but at the time they were improved. Another banger of a licensed soundtrack, more fleshed out and in-depth locales to bike through, and even the return of the Slim Jim guy, which, is he related to Max Payne by chance? Anyways. Most of the game modes present in the game were making a return from the original, but this time around, they decided to add in a fully functional park editor, giving the game an immense amount of replayability. It was nothing short of a blast messing around with this feature too, and just seeing what kinds of extravagant creations you and your friends could come up with, it was priceless. The challenges were fun and presented plenty to do in the ProQuest mode, a feature that allowed you to play through each level, completing challenges and unlocking rewards. Not to mention, there was a competition held by Slim Jim for one lucky winner to be featured in the game as a playable character, which was won by then 13-year-old Mike Diaz, whose likeness was used as a rider in the game, which I thought was pretty cool. I can only imagine how exciting that was for him at the time. At the end of the day, I felt it was important to include this series, to revisit a classic as well as to pay homage to one of the greatest BMX riders of all time. It's a game that hits a little different since the passing of Dave Mirra, and is responsible in supplying endless wonderful memories for gamers of all walks of life. So thank you Dave Mirra and the team at Z-Axis for keeping his legacy alive. It only goes to show that legends never die. Throughout the history of extreme sports and its vast evolution, wrestling is one that has especially reigned supreme for those growing up in the 90s and early 2000s. With the WWF and WWE both respectively having a huge influence on the culture of wrestling, it was only right that we would see an arsenal of wrestling titles being released throughout the years. Now this influence gifted us some incredible titles, with the Def Jam series being a prime example. But lurking in the shadows, there was a bastard child in the realms of wrestling games, hoping to make its mark on the genre and appeal to a demographic that probably buys their cough syrup in bulk. With a classy duo like the Insane Clown Posse being the poster boys for the game we're about to discuss, well, what could go wrong? Pretty much everything. Backyard Wrestling 2, There Goes the Neighborhood, a game that was developed by Paradox Entertainment and published by Eidos, is a game that was ambitious in nature, but completely butchered in its execution. Now I'm not here to drop my load on the sport of backyard wrestling, as a lot of respectable professionals had gotten their start in backyard federations, the Hardy Brothers and CM Punk both being notable examples. And while Paradox Entertainment had done their best at bringing the attitude and spirit of this off-the-walls wrestling style into a video game, it's the lack of polish and overall effort that really made this series a laughingstock. Now don't get me wrong, there's still more than enough fun to be had while playing, as you're sure to get plenty of entertainment just watching this game faceplant. From the terrible sound design,
created to win. Oh shit.
Glitched out assets, to this.
Our pets' heads are falling off!
I couldn't go 2 minutes without seeing something go wrong every time I'd play a match. I mean, just look at these physics. What is that? And the character design is equally hilarious, especially the names. Evil Doo-Doo. I really can't make this stuff up. Now while I shouldn't expect the game from 2004 to have the fanciest visuals or the most cutting-edge voice acting, it really had no excuse for being this poorly designed. The UI is both outdated and unappealing. The combat mechanics are slow and repetitive, and the AI of your foes in the game are virtually non-existent. Except El Drunko. This dude was destroying me. But anyways, let me take a break from ripping this game to shreds and comment on a couple of the positive things I found while playing. Now back in 2005, I actually owned this game, and maybe it was the excessive amount of hair gel seeping into my brain or just my complete lack of judgment at that age, but I was a major fan of the Insane Clown Posse at that time, and with Shaggy 2 Dope and Violent J having a storied history in backyard wrestling themselves, I was amped to get to play as them in the game. And while I literally just trashed the game's character design about 2 minutes ago, I always thought they did a good job at designing the duo's characters, and even their movesets. They look more like they belonged in a Def Jam game than this one though, and it's kind of strange they weren't, seeing as they were signed to Island Def Jam Records at the time. But anyways, enough on that. Another great thing about the game is the licensed soundtrack, which featured many great artists such as Mudvayne, Saliva, Fall Out Boy, and Hoobastank, all of which did a great job in bringing the initial energy needed to make a great wrestling game. But if only the gameplay was lively enough to carry on the momentum of this energy, then maybe we'd be in business. But other than the option of creating your own character and a plethora of cool little unlockables and customization features, there's really not much else I can say about it. It takes a pretty great concept and just clumsily falls all over itself, and ends up feeling more like a gag gift than an actual game. And while there are plenty of legendary wrestlers who are being represented in the game, you'd think they would have taken more time in making an in-depth combat system, rather than just making another cookie-cutter wrestling game with repetitive moves and venues. And while I can't speak for everyone when I say this game is a hot pile of garbage, I definitely can't see anyone who's ever played any of the classics to be able to endorse this foolishness. It was an ambitious effort that Paradox had made in creating this title, but that's about all I can give them after reviewing the finished product. I think you'd just be better off watching the game's actual footage of backyard wrestling, as this game just couldn't keep up with its competition. So if you find yourself in need of a little more streetwise wrestling action, I'd just stick with the Def Jam series, because Backyard Wrestling 2 definitely shouldn't be tried at home. In the realm of extreme sports titles, one small team of developers were heavily responsible in supplying the industry with more than enough board sliding and bunny hopping action to go around. Activision O2 was a small subsidiary company of Activision Studios and had a hand in almost every pro-themed sports title of the early 2000s. Most known for their work on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, they were also responsible in creating the Matt Hoffman series, as well as Sean Palmer's Pro Snowboarder. These were games that were created in almost direct result of their thriving competition, but one certain game on their roster was aiming to be the best of its kind. Kelly Slater's Pro Surfer, available on all 6th generation consoles, as well as the PC and Game Boy Advance, is a title that was aiming to take its players on a wild ride into the captivating world of pro surfing. You'll pick your character and climb aboard a ship in search of some of the world's most famous surfing locales. From Sebastian, Florida, to the gnarly rip curls of Misaki, Japan, you'll find yourself traveling the globe, searching for the gnarliest waves, as well as competing in competitions and completing various challenges. Much like the Tony Hawk series, you'll be given a list of tasks to complete throughout each location, and as you progress throughout the campaign, your chosen character will increase in experience, becoming a better surfer over time, as well as unlocking some pretty sweet boards along the way. The game does an incredible job of introducing you into the world of surfing, with the help of Kelly Slater guiding you throughout each location. He'll often describe with his own personal experiences how to tackle each wave, and what to expect from it, as the art of surfing is much more complicated than one may think. The game makes use of multiple mechanics to stylishly ride each wave, with special moves and other tricks being uncovered as you grow in experience. From board grabs to flips, carving techniques and crazy tube tricks, everything that you could ask for in a surfing simulator is here, but it's presented in an easy to digest fashion. Much like the Tony Hawk games, Pro Surfer makes use of a combo system, meaning you can string together tricks, multiplying your overall score. This is especially satisfying to pull off on your runs, and really shows the artistic beauty that is presented in riding these massive waves. And much like any veteran surfer will tell you, the ocean has a mind of its own. Without being unable to control the motion of these waves, you really have no choice but to quickly adapt, or be swallowed whole in their wake. and when riding some of the more dangerous waves found later in the game, you'll come to see exactly what I mean. This was a game that really, truly breathes surfing in a beautiful way, and presents its players with a relaxing yet engaging style of play that's hard to put down at times. Plus, it also includes Tony Hawk and motocross king Travis Pastrana as unlockable characters, which is definitely a dope bonus. It's a game that I had slept on for many years, and after giving it a playthrough for my research, I have to say I'm a bit ashamed for waiting as long as I did. It's an excellent addition into the trend of extreme sports titles, and with such a beautiful sport as surfing being overlooked in the gaming industry for so long, it's a blessing to know that a surfing game of this caliber exists. So if you ever find the ocean calling your name, Kelly Slater Pro Surfer is a safe bet for any summertime gaming session. Just don't forget to pack your sunscreen. You're sure to be catching plenty of rays. Now the next game on our list was actually the very reason I had become inspired in making this video. Going back to my younger years as a degenerate skater and avid extreme sports enthusiast, I found myself very fond of anything that had wheels and could be catapulted off a ramp. And while I typically enjoyed skateboarding more than just about anything, I also found quite a bit of passion in a sport that was much more overlooked: inline skating. And while Jet Set Radio shined a stylish light on rollerblading in the year of 2000, the 2002 release of Aggressive Inline had solidified itself as the greatest rollerblading game of all time. Well, in my opinion, of course. This is a game that immediately takes me back to much simpler times every moment I spend playing it. It was a staple in me discovering one of my favorite alt-rock bands of all time, Hoobastank. From the very moment the intro cutscene begins and Crawling in the Dark starts playing, phew, it's pure nostalgic bliss. But not only from a personal perspective was this game a complete banger, the critics would agree as well. But what made it so special? Well, it was great for various reasons. Beginning with the game's development team, Z-Axis, who were responsible in creating the Dave Mirra series, they were aiming to build on the success of their widely loved BMX franchise with something new and much more unique. As previously mentioned, extreme inline skating was a sport that wasn't anywhere near as popular as BMX or skateboarding, so finding a game that was willing to delve into the details of inline skating, with its wide catalog of tricks and styles, had yet to be done. And with Z-Axis already having the engine needed to make a great extreme sports title, they were confident they could bring the world of aggressive inline to a whole new audience. They also aimed to implement some even more unique features for the game, such as an organic progression system, meaning that instead of spending points you've earned on character progression, you'll be able to improve your character simply by using a skill more. For example, the more time you spend doing grinds, the better your character will become at grinding, so on and so forth. They also opted for removing time limits within each level and replacing the clock with a juice meter, meaning the player would have to continuously dish out tricks or collect juice boxes to keep the game from ending. Both of these features were unique to Aggressive Inline at the time, and were cause for innovation for many future sports titles that came after. And while these features definitely helped the game stand out, where Aggressive Inline effortlessly shone was in its gameplay. The game's story mode offers 7 different levels, well, 8 if you count the tutorial, all of which having many different secret locations and hidden areas to uncover. Now you're probably wondering how the control scheme of the game is laid out, like how do they make simulation rollerblading work? Well, it plays very similar to Tony Hawk in some ways, with triangle being used for grinds, D-pad for balance, and circle being used for grabs. But it also offers even more refined control of your character, with the R1 button being used to switch stances, and the back triggers used to spin your character. And while it may seem a bit complicated in riding, playing it in real time is incredibly satisfying, and really keeps you engaged throughout each level. Now much like most games of this era, you'll be tasked with a list of challenges to complete before carrying on to the next area, some being easy while others being much more difficult. Each challenge you complete will award you with points, and once you reach a certain threshold, you unlock a new level. It's pretty standard stuff, but what's really dope about the game is how they include a list of hidden challenges that will unlock certain areas of the map, and even lead to unlocking hidden characters. Ooh. Now with the internet and walkthrough guides being so readily available nowadays, the excitement for that may be a bit short-lived in present day. But way back in the day, when we had nothing but our imagination and pure willpower to figure things out, oh man, these hidden areas were a good old time. And even without including these extra areas, the maps are already widely expansive, with plenty of detail and interactive challenges to explore throughout each level. The game features a wide roster of both pro inline athletes as well as fictional characters to play with, as well as a litany of attributes and moves to master for each one. It really brings a great sense of replayability to the game and keeps you coming back for more. And honestly, one of my favorite things about Aggressive Inline is that it never takes itself too seriously. It's a great mix of accurate simulation mixed with arcade-style wackiness, and the creative, often humorous level design and characters really do an amazing job at taking you back to much simpler times. This is a game that I'm greatly fond of, and due to inline skating being much more overlooked in the realms of extreme sports, I feel it's also a game that's been severely underrated. Whether you enjoy emulating older games or prefer the old school joys of physical retro gaming, this is a title that is both very widely available and cheap to buy if you're looking to give it a go for yourself. It's easily in my top 3 for greatest extreme sports games to ever do it, and is a game that I found myself coming back to for multiple generations now. So if you find yourself in need for a good dose of early 2000s nostalgia, as well as some good old-fashioned extreme sports goodness, Aggressive Inline is sure to satisfy even the most jaded of gamers. It's a game that was well received for great reason, and for as long as I'm here, I'll always do my best to spread the word about it. So get ready to oil your bearings and turn up the soundtrack. You've got some skating to do. Much like our previous entry of Freestyle, the next game on our list is one that has quite possibly shaped the musical taste of an entire generation. Me being a prime example for that statement. But not only was it a series loaded with a roster of incredible soundtracks, it was also a staple for the realm of extreme sports titles. So coming in on 4 wheels and plenty of attitude is the ATV Offroad Fury series. Beginning in February of 2001, the very first entry of the ATV Offroad series was released on the PlayStation 2. It was the first in-depth game focused on the world of off-road vehicles. It featured a slew of racing and freestyle modes to partake in, with over 20 different locations to explore. And while these were all great additions, the game's standout features were in its well-designed vehicle mechanics. Your ATV can be used to bust a variety of different freestyle tricks, all of which can be manipulated with the L1 button. And taking into consideration of weight and physics that go into play on these courses, you're able to shift the weight of your ATV as a means of sustaining your momentum on the course. And while this comes with a bit of a learning curve at first, once you're used to it, you'll see why it makes the game that much more exciting. Mixing these engaging mechanics with high speeds, big jumps, and an amazing soundtrack, you'd be hard pressed to find anyone who wasn't having a damn good time with this game in 2001. And with the success of their very first entry, Rainbow Studios felt it was time for them to step back into the lab and bring a sequel to fruition as soon as possible. Just a year later, this concept came to be, and ATV Offroad Fury 2 was released. With improvements on every aspect of the original, it was also the first in the series to offer online play, in which players could join up with others across the globe and compete for the gold in their very own races. And not only was the game flush with tighter mechanics and new vehicles to acquire, they also gave the game an appealing visual overhaul, including immersive details such as your vehicle and rider becoming dirty while playing, and tricks and character models having a much more realistic look. Now the ATV series was having a very successful run at this time, with the first 2 games selling very well, but for me personally, the third entry has always had my vote. Now from the very moment you load up ATV Offroad Fury 3, you're met with the mysterious cutscene of an ATV rider in the desert. Slipknot's Duality begins playing in the background, and upon further viewing, begins possibly one of the coolest intros in PS2 history. Now this may just be the nostalgia talking, but when I tell you this game goes hard, I'm talking bricked up, brother. I spent so many hours after school every day just playing this game, usually in free mode or creating my own courses, and it's just one of those experiences that really takes you back to simpler times. Now much like the second game in the series, 3 was looking to improve on every aspect of its predecessors, but with having Rainbow Studios bought out by THQ, it looked as though a whole new team was going to be working on the development of the third entry, and the team in question came to be Climax Racing. Climax Racing were responsible in creating the beloved MotoGP series, and with their experience in creating high-octane racing simulation for 2-wheeled bikes, what's a couple extra tires gonna hurt? They got to work on releasing the game for multiple platforms this time around, with the port for the PSP being released under the name ATV Offroad Fury Blazing Trails. But going back to the PlayStation 2 release of 3, this was the peak of the series in my opinion. characters and textures looked better than ever, controls were tighter, the vehicles had more weight to them, as well as the course selection and soundtrack just being the best. Now I feel like I'm incredibly biased in my retrospective report of the game, as I have a lot of great memories while playing. And just not this game, the whole series. But out of curiosity, I decided to see if I was the only one who held such fond memories for these games. And safe to say, I'm definitely not alone. And while the series did continue on to release a fourth entry, before being blended into the MX vs ATV series, I feel that it's commonly agreed upon that the first three games held the biggest impact for gamers of the 6th gen. The soundtracks were a staple for many shaping music tastes at the time. The easy to pick up gameplay was addicting, and introducing online play with a slew of couch co-op really made this series one that you'd be doing yourself no favors to miss out on. And while it was widely available to many, with most of the titles being promoted in demo disc or included with the PS2, if you've somehow never given this game a shot, it may be too late to revel in how special it was for its time. But nonetheless, it's a solid franchise with more than enough content to delve into. So I say, whether you're a newbie to the series or returning back to a distant memory, just remember to wear your helmet, my friends. Safety first. With the rise of extreme sports, this caused an insurgence of new and often overlooked activities to become much more popular. Heelys, extreme pogo, and shoes with a grinding plate called soapies, all being some of the strangest offerings for this time period. But for extreme scootering to become part of this trend, now that was unexpected. Scooters have had a documented existence going all the way back to the 1920s, with the very first brand name scooter being manufactured by Honda in 1974. But one man by the name of Carlton Calvin was looking to change the world of scooters for good. He started a company called Razor USA and began work on reinventing the design of the original scooter into something much more compact and sleek. These efforts came to see the inception of the very first Razor scooter, which became a staple for almost every kid who had grown up in the 90s. The frame of his scooters consisted of airplane-grade aluminum, with 98mm polyurethane wheels and a hinge that could be used as a brake over the back wheel. Whereas the earlier versions of the scooter felt more like a standing bicycle, the Razor scooter was more like a skateboard with handlebars, allowing riders the ability to learn tricks and even take it off of ramps. And some people took these opportunities to a whole new level. A new extreme sport was on the horizon, and many young riders were dominating skate parks across the globe with their newfound passion for freestyle scooter. The first pro scene was founded by Razor. It consisted of a small team of incredibly talented young riders. The team received plenty of coverage on their skills, with videos like Razor Evolution showcasing the team performing their moves across many skate parks and street locales around the globe. And the rise in popularity even sparked Razor's very own magazine, dedicated to the sport. The Razor craze was in full effect, and as with the majority of games on this list, an inspiration from the Tony Hawk series had led to talks of a freestyle scooter video game being produced. And with the green light being given by Crave Entertainment and Shava Games for development over this idea, the creation of Razor Freestyle Scooter had officially begun. Now this game is pretty much what you would expect, as with most games coming out of this era. But what surprised me the most was how fun it was, despite being so similar to the competition. The game is pretty bare bones, with only a circuit mode, free ride, and 2-player options being available. And as you can see, there are only 2 different characters we can play with. That's because there's actually a very strange plot behind this game, which you're briefed on in a short introduction cutscene. Apparently, your friends have been kidnapped by an evil robot, who is forcing you to complete challenges on your scooter in order to free them and progress throughout the game. Strange. The story mode revolves around 3 different levels, all of which will supply you with a variety of challenges that will progress with difficulty as you move on through the game. The challenges are very similar to ones we've seen in other games, with trick scores and collecting items being the common goal. But once you make your way through the 3 initial levels, you unlock a location called a Sky Fortress, which will give you the task of collecting all the scooter wheels before the time runs out. If you can complete this task, one of your friends will be freed, and you will now be able to play the game with that new character. Also, for some very mysterious reason, they included the UFC fighter Tito Ortiz as an unlockable character. Don't ask me why. Anywho, it's an incredibly repetitive game, but for the first hour or so of playing, I still enjoyed my time with it. It's got a weird art style, tough frame rates, and a very small selection of activities to work with. But it's easy to pick up mechanics, decent soundtrack, and nostalgic feel, still giving an experience that's worthy of checking out. I mean, if you liked riding scooters as a kid at least. It's not the best offering of this era, but it's definitely a staple for a sport that made a massive impact on the early 2000s, and it's still a sport that is decently popular among enthusiasts. So yeah, check it out if you like, but you'd probably be better off with just about anything else on this list. But for our 9th and final entry in the series, it's time for us to pay respects to the most legendary franchise in all of extreme sports titles, a series that was partially responsible for almost every game on this list, and is one that influenced multiple generations, in many ways than just one. So without further ado, it's time for us to dive into the lengthy and well-respected world of the Tony Hawk Pro Skater series. Let's go. It's been a wild journey thus far, and in regards to the wide variety of games we've covered in this video, there's little to no doubt in my mind that they may have never existed if it weren't for the enormous impact of the Tony Hawk series. But what was it about these games that made them so influential? Well, to answer that, I think we should go back to the beginning. The development of the very first Tony Hawk game was something of an experiment. Activision were taking notice of a growing trend in skateboarding games at the time, and were shopping around many different developers to make their new vision come to life. The development studio of Neversoft were interested in taking on their project, but their offer was initially shot down. Activision was already in talks with another company on handling their game, but came to find they wouldn't be too impressed with the dev's prototype. This led to them eventually circling back to Neversoft, who was finally entrusted with the creation of their new project. But at this time, the devs at Neversoft were a bit puzzled on how to approach this. It's documented that the team would typically take their lunch breaks at a local bowling alley, which had an arcade cabinet of Sega's newest skateboarding simulation game by the name of Top Skater. The team had put a lot of time into playing this game, noting the strengths and weaknesses in its formula. Their biggest gripe with Top Skater was in how linear the game was, which basically inspired them in creating an open map to explore in their own game, with each level being designed with fun and freedom as a top priority. Neversoft had just released the PlayStation exclusive title of Apocalypse earlier that year, featuring Bruce Willis as a main character. They ended up using that game's engine in the development of Tony Hawk, as well as Bruce being the skateboarding crash dummy in their prototype. And after learning that, I really wish they would have included him as a secret character in the final version. But anyways, they found that in order to finish the project, they were going to need the help of an actual professional skateboarder. Tony Hawk had been one of the most influential figures in skateboarding at that time, and so they arranged a meeting in which they would present the game to him and see if he'd be interested in getting involved. Tony was incredibly impressed with the game, as well as the dedication of Neversoft, and agreed to a deal in which they could use his name and likeness for a percentage of every copy sold. With Hawk on board, Neversoft kept him heavily involved in reviewing the game's progress. They would send him CDR copies of the game to play on his modified PlayStation, in which he would report his likes and dislikes of the game's current build, which they would then make adjustments to. They also gave Mr. Hawk the task of rounding up a squad to be featured in the game, most of which were some of his greatest buddies. Each person featured in the game were given royalties for their appearances, as well as their pick of clothing and a special move. And with this much dedication to skateboarding and its culture being of importance to the game's development, it's no surprise why it was one of the most influential titles in all of gaming history. Releasing on September 29, 1999, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater had completely turned the gaming industry upside down and was met with an overwhelmingly positive response. Many critics and players alike were enamored with its imaginative gameplay, as well as its ambitious effort in immersing its players with skateboarding culture. The soundtrack was heavily praised, the physics were awe-inspiring, and people just couldn't get enough of everything this game had to offer. And while it's no question as to whether or not Neversoft had succeeded in their mission, many were left wondering as to what was next for the series. Dominating the late 90s and early 2000s with a slew of sequels, the Tony Hawk series had been a commanding force in the genre of extreme sports for well over 2 decades. The Pro Skater brand had been refined and polished throughout the mid-2000s, eventually leading to a more experimental formula being added in the Tony Hawk Underground series. This time around, they wanted to give players a chance to create their very own skater and play through a story mode dedicated to their character's growth. The level design had also become even more expansive, with the developers pushing the technical limits on making each map as big as possible. Combining these changes with other functional innovations such as being able to get off your board and freely walk around gave the game a whole new feel and reinvented the original formula in a way that brought in players both old and new. The Underground series came to spawn 2 different titles, before moving on to the likes of American Wasteland, Project 8, and Proving Ground, as well as a handful of more interactive releases, with Tony Hawk's Ride and Shred, all of which made use of a skateboarding-shaped peripheral and motion-based gameplay. And while the series had began to simmer down in hype as the 2010s rolled on, it's absolutely without a doubt that the Tony Hawk series is by far one of the most influential of all time. So many games were the direct result of Pro Skater's success, and if we're being honest, it played a massive role in shining a light on the entire world of extreme sports. From rollerblading, snowboarding, any extreme sport you can imagine, they were all affected by the influence of this game in one way or another. It gave people a newfound interest in the world of extreme sports, brought the X Games to its highest popularity, and became the catalyst in bringing together cultures in a way that had never been seen before. And as a person who has deeply loved skateboarding for many years and everything involved with its culture, I can proudly say that playing this series as a child had made a huge impact on me. It introduced me to a sport that taught me the importance of perseverance, made me feel a part of something much bigger than myself, and gave me some of the best memories of my childhood. And I'm not alone in this, as it's well documented that many of our present-day professional skateboarders and extreme sports enthusiasts were also massive fans of the Tony Hawk series. And who knows, if the Pro Skater games had never existed, would the outcome have been the same? It's rare to see a video game have such an impact on multiple generations, but in my opinion, without a doubt, the Tony Hawk Pro Skater series has to be one of them. So if you were deeply affected by the Pro Skater games and want to talk about your favorite, drop a comment down below. I would love to talk shop with you all. But much like a perfect running combo or a beautifully waxed rail, all things must eventually come to an end. And with that, we found ourselves at the end of the road, my friends.
How dirty boys get clean. New Axe Shower Gel.
South side, outside, west side, let's ride. East side, and I'm Chi-Town's finest. From Decatur down to DB and EP, Adamsville to the battlefield is DTB. Pay attention while the king shine like a prism. Glisten, show you how canaries can alter one's vision. South side, outside, west side, let's ride. Where you at? The whole city behind us. Where you at? The whole city behind us. Where you at?
Longer lasting.
Hey, who's that? Come here, that's mine. Hey, bring it back.
Gotta have sweet, gotta have new, longer-lasting juicy fruit.
The date is November 8th, 2004, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. It seemed like any other ordinary Monday, but this time, things were different. An excitement filled the air, your toes tapping in rhythm, your fingers fidgeting with your mechanical pencil. What could it be that has you so charged up? You just finished your homework, you've cleaned your room, and all of a sudden, you hear the familiar sound of your Razr phone vibrating on the dresser. You walk over and answer the call.
Hello? Bro, are you ready yet? My mom's letting me take the car tonight. We don't want to be late. The line's gonna be insanely long.
Yeah, I'm ready. I've just gotta let my parents know I'm leaving. But would you mind grabbing me a drink on the way over? There's nothing but water in my fridge.
Oh yeah, buddy. I've already got a 12-pack with our name on it.
Sweet, man. I'll see you soon. You walk into your parents' room to tell them your friend is on his way to pick you up. And after a bit of explanation on where you're going to be so late at night, they tell you to be safe and send you on your way. Like clockwork, you step out of the front door, only to be met with your friend slowly pulling into the driveway. One of your buddies hops out of the back seat, waving around a half-empty can of Mountain Dew.
You get middle seat, ass face. I already called window.
You let out a half-comical sigh and make your way into the back seat. Your friend to the left of you is nursing the entire 12-pack of soda that was discussed on the phone, and with an overly excited grin on his face, he hands you a drink and tells you to get ready for the ride of your life. Your friend in the driver's seat nods his head in approval, turns up the music, and speedily makes his way to your destination. The cool November air, the sounds of laughter and conversation, the copious amounts of sugar and caffeine coursing through your veins. It was a thing of beauty. But what about this night was so special? Well, for what would have been just another ordinary Monday, actually came to be one of the biggest events in gaming history. That was the Halo 2 midnight release. Now, this is where we're going to come back to reality, as I understand that some people watching this may have been too young to ever get a chance to attend one of these events. Hell, you might not even know what I'm talking about. You see, before we had access to a wide range of downloadable products on console, such as we have now with the PlayStation Store and Xbox Live, we used to have to buy our games in physical form, pretty much exclusively. Now I get that physical games still exist in present day, but the sight of them is becoming more and more rare, and I honestly believe it could even become a foreign practice at some point soon. But back then, we really had no choice other than to go to a store for our games, which led to one of the most exciting events in gaming to be spawned. And it's the very subject of this video. So if you were too young to attend a midnight release or even possibly never had the chance to go to one, I'm here to give you a look into what it was like to experience one of these magical nights, and hopefully we can stir up some of those incredible emotions that were once found in this beloved tradition. While the history of midnight releases are a bit vague, from what I can gather in my research, the earliest and most well-documented midnight launch was that of the Sega Dreamcast on September 9th, 1999. The launch took place at multiple retail chains such as Software Etc. and Babbage's, which, if you remember those stores, we're getting pretty old, dude. But anyways, the whole idea of these things were for gamers to get their hands on the newest products as soon as physically possible, at midnight on release day, which meant showing up to a participating store of your choice, standing in line, and staring awkwardly at the back of a stranger's neck for hours upon end. Well, at least that's what you would think was in store for these types of functions. But on the contrary, they were actually insanely fun. But to be fair, the Dreamcast launch was quite a spectacle, and while many media outlets painted it as chaotic or stressful, I was able to dig up a few forum posts from people who actually attended the Dreamcast launch. Let's see what they had to say. I worked at an electronics boutique. Probably the best console launch lineup ever, said Extra Big Ass Fries. I skipped school that day, was in high school. This girl who had a crush on me wanted to come hang out because she heard I was skipping. Thinking we'd be smoking weed or some other cool 90s stunts, we went to the mall and to Babbage's to pick up my Dreamcast, and just played Sonic Adventure most of the day at my house. She was pretty upset for most of the day. I still have my launch console and the handwritten receipts for some reason, says no use. I'll never forget 9999. Walked to the mall after class and picked it up from Software Etc. I only had enough cash for the system, controllers, and Soul Calibur, but once I walked back to the dorm and hooked it up, I was in gaming heaven. Had my friends over to play, my roommates played, randoms even showed up to play. It was incredible. I didn't even take the Soul Calibur disc out of my Dreamcast until Crazy Taxi was released by Jimmy Power Gamer. I remember working my ass off all summer long. I saved up $700 and I went nuts at the midnight launch at Software Etc. It was the night before my first day of my senior year of high school, and I was wrecked because I stayed up all night playing Soul Calibur. My favorite system in many ways. I still have mine connected. Now see, I just love little stories like this, as they really encapsulate that excitement that comes with the midnight release. But anywho, back to the San Jose launch. It was reported that up to 1,000 people showed face at the launch, all in hopes of getting their sweaty hands on the next big thing for gaming in the late 90s. San Jose was actually having horrible weather the night of this launch, with the majority of customers getting stuck out in the pouring rain and lightning while they waited. But if you know anything about the spirit of a true gamer with a goal in mind, you know they weren't going anywhere. The event even had Vern Troyer of Austin Powers, as well as Donna D'Errico of Baywatch in attendance, to sign autographs for awaiting patrons. But despite the Dreamcast selling 98.4 million on its launch day, It just couldn't keep up with the fierce competition that Sony was planning to send its way just a few months later. And while the Dreamcast was an incredible piece of tech and the earliest documented system I can find info on for midnight release, I would argue to say that our next subject was by far one of the most prolific and beautifully captured launches to ever exist. So let's take a journey to a little over 13 months later, to the release of the Sony PlayStation 2. But you better prepare yourself, as it's incredibly nostalgic. The date was October 26th in the year 2000, a night in which the most successfully sold console of all time was released. Now, as you can see, this was a huge deal for many gamers at the time, and the planned release for this console was done on a much larger scale than ever before. The PlayStation 2 had sold a whopping $250 million on its first day of release, as these events were spreading like wildfire throughout the US. So much so that many different news outlets across the country were quick to cover the massive amounts of people that were showing up to wait in line for these things. I mean, grown men, kids with their parents, even kittens. You name it. They were all here to get their hands on a PS2. And I don't know if it's just me, but the genuine excitement that radiates from these people in these videos is just so wholesome. I mean, the PlayStation 2 was such an incredible console, and personally is my favorite of all time. And while I didn't receive my first PS2 until around 2001 when I was still in grade school, I still find myself revisiting videos of this launch quite often, as I can only imagine how great it was. Which, by the way, if you're watching this and you were at the launch of the PS2, please leave a comment below. I would love to hear your stories. Anywho, these are some of the big dogs that come to mind in terms of early console releases. But what about games? Well, it's funny we bring that up, because there was one certain game that actually sold 11.2 million copies on the day of its release, which cashed out at about $815.7 million in generated revenue. And this is a game you're certain to remember, as it's still played in present day. That game being Grand Theft Auto 5. September 16, 2013. Hordes of Grand Theft Auto fans lined up outside the Game Store in Stratford, London, pre-order tickets in hand, patiently waiting for that first-class ticket back to Los Santos. Over 1,000 people were present at this launch, taking the staff almost 3.5 hours to hand out all the copies. Which, when you think about it, that cashier had to be cooking. And this is only one example of thousands of other midnight launch parties going down all across the globe at this time. Even famed YouTubers such as JStew and iJustine also popped out to take part in the event and filmed a video of their own experiences. But I'm not just here to regurgitate information on the most successful midnight launches. What we're really here to talk about is what made these events so special, and why it's a bit of a tragedy that it's becoming a lost art. You see, back in the more primitive years of gaming, at least primitive compared to today's standards, information about upcoming releases were nowhere near as available as they are today. While in present day, we can pretty much just hop on multiple social media platforms or watch YouTube to gain any info we need on upcoming games. But back in the late 90s to early 2000s, we pretty much solely relied on video game magazines, because a high-speed internet connection and a computer at that time was considered a bit of a treasure for most young gamers. Now, the magazines were much more accessible and would usually come with cool little extras such as posters or demo disc. Anyways, with this being the primary source of information, it kind of built a mystique around whatever game you were looking forward to releasing, kind of leaving things up to your imagination as to how this game will turn out, which in turn built up copious amounts of hype surrounding a release. With a limited selection of media covering most new games and consoles, it made people much more curious and in demand for said products, making these midnight launches much more of a celebration than the ones we've seen in recent years. The majority, if not all of the people who came to a midnight release have been waiting on this game for months or even longer, so you can imagine how much excitement these people were feeling in this moment. After all this time saving magazine articles, scouring the limited press found online, or maybe even watching X-Play, that limited amount of info and coverage just made any release that much more epic. Because sometimes, less is more. Now, taking that information into account, you can see why somebody would be excited enough to stand outside for hours after they've been getting blueballed by Game Informer for who knows how long. But in my personal experience, another one of my favorite things about attending a midnight release is the preparation. Now, I've attended quite a few in my time as a youth. From World of Warcraft expansions, Call of Duties, to GTA 4, I've been around the block more than just a couple of times. Quite literally, those lines get long. But it was all of the hype leading up to the night of release that curated some of my finest gaming memories. To setting up multiple computers or systems in my bedroom for an after-launch LAN party, to stocking up on snacks and highly caffeinated beverages to keep our eyelids sewn to the screen. The preparation was part of what made this tradition for me and my friends so special. It was a celebration of life, of youth, of a time when all that mattered was reaching prestige rank before anyone else at your school. But these events weren't all just about the hype. As we mentioned before, depending on whatever launch you may have attended, some of them would include celebrity guests, musical artists, or even a couple of crazed fans that were looking to show off their cosplay creations. But even at the more humble release locations, it was just a damn good time getting to socialize with everyone around you. Now sometimes gamers are stereotypically viewed as awkward and reclusive, not really the talkative bunch, but even if that weren't a bullshit statement, which it is, everyone at a launch is there for the same thing, so you already know that you have something in common with almost everyone in that line, which really made for some great laughs and new friends to be made. You'd exchange gamer tags, maybe one of your new friend's buddies would make a Taco Bell run and bring you back some food. It really added to the excitement that was felt between everyone there, and was overall just a lot of fun. Some people would even bring their TVs and game consoles while they waited, and I'll tell you right now, there's nothing like a little Mario Kart to pass the time. But for me personally, nothing could ever compare to how much excitement was felt in that last hour of waiting. It was almost like a surreal thing, especially at the GTA 4 launch. Like I just remember reading up on everything about that game for well over a year before it was released, and it almost felt like it was a dream when it came down to actually walking up and grabbing my copy. The countdown began, and everyone just begins to chant in excitement for the clock to strike 12. And you would think it would just be a chaotic stampede of people rushing through the door, hasty to get their copy, but much unlike a crowd of people surrounding a stack of $12.99 toaster ovens on Black Friday, the crowd at a midnight launch is typically quite pleasant. The stores will usually have a system in play to speed the lines along, as some of these releases can see thousands of patrons. One by one, you'll approach the cashier with your pre-order ticket, walk over to the person who rings you out, and then lastly, you get your game. And man, I remember cradling my copy of Modern Warfare 3 like Barry Sanders against the Buccaneers in '94. It was such a simple state of bliss to be walking out of that store after you not only waited months in advance, but stood outside for hours and wait. But now came the time, the moment you were really waiting for. You usually stop off at McDonald's, Sonic, or whatever else was open at that hour, purchase a massive sodium-infested meal for yourself, and then get ready for some serious gaming. My parents were usually cool enough to let me stay home the day after most of these launches, on account of me keeping my grades up. I photoshopped my report cards. But it was awesome. You would just get home, put in your new game, load it up, and everyone in the lobby had just gotten back from a midnight launch as well. So everyone's either delirious, 4 energy drinks deep, or just absolutely out of their mind with excitement at this time, which I always thought was so fun. It was almost like being a part of a little club. You're up playing the latest release in gaming, while the world peacefully sleeps. It was just a really cool feeling, man. I don't know how to explain it. But anyhow, I thought I would make a video covering this, as I know it's pretty much a non-existent thing at this point. With the convenience of digital downloads and the scarce number of physical copies being put on the shelves, the practice of a midnight release is sadly becoming extinct in the wake of present-day gaming. So for those who have never experienced one before, I hope I've been able to give you a little insight on how fun they were. And if you have been to one, please, feel free to drop your stories in the comments. I'd love to hear them.
Captures the best in baseball like 2K Sports, the #1 rated sports series of 2005. Get Major League Baseball 2K5.
You know, you could have sent a car.
Rated E for everyone.
Get me 12 eggs, 2 6-pack soda, 7 grain bread, 5 lime.
12 eggs, 2 6-pack soda, 7 grain bread, 5 lime. How about a 6 I love you? Trying to cut down the phone time.
Could you pick me up at 6, please? I want to go with the high shot. Stay out till 12, please. At a police just this once.
Absolutely not. We agreed home by 10:10. It's going to be
10:45.
Do I hear 10?
Give me 10:30.
I'll get it rounded.
Okay, fine. 10 it is.
Is your family wireless plan costing you a fortune? Come to T-Mobile, where families talk free.
Free?
Free.
And now get more whenever minutes than ever. 500 just $49.99.
T-Mobile, get more minutes.
Thanks for calling Domino's.
3 people? Everyone wants something different. It's okay, sir. We get this all the time. That's why we've got our 5-5-5 deal. 3 pizzas, $5 each. Yeah, it is a great deal. You're very welcome. I love you too.
Domino's 5-5-5 deal is back. Buy 3 or more medium one-topping pizzas and they're all just $5 each. Only from Domino's. Get the door. It's the 5-5-5 deal.
What does the word aesthetic mean to you? Is it the visual representation of a person, place, or thing? Or is it something much more complex? The word aesthetic is one that is commonly used in present day, as people have come to find a fascination in the visual stylings of many different things. Whether it's fashion related, a style of media, or even a distinct sound to be achieved in music, there's aesthetic all around us, and it's part of what drives the emotion behind things. With everyone becoming so nostalgic nowadays, it's no secret as to why we're so enthralled with the aesthetics of our past. Take for example, here we have 3 different decades of advertising, and depending on whichever generation you are from, you'll probably feel the closest emotional tie with that specific advert. This is the basis of nostalgia, and it's part of the reason why a simple look into our past can evoke so many different feelings. And with these emotions being so heavily tied into the hobby of gaming, there's one certain studio who's always stood out to me the most for their unique representation. I've been an avid gamer for over 25 years of my life thus far, and have spent my fair share playing through some of the most famed titles to be released in those decades. But when looking back on some of my fondest memories in gaming, I tend to lean heavily on the beautiful works of Squaresoft, a team that prides themselves for creating magical worlds in which their players can sink countless hours into, and a studio that is home to some of the most beloved IPs the world of gaming has ever known. But for this video in particular, I wanted to take some time to revisit and appreciate the aesthetic language of some of their greatest games, discussing their ability to capture emotion as well as the visual nuances that made these titles so memorable. So without further ado, allow me to take you on a journey throughout the early 2000s as we dive into the calming aesthetics of Squaresoft. The humble beginnings of Squaresoft had began with the dreams of a man named Masafumi Miyamoto. Mr. Miyamoto was an employee at the Japanese electronic company Den-Yu Sha, which was also owned by his father. He began his career at the establishment in 1983, working as a developer under the company's software division. At this time, the hobby of gaming was steadily rising in popularity, with popular systems such as the Famicom becoming a staple in homes across the globe. Masafumi had taken notice of this trend and decided he wanted to create his own company in which he would use to develop his own games. He had taken notice of the fact that game development in Japan was typically the responsibility of a sole developer, which led him to wonder about what kind of games could be made with the work of an entire team. He aimed to recruit a squad full of graphic designers, writers, and professional programmers in order to make a much larger vision come to life. And with the introduction of Hironobu Sakaguchi becoming the newest member of the team, the genre of role-playing games were about to be reawakened. Masafumi had acquired a large enough team to separate the company from Den-Yu Sha, renaming it Square, or better known as Squaresoft. It was hasty to begin work on their very first project. Their first initial attempt was to be based on the television game show Touren Ingen, but without a license being secured to greenlight the release of the game, they turned their attention on developing the 1984 text-based adventure, The Death Trap. With the eventual release of the project, the first game was met with positive reception, and even went on to secure a sequel just a year later. In 1986, the Square team was steadily growing, with a litany of talent being hired in regards to their future projects. They moved their offices into an upscale building in Tokyo, with Miyamoto hoping that their newfound, wealthy appearance would attract more business. But this was a choice that proved to overextend the company, and only furthered their financial woes. And with hopes of turning the company around, it was going to take something next level to bring them back to the top. Miyamoto had questioned his team of directors about what type of game they should make next, with plans to vote on which idea would be the best. Taking note of the success of Enix's Dragon Quest, they eventually decided that a role-playing game would be their best option. With a 5-man team of high-spirited developers being tasked in creating the project, The inception of Final Fantasy had officially began. Now before we get too off track from the main topic of this video, I think that the Final Fantasy series would be the perfect place to begin our journey. And with it being the most popular franchise of Square without a doubt, we've got plenty of ground to cover. So grab your chocobos and prepare to feast your eyes as we begin our journey into the mesmerizing atmosphere of the Final Fantasy series. The Final Fantasy series had officially began its legacy on December 18th, 1987. With its very first game in the series being released for Nintendo's Famicom system, the game was met with astounding praise, with many critics taking note of its importance in uplifting the genre of role-playing games. Giving its players a diverse class system, freedom to explore, as well as the convenient use of in-game vehicles for travel, all made Final Fantasy an innovator among its competition, quickly leading to it becoming the head honcho in Square's long list of future projects. They went on to develop 5 more sequels for the Japanese Famicom as well as the NES, all with different storylines and new additions to their ambitious mechanic system. But with the state of gaming in the late 90s quickly shifting its focus to Sony's debut console, the PlayStation, Square knew it was time to depart from their beloved Nintendo roots and take things to a new level with the technological advancements of Sony's latest powerhouse. With the greatly improved memory capabilities of CD-ROM compared to cartridges, they were looking to introduce the use of FMVs, or full motion video, in their next big project. These cutscenes were an effort to immerse the player like never before, and pairing that with their use of 3D models and dynamic backgrounds, they were looking to elevate their next game in every way possible. And with their budget for development costing a whopping $40 million, it's safe to say it was going to be their biggest release to date. But going back to our sole purpose in revisiting this series, I'd like to dive further into the aesthetic language of this game in question, as it was truly the beginning of something special in terms of visuals and atmosphere. So with no time to waste, let's all aboard the Shinra train and begin our retrospective visual feast in Final Fantasy VII on the Sony PlayStation. Now as you all know, I'm a big fan of an aesthetic menu screen, and upon hearing that classic FF7 menu theme, you're sure to be sent back in time with nostalgic bliss. But moving on to the opening cutscene, begins one of the most memorable intros in Final Fantasy's catalog. And with the previous games in the series having 2D visuals, no cutscenes, to now this, you can only imagine how incredible it was to witness this progression at the time. And pairing these visuals with the iconic work of Nobuo Uematsu, the game's composer, only further exaggerates the magical yet exciting atmosphere that FF7 aims to bring. Now Nobuo is going to play an incredible role in a lot of the games we're here to discuss, especially in the Final Fantasy series. And while the soundtrack to each game plays an important role in setting the tone, the majority of aesthetic wizardry will be accomplished by none other than the legendary Tetsuya Nomura, a man whose visual work has been an impactful part of Square's look for multiple decades, and is the very reason these games had such a unique feel to them. But going back to the visuals of FF7, the atmosphere of this game was unlike anything ever seen before in the series. Taking influence from New York City, they wanted to create a setting that was unique to its narrative, and somewhat believable to its players, which eventually became Midgar, a bustling metropolis with a dystopian flair. A city controlled by an evil corporation using the life stream of the planet to power its greed. It's very cyberpunk-esque, being a far cry from anything that FF fans had ever seen from the series, and with an obsession of dystopian aesthetic being so prominent in advertisements and media of the late 90s, they really knocked it out of the park with this game's design. But going back to their use of FMVs in game, that's really where it visually shined for me the greatest. Now I try to keep these videos spoiler-free, so I've opted to use a lot of the earlier cutscenes or ones with lesser context to demonstrate how beautifully crafted they were for their time. But I'd be remiss if I didn't compliment this game for also being a total blast to play through. The use of dynamic environments made the exploration of the game a breath of fresh air, and I always found myself excited to see where the game would take me next. I don't know what it is about pre-rendered backgrounds having such a soothing nature on my brain, but damn, I just can't get enough of the level design in this game. It's like a perfect mix between fantasy and something that's familiar, which for me personally has always made this game a comfort. Its soundtrack is beautiful and expansive, the characters are some of the best the series has ever offered, and its unique world is one that begs to be explored. Final Fantasy VII is a masterpiece to many for a litany of reasons, But what makes it stand out to me was its introduction into Square's unique visual stylings, a precursor of what's to come, which kept me captivated enough to keep me checking in with the series for multiple decades now. But enough about the 7th entry, as we've got plenty more to discuss within the series. So let's swap out our Buster Sword for the Gunblade, as we move on to Final Fantasy VIII for the PlayStation. With the massive commercial success of Final Fantasy VII, Squaresoft was quick to capitalize on the momentum and hastily begin work on their next big project in the series. This time around, the game's director, Yoshinori Kitase, was hoping to create a perfect blend of fantasy and realism, aiming for characters with a more relatable backstory and realistic proportions. Character designer Tetsuya Nomura fell in line with these wishes by creating a less chibi-like design for its characters, and the game's art director, Yusuke Naora, was hoping to create a world of bright colors and lush atmosphere, which came to be a breath of fresh air compared to the dreary designs of FF7. They wanted the game's world to include a healthy mix of futuristic and present-day themes, taking inspiration from Egyptian, Greek, and French architecture, made sure that their creations would be foreign yet believable, and in my opinion, it's some of their finest work. While they continued their previous use of pre-rendered backgrounds and 3D characters in the game's design, you could tell that the development team at Square had really begun to hone their craft. Whereas they were testing the waters and just getting their feet wet in the development of the previous game, with Final Fantasy VIII, their practice had made perfect. But what is it about this game that made it such a visual spectacle? For me personally, it's the beautifully rendered cutscenes. Beginning with the game's intro, we're met with a scenic view of the ocean. The words, "I'll be here," line the screen, foreshadowing of what's to come in this epic adventure. Transitioning to the vision of a beautiful woman standing in a field of flowers, with a mysterious promise being captioned on screen. A lone feather floats away into the distance, shifting into a sword that finds its way into the earth. And then, we get our first look at one of Square's dopest characters in my opinion, Squall Leonhardt. Man, this cutscene is iconic to me, and everything about it just feels so intoxicating to the eyes. A perfect mix of emotions ranging from captivating to excitement, mystery and wonder. It has it all, and immediately gives the effect of reeling the player in, ensuring they'll be down to stay for the ride to come. I mean, after watching this, you just gotta give it a play. There's so many little intricacies that made this opening so stylish. The use of a bright and vivid color palette, the captivating design of each character, and even the stylish presentation of the fonts used in the captions and title make it all so damn appealing to look at. But moving on to the gameplay, it follows suit in maintaining a stylish presentation, one that in my opinion was the peak of the PlayStation era. Now that may be a bit of a divisive statement for me to make, which would make sense, because Final Fantasy VIII was a very divisive game among its fanbase, with many of its players either loving or hating their experience, mostly due to the game's mechanics and introduction of the junction system. And while the games do play differently in their own respective ways, I personally found that the aesthetic of 8 has always been the winner for me. I guess it all just depends on what you're looking for. A story about pressing world issues and inner conflicts, or a tale about love. They're both great games, and for that reason, it's well worth playing both of them. But if I had the choice of getting to sit back and watch the gameplay for either 7 or 8, it's without a doubt going to be 8. It provides a calming effect to it, creating an experience that's become very nostalgic for many a gamer of the late 90s. Everything about the level design and artistic direction of the characters really makes this one of Square's most aesthetically pleasing titles of the PS1. But for our third and final discussion of the Final Fantasy series, I'd like to dive into my personal favorite game of the entire franchise. One that is still making a regular appearance in my weekend gaming rotation, and a game that never fails to keep me at peace when I need it the most. So without further ado, let's head on over to the PS2 as we take a look into the calming world of Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X is a game that I will forever jump at the chance to talk about, as it's already made an appearance in a couple of my previous videos. But for the 6th generation of gamers who were lucky enough to experience this game at release, I'm confident that the majority of y'all will agree on how epic this game truly is. It's like a cold glass of lemonade on a sunny day, and never fails to put me at ease, even in the most stressful of times. Final Fantasy X is the epitome of a comfort game in my opinion, and its captivating visuals paired with a nostalgic soundtrack are everything you could ever ask for in the realms of early 2000s aesthetic. Beginning with the game's menu screen, you're met with an incredibly peaceful composition. The kind of music that almost makes you feel like you're softly floating underwater, looking up to the surface with the view of the sun's rays protruding through the vast blue waters. It's breathtaking, and I've honestly spent multiple occasions just chilling with it playing in the background. But let's not get too hung up on the menu screen, as I'm sure you guys are here to take in some visuals. And as for the introduction cutscene of Final Fantasy X, you're in for one hell of a treat, my friends. It begins with our main character Titus, the star player of an underwater sport called Blitzball, who looks to be chilling before his next big game. But all of a sudden, the dome begins to fill with fans, and the face-melting track of Otherworld by X Till I Die X begins to play in the background. Man, this is a cutscene that will forever give me goosebumps. The action of the Blitzball game, the shot of Auron overlooking the city and raising his drink to sin, Titus getting airtime to lay down a jet shot, this was the part that had me and my friends restarting the game over and over as kids. I mean, the advancement in visual quality in this game was second to none at the time, and I literally tried to achieve a jet shot on my trampoline for years. This intro was the coolest thing ever to me, and as a 31-year-old man now, I still get just as excited to watch it. Now, it's no secret that this was the best that Final Fantasy had ever looked for its time, and with FMVs having this much detail, how did the gameplay look? Well, it was equally improved, and the level design offered some of its all-time best. From the beautiful island of Besaid, the mesmerizing scenery of Macalania Woods, to the mysterious path of the Jose High Road, there's more than enough scenery to go around, and each location has something unique to offer. The character models are realized in greater detail than any of its predecessors, with the characters having a perfect mix of realism mixed with cartoonish charm. Not to mention, the summons this time around are jaw-dropping. The combat system was refined in a way that was easy for just about anyone to pick up and play, with unique character progression of the spear grid also becoming a welcoming feature. What I love most about the gameplay of Final Fantasy X is how lax it feels compared to most other games, and there's more than enough to keep you busy with a vast array of secret weapons and side quests to uncover. It's a story that covers a multitude of topics and is an emotional roller coaster all around, but the sense of friendship, love, and bravery that's felt throughout the entire narrative is what makes the game feel so wholesome. Much like a warm hug or a pat on the back, the calming nature of Final Fantasy X is one that I will forever hold dear in my heart. If you haven't played it yet, it's a must. It's the perfect story to lose yourself in time and time again, and is a world that I plan to revisit many more times throughout my life. And while the Final Fantasy series has plenty more incredible offerings, I think it's time for us to take a step into a new direction, and look back on another one of Square's most infamous IPs. And for a game that starts out with civilians spontaneously combusting, boy does it still have a calming effect to it. So let's get ready to dive into some late 90s sci-fi goodness, with the 1998 release of Parasite Eve. The late 90s were a hotbed for the genre of survival horror. With the rise in popularity for series such as Resident Evil and Silent Hill, a litany of other strange and macabre tales were being woven among other IPs at the time. And while this next game is technically more of an RPG than survival horror, it's no doubt that it carries an atmosphere that is sure to leave even the most seasoned of horror fans in suspense. Parasite Eve was Square's next big project in their steady run of PlayStation exclusives. Being based on the 1995 novel of the same name, the game was developed to be somewhat of a sequel to the book. The game's director, Hironobu Sakaguchi, wanted to create a tale that was steeped in mystery, creating a blend of horror and science fiction. He had stated that at the time of the game's development, he was careful to avoid watching films of similar themes, as he wanted his ideas to be purely original. They decided it would be best to develop the game using a modified version of the Final Fantasy VII engine, with a large portion of the game's production team being based in the United States, which made sense, considering they were planning to base the game's narrative in New York City. They decided to recruit the iconic penmanship of Tetsuya Nomura in designing the game's main character, a strong and independent woman by the name of Aya Bria. Tetsuya's final draft of Aya had came to be somewhat accidental, as he was working on another character for a separate project at the time, and ended up combining their idea for Aya with his sketches to create her final look, which came to be an excellent outcome. But enough on the game's development, let's take a look into what made it so visually stunning for its time, beginning with the opening cutscene. Now, I'm sure that was more than enough to get the gears in your head turning. Like, this game is beautiful. But what is it about? Funnily enough, it's about human combustion. That's right, folks. You heard me correctly. People bursting into flames. Now, as much as this sounds like the work of Hideo Kojima, you'll come to find that things will make a lot more sense as the game goes on. But combining these morbid themes with the charming aesthetics of Square in their game design gives Parasite Eve a unique edge to it. Much like the work on Final Fantasy VIII, they opted for use of realistic looking character models in game, with the welcome tradition of pre-rendered backgrounds. Beginning in the iconic setting of Carnegie Hall, you'll come to find the level of detail in which they included for every inch of the game's level design. Each location has that familiar, almost liminal feel to it, but for me personally, it feels very nostalgic. Transporting you back to the year of 1997 with all of its visual nuances, and even with the absence of voice acting in game, it's an experience that's easy to lose yourself in. The game's soundtrack was composed by Yoko Shimomura, whose name would quickly find a buzz after the game's release. Combining influences of both opera and electronic music, she aimed to achieve a unique sound for the game's atmosphere. And in some cases, the music works incredibly well when you'd least expect it, especially with the battle theme. The soundtrack will go from a suspenseful droning to all of a sudden, this. And instead of feeling creeped out, I just feel like I want to dance with my enemy. But surprisingly enough, it works incredibly well, and everything feels perfectly in place, even when it shouldn't. Pairing this amazing soundtrack with the previously mentioned aesthetic of the game's visuals really brings it all home, and is a captivating look into a world of wonder and just plain weird. The use of CGI rendered cutscenes were also a welcome practice in the game, which is really where the Squaresoft production shines the most for me. There's a very distinct look with their renders, especially in the releases of the late 90s. With Parasite Eve, no detail was spared in creating a cinematic experience for its players, delivering in every way that it intends to, and is sure to satiate even the most diehard of survival horror geeks. If you haven't played this game yet, I'm sure you're more than curious as to what it's about, but I feel that's the best way to go into it. So be sure to give it a playthrough if you haven't, as it really is an experience you'd be doing yourself no favors to miss out on. But as for the next game on our list, it's one that's sure to bring a tsunami of nostalgia with its very mention. So let's get ready to make our journey back to Destiny Islands, as we revisit Kingdom Hearts and its beautiful design. For those familiar with the Kingdom Hearts series, it goes without saying that these games have played an important role in raising an entire generation of gamers. And as far as its concept, it was a bit of a coin toss, taking an ambitious step into a wild direction by combining the vastly diverse worlds of the Final Fantasy series with the Disney universe. Kingdom Hearts was a gamble that could have went horribly wrong, but luckily for Square, they were right on the money. With the very first title of the series being released on March 28, 2002, Kingdom Hearts was met with critical acclaim, with many critics raising praise about the game's impressive blend of action and RPG mechanics, as well as the game's charming artistic direction. And speaking of artistry, that's exactly what we're here to discuss. So let's take things back to the opening cutscene and revisit one of Square's most stylish of intros.
I've been having these weird thoughts lately. Like, is any of this for real? Or not?
Everything about this opening cutscene is so iconic to me, and as much as I wish I could allow the intro song to play in this video, YouTube will give me a swift karate chop to the neck if I don't mute it. But if you know how amazing the intro song is, then you know. And just the sheer amount of nostalgia it still brings to me after all these years, it's a certified hood classic in my book. But without harping too much on the sweet voice of Utada Hikaru, what also makes this intro so great is its captivating visuals. If I had to encompass the emotions of a childhood summer, I feel like this cutscene would do the trick, and is a perfect introduction for one of Square's greatest series. But moving on to the visuals in game, its charming aesthetic never skips a beat, and the character design is spectacular in every way. As you have probably guessed, Tetsuya Nomura was the man in charge of character design, with his work being a staple at Square in the Final Fantasy series, and with him also taking the role of the game's director,
you can see his incredibly stylish flair being painted on every inch of the game's design, featuring a stunning variety of Final Fantasy characters such as Cloud, Tidus, Aerith, and even the beloved Moogle, along with a massive variety of Disney characters and influences, made the game a breath of fresh air for many, and when looking at how they visually combine the two, it's honestly impressive. The concept of this game almost seemed like something out of a fever dream, but for it to flow so wonderfully is nothing short of a miracle. Not only does it look amazing, but the returning work of Yoko Shimomura is a welcoming choice for the game's soundtrack. While the majority of the soundtrack is completely original, she also made use of an assortment of melodies taken from Disney films, and aimed to create an emotional yet compelling ambiance throughout the game. And as for the previously mentioned intro song, our boy Tetsuya had handpicked out Utada Hikaru in creating the game's opening theme, which was originally only included in the Western release of the game, with it later being added in the Japanese re-release of Kingdom Hearts Final Mix. This was the first time that Utada had ever created a song for a video game, but shortly after the game's launch, the opening theme of Simple and Clean had ended up selling over 860,000 copies within its first year of release, with a wide array of different versions and remixes being released later on down the line. So with the visuals and sounds in-game being highly satisfactory, how about the gameplay? To keep it short, it's a pleasant surprise. While Square had prided themselves on being the best in the biz for the genre of role-playing games, they wanted Kingdom Hearts to play a bit different in terms of combat. Much like the active time battle mechanics we've seen in the more recent Final Fantasy VII remake, this tradition had began in Final Fantasy IV, and in my opinion, was perfected in the Kingdom Hearts series, allowing you to freely roam around the battlefield, using an array of dodges, parries, and jumps to avoid your enemy's attacks. You can swap between melee, magic, and item usage in real time, and even go on to collect a litany of different special attacks for Sora and the squad throughout the game. Kingdom Hearts is an excellent example of how a masterful eye and careful planning can make even the most bizarre of concepts work. With the visual stylings of the great Tetsuya Nomura crafting the game's beautiful characters and world, it's a no-brainer as to why it's such an aesthetically pleasing masterpiece. The Kingdom Hearts series has gone on to release a variety of wonderful sequels and spin-off games throughout its legacy. And while many fans of the series will agree on the opinion that Kingdom Hearts 2 is quite possibly the peak of the series, the first game will always hold a special place in my heart. It's a staple in my childhood memories, and is a game that continues to bring me a comforting effect even to this day. But for the last and final entry of our series, I thought we could revisit one of the more obscure titles of Squaresoft, and cover one of their most unique games to date. So let's get ready to hop in the driver's seat and burn some rubber in the Japanese exclusive release of Racing Lagoon on the Sony PlayStation. What do you get when you combine the RPG prowess of Squaresoft with the aesthetic culture of import cars and street racing? Well, you get the next game on our list. By far one of Square's most ambitious titles to date, and is one that has flown well below the radar due to it being a Japanese exclusive. But thanks to modern day emulation and the prestigious efforts of Hilltop Works in fully translating the game to English, Racing Lagoon is now fully available for Western enthusiasts, and to much surprise, it's one of the most unique games I've probably ever played. You begin the game as the newest member of a street racing syndicate called Team BLR, or Bay Lagoon Racing, in which you begin your journey into uncovering the mystery of a local racing legend, as well as piecing together the details of your forgotten past. The game's default name for this character is Sho, but I thought Vin Akasaki had a nice ring to it, so I punched in the characters and braced myself for speed. Being placed in 1999 Yokohama, you'll find yourself entangled in a nasty rivalry between your team and a group of riders called the Night Racers. You decide to go out for your first race one night and end up going toe-to-toe with a legendary racer labeled as the fastest legend, a driver that every racer in the city has aspired to beat, and for our main character, it's become his #1 mission. But victory will not come easy, and you're going to need to put in some serious road miles before you're ready to step up to the legend. So in the meantime, you'll spend your time racing other drivers, winning upgraded parts from their vehicles, and eventually building the speed demon of your dreams. But for the most part, this doesn't sound much different than any other street racing game. Where's the RPG elements, you may ask? Well, that's where the game gets interesting. While the racing aspects in-game are quite familiar to other simulation racers of the same era, pretty much everything else is based on RPG mechanics. Vehicle upgrades, the random racing encounters, text-based dialogue, and even the way you move about the city It's like Gran Turismo and Final Fantasy did a fusion dance and made quite possibly the most unique racing game of the late 90s. But what makes this game so special for me personally is how undeniably stylish it is. It's very reminiscent of the 1998 anime series Initial D, but stays very unique due to the iconic work of Squaresoft and their gift in making the world so inviting. There's plenty of areas to explore and faces to interact with as you cruise around the streets of Yokohama, and its contagious soundtrack of jazz and techno fusion tracks are a wonderful pairing for the game's bustling nightlife. I mean, just take a second to soak in these vibes for a minute. Pretty smooth, huh? Now, as we had mentioned before, you're trying to make a name for yourself on the streets and build up a ride that's fast enough to compete with your hometown hero. And to do so, you'll need to take down the wide variety of other racers that can be found throughout the city. Much like you've seen in Midnight Club or Need for Speed, a racer who flashes their lights are looking for a challenge. But in Racing Lagoon, these guys will drive around the city at top speeds, and if they collide with you, you better be ready for a race. Now, it's necessary that each driver puts something on the line with each race, meaning you can pick and choose which parts of your opponent's vehicle you would like to keep upon winning. It's like a pink slip, but you just get a piece of their vehicle. But this also comes at a price, as you will have to spend hard-earned currency as well on these parts. That way you're not just building a supercar in a couple of matches. It's going to take some time. You also earn XP, which enhances your driving skills over time and really scratches the itch of a serial grinder, much like myself. I love the way progression works in this game, and the idea of building your perfect car piece by piece is really rewarding in my opinion. But we're not just here to harp on how well the game plays. What I'm really here to talk about is how wonderful it looks. Opting for use of FMVs with a mix of stylish text-based narration, the game feels very familiar to what we've come to see from Square in the past, but setting these practices in the world of street racing really takes things to another level. For example, most racing games are no stranger to showing replays after a match, but in the case of replays in this game, they will typically include some further dialogue in the progression of the story, and maybe even some inner dialogue from your character. Along with your ability to move around the city, interacting with other racers, and even stopping off for a hot cup of coffee, all these things are important in making the story feel more believable and immersive in your experience. Whereas most games of the genre are so heavily focused on speed and quickly getting you from one race to another, Racing Lagoon puts you into a world that you really want to take your time and appreciate. And not only does it share a calming effect like all the other games on this list, but it's a game that I could see doing incredibly well, even being released in present day to a wider audience. And I'd even go as far as to say, I wouldn't change a thing about it. The overall presentation is something I found myself admiring, and the game's catchy music, interesting world and characters kept me wanting to get back on the streets and find out more of what's to come. There's no such thing as a perfect game, but in the realms of RPG racing titles, this is as good as it gets in my opinion. As I had previously mentioned, the game has been fully translated to English if you want to give it a chance for yourself, and I definitely recommend grabbing it from CD Romance. That's where I found my emulation copy. But anyways, I think that just about sums up everything we had to discuss in this list so far. There are plenty of other great IPs and series I could have continued to include from Square in this list, but for the sake of keeping things on brand with the channel, I decided to include the ones I had the greatest experiences with. But with that being said, please, feel free to drop any games you think I missed out on down below. Sometimes you guys really put me on game with some great recommendations, or push me to play something I've been wavering on. I appreciate you all for tagging along with me for this journey, and hopefully it brought some much needed peace to your day. But until next time, take care and stay safe, my friends. I hope to see you in the next one. Peace out.
Jim Clooney has a Snickers to keep the hunger at bay. Packed with peanuts, Snickers handles hunger, so Jim can stay on the go. Rejuvenated and up for anything, he decides to head out and go for a jog. Jim runs past a pet store where he buys a bird. Laying down newspaper, he spots a help-wanted ad to be a hairstylist. While working, Jim gets an idea for a clean air car that is powered by hair clippings. The car is embraced by an environmentally conscious nation, and Jim becomes a national hero, enabling him to date supermodels. Eat a Snickers and date supermodels. Make it happen with Snickers.
This is Kevin, or as his business card calls him, Director of Technology for the entire company, Kevin.
See, Kevin's always had an interest in technology, but up until a few years ago, wasn't doing much with it. He was working here.
Wearing a little Kevin name tag.
Then Kevin went to DeVrySuccess47.com. He found DeVry's free guide to today's hottest technology careers. He also found that DeVry's tech degrees were in high demand from today's leading companies. That DeVry had small classes where he'd get individual attention. And with a future in technology looking better every minute, that he could earn his associate degree in less than 2 years, or a bachelor's in just 3. So, how do you go from a job with a Kevin name tag to a great career with your own Kevin parking space? Call or log on now to DeVrySuccess47.com for your free guide to today's hottest technology careers. DeVry, where success stories begin.
You are a mercenary in a playground of destruction. Hijack any vehicle. Use any weapon. Blow up anything. Blow it up again. Keep blowing stuff up. Blow the living crap out of it. Blow the living crap out of it some more. Mercenaries Playground of Destruction in stores now. Rated T for teen.
It's time to take things back to the magical year of 2006. The 7th generation of consoles were in full swing. The evolution of gaming was at an all-time peak, and the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 were further waging the almost decade-long battle of the console wars. Things were looking incredible for the future of gaming, but for much greater reason than anything Sony or Microsoft had to offer. As most of you are likely to remember, the Nintendo Wii was actually the highest-selling console of this time, and for good reason. Releasing on November 19, 2006, the Wii was an incredible force in showcasing the capability of 7th gen hardware, bringing motion controls to a whole new level and delivering an almost arcade-like experience to a home setting. Initially being developed under the codename Revolution, the console's lead designer, Shigeru Miyamoto, had planned to do just that, to revolutionize the experience of console gaming and immerse players in a way that had never been seen before. With the Wii surpassing both the PS3 and Xbox 360 in individual sales, it was obvious that both Microsoft and Sony were looking for a way to compete with its success, and their answers came in the form of the Xbox Kinect and PlayStation Move. Both were along the same lines as the Wii, making use of motion controls and involving the player in a much more physical fashion, but both had greatly fallen short on promise, execution, and of course, sales, leading to the Wii being recognized as the true victor. But what if I told you that the Wii wasn't the first of its kind, and that just 2 years earlier there was another system developed with the very same concept in mind? You'd probably say that I'm crazy, but you'll be shocked to find that it was a very real thing. And so with that, my friends, I think it's time that we indulge ourselves into the obscure and ambiguous world of the Zavix, as we come to find just what it was all about. So let's get moving. The history of the Zavix is an incredibly foggy road, with little to no information on its development or even its existence. But from what I could dig up in my research, we're gonna have to go back to the year of 1995, starting with a former employee of Nintendo and his ambition for innovation. That employee being Katsuya Nakagawa. Katsuya was a longtime developer for Nintendo, having worked with them for over 15 years. But around the mid-90s, he noticed a decline in the company, as well as their lack of adjustment to the new generation of gaming. Their stock at an all-time low and their plans to continue making cartridge-based consoles in a world now ran by CD-ROM, he felt that it was time to leave the nest and pursue something much more revolutionary. He reached out to 8 of his former colleagues, all of which had their share of work on many past consoles such as the Famicom, and together they created the SSD Company Limited. SSD, standing for Shinseidai or New Generation, was created with hopes of creating technology that could better the world in new and exciting ways. With their aim being cast on innovation, they wanted to focus their attention to motion-controlled gaming. Now back at this time, motion-controlled gaming was pretty much unheard of at this point. I mean, you had arcade games that would essentially reenact the basis of motion controls, but to actually gauge gameplay throughout your physical movements in front of a screen, now that was rare. So SSD was looking to change that. They started by creating a slew of motion-based games for licensed IPs, with their first big hit being in 2003 with Kenshin Dragon Quest. This game was an all-in-one plug-and-play console, in which the player used the sword in place of a controller and would physically have to wield it to play the game. The game's ROM was located on a little plastic shield that was also used as a memory card slot for saving your playthroughs. The included sword controller was used to both walk, shield, and attack enemies, with motion controls being used to detect the direction of your attacks. The story, taking place in the same world as the first Dragon Quest game, would lead players on a journey that spanned 8 chapters, with multiple different minigames. The game was well received, and had accumulated over 300,000 pre-orders before its release, even being gifted with a special award at the 2004 CESA Game Awards. And looking back, when have you ever seen a plug-and-play game do this well? The game's success led to its technology being used by Tiger Electronics for their own roster of licensed plug-and-play games, The Lord of the Rings Warrior of Middle-earth being one that you may remember. But to find this level of success that Kenshin found as a plug-and-play game, now that was pretty impressive. This newfound success was incredible for SSD, and gave them the confidence they needed to progress forward into new ideas for the future. They began kicking the tires with an idea to create a motion-controlled console, which would have a primary focus on sports and fitness. Rather than competing with the current generation of consoles at that time, they were aiming to create something fresh, combining both exercise and gaming into one, giving the players more immersion as well as promoting fitness. Now this was a bold concept, as the 6th generation of gaming was in full swing at this time, but they believed it was an idea that could change the world, and even put a whole new spin on the way we viewed gaming. They got to work on their new console, and decided to officially showcase it for the very first time at the 2004 Las Vegas Consumer Electronics Show. The name of the product was found to be revealed as the Zavix Port, better known as just Zavix, with the AVI in between 2 X's standing for Audio Video Interactive. The Zavix had an interesting spec makeup, with the CPU being embedded in the cartridge of its games, rather than the console itself. The console was set for release on August of 2004, and was planned to have 3 separate games to choose from: baseball, bowling, and tennis. All of these games were given a $49.99 price tag, and included their very own peripherals required to play the games. For instance, the baseball game included its very own motion-controlled bat controller, while tennis had its own tennis racket, with motion controls being implemented for each game with the aim of giving its players a more involved experience. Just a little over 5 months after the console's release, SSD had announced their partnership with the legendary stuntman Jackie Chan, and were planning to license 2 of his very own titles for the system, one being Jackie Chan Power Boxing, and the other being called the J-Mat. Now I know what you're thinking. With all of these games and peripherals being released in the mid-2004 to early 2005, almost 2 years before the release of the Nintendo Wii, doesn't a lot of this stuff look familiar? Well, it definitely does. And to be honest, the resemblance is almost uncanny, which really begs the question, did Nintendo perhaps maybe borrow these ideas? Well, that's up for speculation, but in terms of success and execution, the Zavix was nowhere near as profitable or functional as its later competitor. You see, while the company may have had the consumer's best interest in mind by making their primary focus on combining fitness with gaming, it just wasn't wrapped up in a pretty enough package to be profitable. While the Zavix was the only console of its kind, many other like-minded ideas were being flooded into the market at this time, with products such as the iToy and even dance pad gaming beginning to take over in the realm of home consoles. These products were taking advantage of the capabilities of much more powerful consoles such as the PS2 or Xbox, all the while still physically involving its players. The Zavix may have had a great idea with sport-shaped peripherals and motion controls, but the execution was lackluster to say the least. Starting with the graphics capability of the Zavix port, most of the games released were comparable to NES-style graphics, later progressing to a more PS1 style at best. Now, it's not to say that those systems didn't have great visuals in their own right, it's more so that the visual style of the Zavix was incredibly outdated at that time. With many of the system's games having little to offer in visual product, it was hard to compete with much more advanced games being released at that time on more modern consoles. And second, with the gameplay relying heavily on the emphasis of motion control, it was well documented that the peripherals were not quite as responsive as players may have hoped for. Perusing many different articles and reviews found on YouTube of the Zavix, I came to find that most people had a pretty similar verdict of the functionality of it. I mean, yeah, it would kinda work, but as far as accuracy and immersion went, it wasn't quite on the money. I mean, with the console's aim being so highly focused on fitness and getting their players up and moving, this doesn't look all too intensive, does it? Now, I'm not here to completely rip this console to shreds, as it was obviously an ambitious and innovative feat that SSD had achieved for its time, but it only goes to show why you've probably never heard of it. It was a next level idea executed with outdated specs, and just looking at the console itself from a physical standpoint, which would you rather have? The console wasn't selling too well, and SSD had decided to allocate a good bit of their reach into healthcare at that time. It came up with two separate projects in which they were looking to provide patients seeking physical therapy with their own Zavix port consoles to encourage more physical activity, as well as consoles being used for training of the prefrontal cortex, with a program called the Brain Club. 5 cartridges were released for these exercises and would collect data of the patient's progress throughout their playthrough. These efforts were a beautiful thing, and when you look at the ambition behind SSD and their passion for bettering those who use their products, it really was admirable. But in the cutthroat industry that is the video game business, good deeds don't mean a thing if they aren't turning a profit. Businesses gotta make money, and for SSD, things weren't looking so great. Their worst nightmare was just on the horizon, and the fate of SSD and its innovative console were about to meet their match. On November 19, 2006, the Nintendo Wii was released worldwide, with over 600,000 units being sold within its very first week. Making matters worse, remember how the Zavix was known for its bowling, baseball, and tennis games? Yeah, that's exactly what the Wii decided to release for their console as well. And just guess who did it better? Yeah, no contest there. This was essentially the beginning of the end for the Zavix, with their last game being produced in 2008. Over the console's lifespan, there were 10 games released in North America and 15 released in Japan. And this was all in a span of about 4 years. So as you can imagine, the Wii was just stepping all over those pitiful numbers, and there was no shot of Zavix being able to compete with the technological prowess of Nintendo's latest powerhouse. SSD had continued to shift their focus on promoting their products to rehabilitation facilities, but really to no avail. By 2012, the company had ceased development of all Zavix products and began liquidating their assets in 2013. A lot of the promotion for this liquidation can still be found on the company's Facebook, which made its last post on August 16, 2013. And just as the Zavix had inconspicuously released years prior, it had now went out in an equally obscure fashion. It came and went with almost no one noticing, and if it weren't for me finding this random advertisement for it recently, I would have never even thought to have given it a look myself. I still find it so interesting that this company had essentially created the Wii before the Wii was even a thing, and seem to have been the pioneers in motion control gaming from what I can find. All I know is that I admire their hard work and ambition to create something different, as well as always keeping the health of their consumers in mind with their products. Maybe with a little more overhead and some better technology, the Zavix could have left the world of gaming with a much bigger impression. But unfortunately, it just didn't go like that.
Why are the rich getting richer? People making over $100,000 are getting more government money for college than people making less. Seniors making $150,000 get more government grants than seniors making $15,000. 10 million families are eligible for grants up to $3,000 for groceries, but don't apply. 6 million kids are missing out on free health insurance. And college kids, 1 million of them could get grants, but don't apply. And the applications aren't complicated. Here, answer 15 questions and get a $4,000 grant to fix up your home, or fill out 1 page and get $150,000 to start a business. My new DVD shows you where to get your piece of the government's $1 trillion pie. I'll give you all the facts, phone numbers, and even websites. Coming right up. On where to go and apply for government money for business, education, real estate, healthcare, and even extra spending money. It's that easy. Just go to freemoneyforeverybody.com. This money isn't just for the rich. Everybody's eligible. And learning about it is now fun.
Punky Pie, do I look fat in these?
Need a moment?
You are so sweet. Love you.
Chew it over with Twix.
Forget everything you think you know about Resident Evil. Evil has evolved. Resident Evil 4, rated M for mature.
Throughout the progression of technology and its many advances within the gaming industry, video games have arguably become one of the most influential art forms of all time. giving us the ability to immerse ourselves within a world much unlike our own, and to become a part of something that defies reality. Throughout the storied history of one of mankind's most beloved hobbies, these remarkable experiences have shaped multiple generations of gamers, leaving us with lasting memories, life lessons, and a reminder to always keep trying, no matter how many times you fail. And with so many options to choose from, it's safe to say that there's a video game out there for everyone. But with the vast amount of titles at our disposal in present day, it's important to remember the golden years that shaped an influence for these games to exist. Much before digital downloads, cloud streaming, and ease of access to online play, things were in a bit of a primal state, relying on the player to use a bit more of their imagination in order to further their immersion. But gaming in the 90s was well on its way to evolving at a rapid pace, with three-dimensional worlds becoming commonplace. The capabilities of 5th gen hardware were allowing developers to create their games in more visual detail than ever before. And not only that, it also allowed them to tell stories with a much greater presentation. So in the vein of nostalgia and the celebration of one of the industry's most incredible years, I thought we could begin our journey into the golden age of gaming with the wonderful year of 1998, covering the many influential releases of its impressive catalog and revisiting some of the incredible memories these games were able to create. For me personally, this was the year in which my passion for gaming had truly began to bloom, and for many of you out there, I'm sure you can relate. So without further ado, join me as we travel back into the year of 1998, an iconic year for gaming.
I want it.
To see the juice squirt out of your family like the 4th of July.
Biohazard 2. While video games have been known to cover a wide variety of topics and playstyles throughout the years, most will share the common factor of trying to make their experience fun or enjoyable. But when it came to the release of Resident Evil 2, fear had become the primary ingredient in fueling one of the most iconic survival horror games of all time. Going back to the release of the very first title of the series, Resident Evil, the game's director, Shinji Mikami, was aiming to create an experience in which its players would have to tread carefully and think about their decisions in-game, solving puzzles, preserving ammo and health, as well as strategizing on what battles to take on or pass. These were the elements in which he hoped to instill into the game's narrative, birthing the now renowned genre of survival horror. And with the critical success of his first game amassing an incredible following almost instantly, Mikami and his team at Capcom were eager to get to work on their next entry. The very first glimpse of their new sequel was reluctantly showcased at the 96 V-Jump Festival, with the infamous Resident Evil 1.5 build being shown to many excited fans of the series. This build was much different than the final version that we would eventually see, with a new character by the name of Elza Walker being one of the two main protagonists. Mikami had revealed the sequel to include a wider variety of enemy types, as well as the ambitious decision to increase the number of on-screen enemies, but changes like these would come at a cost. Due to the technical limitations of the PlayStation 1, the developers would have to compromise visual quality in order to fulfill the demands of more on-screen zombies. But other such upgrades were luckily planned to be in store, with the planned use of wear and tear on characters and their equipment, as well as altered pre-rendered backgrounds all being added to enhance the game's immersion. With everything running smooth around the time of the game's reveal, Mikami was in belief that it would be finished by its projected release of May 1997. But unfortunately, things didn't quite go as planned, with the 1.5 version eventually being scrapped at well over 60% of its completion, with Mikami adding that most of the gameplay and design seemed much too dull. He was planning to end the series completely in the sequel, but the game's supervisor, Yoshiki Okamoto, was hoping to expand this catalog much further, and create a universe that would evolve into a meta-series, with many different storylines and characters within. During the revision of RE2's story, they began consulting a professional screenwriter by the name of Noboru Sugimura, who eventually became the composer of the game's entire narrative, and was actually the one responsible in trading out Elza Walker for fan-favorite heroine, Claire Redfield, giving her a more suitable purpose for coming to Raccoon City, as well as having a compatible storyline alongside Leon Kennedy. They recycled what assets they could from the 1.5 build and began to develop them with higher detail, Taking inspiration from the interiors of Western-style buildings in Japan, they eventually came to create one of the most iconic locations in gaming history, the Raccoon City Police Department. They also opted for limiting the number of on-screen characters to a max of 7, and switched out the idea of visible wounds for having the players limp upon receiving enough damage, which would also slow them down, making the player more vulnerable to attack, thus increasing the thrill of its gameplay. The traditional use of tank controls were still intact, and an impressive variety of FMVs were also created for use in telling the game's narrative. Unfortunately though, the model for Ada Wong couldn't be completed in time, making her the only main character to not appear in an FMV. But it's okay, Capcom. You guys definitely made up for that in due time. But anyways, things were looking very impressive for the release of Resident Evil 2, and with the widespread following of RE lovers all over the globe, they were about to experience arguably one of the greatest sequels in gaming history. Resident Evil 2 was officially released for the Sony PlayStation on January 21st, 1998, and was seeing nothing but praise all across the board. Aiming to engage its players with the stories of two different characters, Leon Kennedy and Claire Redfield, the game was released with 2 separate discs, each one being assigned to its respective storyline. Both being an incredible introduction on 2 of the Resident Evil universe's most beloved characters. Without spoiling too much about the game's story, I'll just simply say, it's definitely one you don't want to miss. As far as the impact of Resident Evil 2 goes, it's without a doubt one of the most influential games of its genre, taking what foundation was laid for survival horror in its previous entry, tightening the screws, and delivering an experience that has been unforgettable for multiple generations. Whether you were like me, a traumatized 7-year-old who was terrified at the sight of their very first liquor zombie, or being there as an adult to truly soak in the ambiance and story of this game at release, Resident Evil 2 was a major mark in the history of gaming, and is a title that is still being talked about to this very day. And with the year of 1998 being so stacked with a litany of classics, it's only right that we kick this journey off with one of Capcom's greatest accomplishments. But moving on to our next subject, it's time for us to boot up our old Windows 98 desktop, grab a couple of screaming cold root beers, and get ready to tuck in for a night of harvesting minerals and Zerg rushes. So without further ado, let's take a trip back to the 1998 release of StarCraft. The genre of real-time strategy, better known as RTS, is one that isn't typically favored by your average gamer. While there are some incredibly rewarding experiences to be had within titles of this genre, the overall complexity and seemingly chaotic nature of RTS can be somewhat daunting for newcomers. While the average gaming experience can be learned within the first few minutes or so of playtime, RTS games rely on the focus of strategy and careful planning, meaning you won't get very far with an array of careless button presses. And with the real-time aspect challenging players to react on the fly with little to no room for error, this can sometimes be a bit much for some. But it's also no secret that a handful of certain RTS series have made themselves a household name for gamers all over the globe. And in the top 3 of most infamous, few have made such an impact as the StarCraft series. The development of the very first StarCraft game had begun in 1995 by Blizzard Entertainment. Following the success of the most recent project of Warcraft 2, Blizzard were looking to expand their RTS expertise into a whole new direction. Taking the universe into a more futuristic approach and placing the setting in space, the original build of StarCraft hadn't fared too well in its debut to V396, and was actually facing comparison to another game at that time by the name of Dominion 3, which later came to be a scandal in its own, with the Dominion 3 presentation actually being staged. But anywho, fans weren't all too hot on the idea of StarCraft initially, and with the team at Blizzard taking note of its criticisms, they wanted to be sure that the playstyle would be original and in its own, be a major departure from the Warcraft series. One of the game's producers, Bill Roper, had compared the gameplay to a game of chess, where players will be able to plan accordingly depending on what faction they choose, finding the weaknesses of their opposition and capitalizing on the strengths of their own. And after straightening out a few technical issues in development, the game was eventually released on March 31st, 1998. But before we get into the critical reception of its debut, let's take a moment to discuss the innovations of their final product. The game's narrative, taking place in the distant future of 2259, you'll be embarking on a multitude of campaigns, spanning across 3 of the game's different races. each campaign having ties to one another, and also gives the player an opportunity to experiment with the different abilities of each faction. The atmosphere of the game is wonderfully crafted, with a bleak, futuristic setting being further complemented by its dark and moody soundtrack. The game also featured some impressive voice acting, as well as a plethora of FMV cutscenes. And going back to it after so many years, I gotta say, I can see why this game was such a big deal. Everything you could ever ask for in an RTS is here in StarCraft. It presents itself with a timeless atmosphere. With the typical resource management and base building mechanics being a major part of the gameplay, what really set StarCraft apart was in its use of the previously mentioned variety of factions. For most RTS titles at the time, the differences between them were mostly cosmetic, but the gameplay on both sides of the field were always similar. In StarCraft, the battlefield is greatly weighed on the knowledge of your faction of choice, with a heavy importance on understanding their strengths and weaknesses. For example, you begin the game's campaign as the human faction of Terran. This faction offers a more balanced playstyle, finding a middle ground between the other two opposing races, while the Protoss are more technologically advanced, relying on powerful equipment and lengthy crafting times to achieve their mission, and the infamous Zerg faction, having a strategy that's highly dependent on the number of their troops. These different playstyles brought something fresh to the world of RTS, and created an experience that was unique to each of its players, and combining that with the traditional formula made StarCraft an instant classic for fans of the genre, and upon its release, the impact was felt worldwide. Becoming the best-selling PC game in the year of 1998, with over 1.5 million units sold, Blizzard had knocked it out of the park, and the critics had nothing but praise for their efforts. And while the release of StarCraft was obviously a huge deal at the time, the impact of its reach would only continue to grow with time. One example of this being in its massive growth as a professional sport in South Korea, making it one of the first widely celebrated esports titles of its kind, filling stadiums of fans to watch the best players compete, and even having StarCraft-themed bars for further spectating pleasure. And one of the things I love most about playing these games of the 90s is getting to revisit the many innovations in gaming at that time, as it's really incredible how many games in present day were influenced by some of the experimental decisions made by their predecessors. But as for the case of StarCraft and its ambitious nature, it's safe to say that it will forever be regarded as one of the greatest RTS series of all time. The next game on our list begins with one of the most prolific military novelists of all time, the late and powerful Tom Clancy. A man whose work is well recognized among gamers of multiple generations, his rise to fame at first began with the release of his debut novel, The Hunt for Red October, a story set in the Cold War, which was also the introduction of one of his most famed characters, Jack Ryan. He went on to continue in the tradition of writing military novels and even began working with Hollywood, having a wide selection of his writing being made into films. His first adaptation had began in 1990, with the Red October movie being filmed and released to critical acclaim. And with the gaming industry also making a steady rise at this time, Mr. Clancy began talks of having a hand in writing for future releases. The very first game he had worked on under the Tom Clancy name was Tom Clancy's SSN, a submarine simulation game that was released on the Windows PC. But just 2 years later, his work on a certain IP would solidify his name into gaming history. Released on August 21st, 1998, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six had began its inception, giving players a unique perspective on the world of tactical shooters. With Rainbow Six being centered around a counterterrorism unit, the game's development team, Red Storm Entertainment, was aiming to create an immersive experience for its players. Beginning with the strategy aspects found within the game, before each mission, you will be assigned to command different units of your overall squad, and also being given the ability to plan routes in which your units will be tasked with following. Each enemy engagement is dangerous, and the familiar run and gun method will be of no use if you want to see your mission through. While enemies only require a few carefully placed shots to take them down, the same can be said about yourself and squad mates, making careful planning a necessity. Another interesting aspect within the story mode is the fact that once you lose a squad mate, they are gone for good. So the stakes are high in keeping them safe, if you want to have the most help as possible throughout your campaign. And with 16 different missions being available for the original port, you've got a long way to go in keeping your squad alive. While the level of difficulty could be off-putting to fans of the typical shooter, Rainbow Six was a breath of fresh air for others. It's almost like a perfect mix between the two genres of action and strategy, and pairing that with the intensity of each mission and impressive level of immersion is what made this game so special for its time. For me personally, this was one of the first computer games I had ever owned, but it's one I stuck with for many years. The visuals are very on brand with its year of release, but the level of depth within its gameplay still makes it one of my favorite Tom Clancy games ever. As you can imagine, Rainbow Six was met with a widely positive reception, and went on to be released to a litany of other ports for console and handheld. And what's so interesting about this title is how much of an impact it had in creating the insane catalog of Tom Clancy games thereafter. With the Rainbow Six series continuing on to release over 13 entries and counting, and as for its hand in the world of tactical shooters, I strongly believe it was an inspiration for other IPs such as the SWAT series. But if one thing's for sure, it's that Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six is a true gem in the history of 90s gaming, and is one that's still worth experiencing in present day. Much like the last game of discussion, our next entry is one that is fueled by strategy and tactical espionage, spawning one of the most iconic characters in all of gaming history and bringing worldwide reverence to its legendary creator, Hideo Kojima, comes my personal favorite, Metal Gear Solid. While the Metal Gear series had originated on the MSX2 and NES consoles of the late 80s, its greatest form was finally realized on September 3rd, 1998. Being released as a PlayStation 1 exclusive, Metal Gear Solid intended to capitalize on the technological advancements of Sony's debut console, and jam-packed 2 CD-ROMs with the incredible tale of Solid Snake. And while I would typically go into a rant about how this game came to be, I've already done so multiple times in different videos. So this time around, let's just talk about what made it so unbelievably good as a video game. Beginning with the story, Metal Gear Solid follows the main character of Solid Snake, a highly respected soldier with more than enough combat experience to fuel an army. Taking place in an alternate history in which the Cold War had continued on into the 90s, the game's narrative begins in the year of 2005. A remote Alaskan island has been compromised by a terrorist group named Foxhound, who are threatening the use of a nuclear-capable mech, or Metal Gear Rex. And to erase these threats, they're hoping to be given the remains of a fallen Foxhound member by the name of Big Boss, as well as a ransom of $1 billion. And with these threats, our protagonist Snake is called out of retirement and sent to a nuclear weapons facility codenamed Shadow Moses. Snake is tasked with locating 2 separate hostages on the island, as well as preventing the launch of any nuclear weapons. And with Snake being a lone wolf on this mission, it's up to the player to keep his presence unknown. Much like the original 80s release of Metal Gear, Kojima wanted the gameplay to remain focused on stealth, in which they include a wide variety of mechanics to aid the player in staying under the radar. You can hug walls, take cover under boxes and within lockers, as well as a handful of tools that can be put to use to jam up surveillance. Snake is also no stranger to close quarters combat, and can quietly incapacitate any of his enemies one-on-one. But going back to the game's narrative, the story found within Metal Gear Solid is truly what makes the game so iconic. While the gameplay features plenty of situations to get your brain working and heart rate rising, the vast amount of well-written cutscenes are a nice respite in between stressful sneaking missions. And while the majority of the game's cutscenes are pretty lengthy, you'll be sure to find yourself engaged the entire way through. The game's writers, Hideo Kojima and Tomokazu Fukushima, did an absolutely amazing job at keeping you immersed within the complex storyline. And not only that, but the wide cast of memorable characters will make it very hard for you to pick a favorite. The game's use of a codec to communicate with others plays a major part in the immersion. The codec also plays an important role in guiding your way through each mission, with the ability to contact your theme for advice whenever you find yourself stuck. It's a wonderful mechanic, and one that I've always loved dearly about the Metal Gear series. But what I've always found most fascinating about the universe of these games is the wonderful mix of supernatural themes with real-world history. The story of Metal Gear is heavily influenced by the history of war in many different ways, but they also found a way to capitalize on more obscure military topics such as psychic units and bioengineered super soldiers. It has a very sci-fi feel to it at times, and even has some rather creepy elements to it as well, with antagonists such as Psycho Mantis being sure to provide you with plenty of unsettling moments throughout your playthrough. And speaking of Psycho Mantis, let's dive a bit more into the innovative aspects of the game. With Kojima having a love for movies, he aimed to make the game as cinematic as possible. One way that he did so was in the tasteful presentation of his cutscenes, but he also kept in mind that this was a video game, and with immersion being an important factor, him and the team at Konami decided to introduce a few new mechanics, one of which being included in the Psycho Mantis boss fight, in which he was able to read the players' minds by diving into their memory card data and commenting on the games they were playing. Environmental concerns such as footprints in the snow, enemies becoming alerted by sounds, and even the common cold being introduced as a game mechanic, the ability to change perspective from first and third person, and, as we had previously mentioned, the use of a codec, all being innovative mechanics. And to be honest, there really aren't enough words for me to do this game justice, as it's one of those titles that just has to be experienced in order to understand why it's so widely praised. This is the game that put Hideo Kojima on the map for being one of the most unique storytellers in gaming, and had influenced a barrage of other stealth IPs in its wake. It introduced the importance of good writing in video games, and highlighted the fact that not every action game has to follow the same formula. It did something truly special with Metal Gear Solid, and for me, it's my personal favorite game of '98. But that doesn't mean our journey ends here, because we've got plenty more to cover on this iconic year. And for our next game, I'm sure you'll be feeling a heavy dose of nostalgia in our report of it. So get your gyms ready, because it's time to fly in the 1998 release of Spyro the Dragon. Platforming games have been a staple in the gaming industry well since its storied inception. And with the majority of these platformers birthing some of the most iconic mascots in gaming, it's really no surprise that damn near every early developer had taken their shot at creating the next big name in platforming. With Mario, Sonic the Hedgehog, and Crash Bandicoot all leaving a lasting impression on gamers of the 80s and 90s, Burbank developer Insomniac Studios were looking to capitalize on this trend and see if they had what it takes to invent their very own icon. With the demographic at that time shifting more towards children and teens, they decided it would be best for them to create a game that was welcome to all ages. And with the N64 dominating the family-friendly market with games such as Super Mario 64, Sony was pushing Insomniac to move in a similar direction. They decided they wanted the game to center around a dragon, and developed an engine that specialized in open world play. This powerful engine allowed the gameplay to include features such as flying, vast open spaces, and plenty of dynamic environments. And after careful planning and execution, we came to see the release of Spyro the Dragon on the PlayStation 1. If you were a 90s baby, I'm inclined to believe that this game was a big part of your childhood. And while the game sold a bit poorly at launch, that Christmas season of '98 was bringing the lovable purple dragon to disk drives all over the world. As we had mentioned before, they designed a pretty powerful engine to make sure this game would stand out from its competitors. And stand out, it did. Many critics praised the game for detailed level design, the depth of exploration found within each location in game, and the overall charm of the game's characters, making it one of the most beloved platformers of its time. And while its target demographic may have been aimed at a younger audience, Spyro came to be one of those games that was loved by all. It's one of those titles that I'll always look back on fondly, and one that I'm sure many of you have as well. Spyro has went on to create a legacy that has spanned multiple generations now, and has been a poster child for PlayStation for as long as I can remember. So if you ever find yourself looking for a little trip to the past, Spyro is sure to satiate any cravings of nostalgia. So order yourself a pizza and break out the beanbag chair. It's time to fly. When revisiting the state of gaming in the 1990s, you'll come to find that the trend of console gaming was easily the most popular method across the board. With the rise in PlayStation and N64 sales skyrocketing throughout the mid-90s, it seemed as though the entire world were shifting their focus on controllers and memory cards rather than keyboard and mouse. Console gaming just seemed a bit more convenient, with the simplicity of plug and play being a more reasonable option for your casual gamer. But for those with a little extra coin in their pocket and an even greater interest in the hobby, PC gaming was swiftly becoming the hardcore gamer's primary choice. And with an emphasis on first-person shooters being a popular genre for the PC, it's no surprise that some of the most influential were spawned in this very same era. And for one man by the name of Gabe Newell, he looked to create one of the greatest FPS series of all time. Beginning in the year of 1996, Valve Software was founded by Mr. Newell and his partner, Mike Harrington. Both being former developers at Microsoft for well over a decade, the duo shared plenty of experience in their field and were excited to start something of their own. They wanted to break away from the typical branding structure, with most development studios having an edge or extreme characteristic to their names, which eventually ended up with them settling on the choice of Valve. The company was officially LLC'd on the day of Gabe Newell's wedding, and shortly after began the development of our next topic of discussion. At the time of the game's development, one of the most popular FPS games at that time was Quake, a cutting-edge arena shooter that was boasting one of the most impressive engines of its time. Funny enough, the duo's friend and former co-worker, Michael Abrash, had also left Microsoft in search of other opportunity, in which he was able to get the Valve team a license to use the Quake engine for themselves. Along with their affinity for the impressive engine of id Software, they also wanted to bring a heavy influence of Doom's horror aspects into their new game, stating they wanted Half-Life to scare you like Doom did. They also took inspiration for the game's narrative from the Stephen King novel, The Mist, and an interesting amount of their level design being inspired by the manga series, Akira, and thought these all sound like wildly different directions to take an idea, but in the end, the risk definitely paid off. They initially had a bit of trouble in finding a publisher for the game, due to the fact that they were a brand new company with no previous sales, but Washington-based publisher Sierra Online were willing to take a chance with Valve, and after all was said and done, the game eventually launched on November 19th, 1998. Now before we get into the critical reception, let's take a moment and briefly review what it is that made Half-Life stand apart from its competitors. Starting off with the game's engine. While they initially built the game's foundation through the Quake engine, Gabe Newell had stated that 75% of the engine's final version was being ran by Valve's own personal coding, meaning they essentially took the Quake engine and tweaked it to their liking. They were aiming to innovate the use of physics in their game like never before seen, and design each level with a plethora of dynamic effects. For example, damages such as bullet holes, broken windows, and collapsed ceilings all having a lasting effect and would permanently change the landscape of your experience. Slippery floors would send players sliding, grenades could be bounced off of walls and other objects, and random objects such as crates could be maneuvered to your liking. And we've come to find mechanics such as these to be commonplace in the games of present day, but back in 1998, this was next level stuff. The game also provided a satisfying level of platforming and puzzle solving, all of which were a great way to break up the monotony of a typical run-and-gun formula. Not only did they enhance the experience of first-person shooters to a whole new level, they also created a universe that's led to an insane run of classics ever since. With the story of Gordon Freeman and Black Mesa being a topic of discussion for many fans and enthusiasts for multiple decades now. And going back to the time of its release, it's clear to see why. The critical reception of Half-Life was met with a near-perfect response, winning multiple Game of the Year awards and being given a standing ovation by almost every major critic. To this day, Half-Life holds a number 28 spot on the Metacritic list of the greatest games of all time. It's one of the most influential games of its genre. It is an experience that still holds up in present day. So if you've somehow found yourself missing out on this masterpiece, I definitely recommend giving it a playthrough. But going back to the Metacritic list of greatest games, this next entry on our list is impressively holding the number 1 spot. So without further ado, and with the utmost respect, let's take a moment and revisit The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. For as long as video games have existed, a debate has been formed with a wide array of opinions. A debate that begs the question, what is the greatest video game? And while any answer to that may be a subjective opinion, I think we can place enough facts behind our next entry in order to prove that its reputation is worthy of such a title. The Legend of Zelda series had first begun on February 21st, 1986, with the very first game being released on the NES and boasting an impressive mix of puzzle solving, RPG mechanics, as well as an influence of action-adventure, really made it stand out greatly among other games of its time, and its steadily growing fanbase were eagerly awaiting its next entry. Shortly after, the sequel was released only a year later. This time around, the game's co-creator, Shigeru Miyamoto, was looking to create an evolved experience from its predecessor. For example, they decided to ditch the original top-down perspective for a high-fidelity side-scrolling view, putting more emphasis on the RPG elements found in-game, as well as the introduction of Shadow Link, a character that went on to have multiple appearances in later releases. As you can imagine, these changes were met with some mixed reception, sparking an ongoing debate on whether the second game was an improvement or downgrade. But with the majority of fans just being happy to have a new Zelda game to play, the second entry once again sold incredible numbers, and even found itself selling out multiple times. With success and great favor for Nintendo and their latest IP, it was safe to say that the Zelda series was going to be sticking around for a while. And with a handful of other entries being released throughout the late 80s to early 90s, let's take a trip back to the day of November 21st, 1998, to what many claim is the greatest game of the series, that being Ocarina of Time. The release of Ocarina of Time is probably in the top 10 of most iconic days for gaming, as this was a title that quite literally shaped an entire generation, being given almost perfect scores by every gaming publication known to man, and over 9 Game of the Year awards, eventually made for this game being regarded as the greatest game of all time. Ocarina of Time is the definition of masterful development, and has become the epitome of gaming nostalgia. But with such big shoes to fill, what was it that made this game so special? Well, let's begin with the visuals. While the majority of Zelda fans had grown accustomed to seeing Link in his 2D form, Ocarina of Time was the first to bring the world of Hyrule into a 3D perspective. Making use of the N64's incredibly impressive 64DD system, Ocarina of Time had boasted varying milestones with its use of intricate level design, dynamic backgrounds, as well as all of its cutscenes being rendered seamlessly in the game's engine. Another reason for its success was in its ability to tastefully blend genres. Borrowing many elements of RPG and action-adventure, they were able to create some incredibly unique innovations, many of which are still used in present day. The game was also very generous in introducing its players to the many new changes found in-game, with a wide variety of mini-games that would teach as well as reward players. And not to mention, Link's fairy comrade by the name of Navi, being a unique way to give its players direction throughout their journey. The game's world is vast, with many different characters to interact with and tons of hidden areas to explore. The combat and targeting system were a breath of fresh air, and most of all, the game was just an absolute blast to play. Many argue that the fate of the N64 could have been vastly different if it weren't for the release of Ocarina of Time, and given the fact that it revitalized the need for the console, I'd say that I agree with that statement. Before the release of Ocarina, the N64 was falling short on its roster in comparison to the plethora of major titles being released on the PS1, and with the target release for Ocarina being set on the 1998 holiday season, they really couldn't have picked a better time. The game sold over 1 million copies in its first week, and quickly became the best-selling game of that year, and with only 39 days left in the year to do so. It influenced future gaming in almost every way possible, and showed players how quickly games were evolving at the time. While you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who hasn't experienced Ocarina of Time just yet, I'd love to hear some of your favorite memories spent with the game, especially if you got it for Christmas that year. But moving forward into our journey of this iconic year for gaming, I thought we could revisit a game that I was much too young to be playing back in the day. But for all my klepto gamers out there, you're sure to find a relation with this one. So get your water arrows ready and check your pockets as we dive into the felonious world of Thief, the Dark Project. The mechanic of stealth had become a very common theme for multiple big releases in the year of 1998, with titles such as Tenchu Stealth Assassins and Metal Gear Solid all sharing the common theme of stealth-based gameplay. The idea of hugging corners, scanning radars, and sneaking your way through levels had become an exhilarating thrill for fans of such games, presenting their players with a tense experience that was rewarding to overcome. And for the ambitious development team at Looking Glass Studio, they were hoping to take a stab at their version of stealth in an even more sophisticated way. While the game's concept began as an action role-playing game titled Dark Camelot, they eventually scrapped this idea, once being denied by their marketing team. They opted for keeping a good majority of the Dark Camelot level design for the new project. They had stated that the concepts for this game were coming to a dead end, with no real plot other than mindlessly chopping people to bits. So rather than focusing on the concept of making the game about first-person sword combat, they wanted to make those ideas a secondary factor and begin their primary focus on thievery. Thus began the concept of the game being about a young thief named Garrett, who is recruited by a mysterious order called the Keepers. Essentially a den of thieves who teach Garrett everything they know, which eventually leads with Garrett leaving the Order, becoming a mercenary thief, and a free agent of sorts. So as you can imagine, the game was about stealing things, but it wasn't as simple as picking people's pockets or selling questionable goods on Facebook Marketplace. This game was designed to make you work for your score, and implemented some deeply ambitious mechanics for doing so. The team at Looking Glass had aimed to make the majority of assets in game to be interactive. For example, you're given a selection of different arrow types that you can use, with water arrows being used to take out torches for better hiding spots, and the moss arrow, which is used to cushion louder surfaces, making your footsteps less noisy. And much like we've seen in the Hitman series, many different items such as glass bottles and other objects can be thrown around to distract enemies. They knew that in order to make the gameplay exciting, they needed the AI to be extremely sophisticated, but they quickly found it wouldn't be an easy job to accomplish. While most stealth games at the time would depend on visual cues or line of sight to ensure stealth, Thief was aiming to make every element a factor in ensuring your sneaking was immersive, meaning the audio would require a sophisticated system to simulate what noises could and couldn't be heard by lurking NPCs. Shadows and lighting would have a realistic effect, and most of all, the AI to behave in a somewhat believable fashion. A year into the game's development, a multitude of issues had plagued these ideas from working, and Looking Glass were facing pushback from their publisher Eidos, which brought them to the reality of possible downsizing and even cancellation of the project as a whole. But in a pivotal turn of events, the team's lead programmer, Tom Leonard, had pitched an idea for completely rewriting the game's AI system, in hopes of correcting all issues found in the AI's response to stealth. And with the deadline for the game swiftly closing in, it meant that some major crunch was about to ensue. In a recent interview with the Looking Glass founder, Paul Neurath, he recounted this moment, stating that Tom had endured about 3 weeks straight of 14-hour shifts, and miraculously rewrote the coding without a single flaw. These changes, along with the inclusion of the stealth meter in the bottom of the game's UI, had finally perfected their vision in the game's design. And after all was said and done, Thief the Dark project was finally released for the Windows PC on December 1st, 1998. Being met with major praise in its ambitious mechanics and unique gameplay, Thief had quickly became a household name for fans of the stealth genre. Its impact had even further succeeded its predicted niche audience, becoming one of the highest rated games in '98. It featured a level of immersion in its gameplay that still puts a lot of present titles to shame, and offered something incredibly different from the average game. The series went on to make 2 more sequels, with a reboot being added in 2014. But when it comes to a true sneaking experience, it's always best to stick with the classics. So do yourself a favor and grab this game for cheap. It's well worth a playthrough even after all this time, and is an experience that is sure to be memorable. Just don't forget to check your corners. You never know who could be watching. When looking back on some of my favorite memories as a young gamer, one thing that I miss more than just about anything is the excitement of couch co-op. Thinking back on those late summer nights with 4 or 5 friends staying the night, playing video games into the early morning hours, eating snacks and debunking the latest Easter eggs we found on cheapplanet.com, it was an incredible time to be alive, and I'm forever grateful to have been able to experience that golden era of gaming. But getting back to the topic at hand, our next entry is a certified couch co-op classic. I'm talking about Mario Party on the N64. Few games have been able to divide and bring together a room like the Mario Party series, spanning a wide roster of games that are still being released in present day. But in typical fashion for the sake of this video, let's travel back to the original and revisit the roots of this classic series. Going back a bit further to the 80s and 90s, board games were steadily rising in popularity, with many celebrated games such as Monopoly, Candyland, and The Game of Life being the average family's Friday night entertainment. But with the steady rise of video games quickly becoming the newfound champion for at-home activities, Nintendo thought it would be a brilliant idea to create something of their own. But this time around, it would be virtual. They partnered up with Japanese developers Hudson Soft, who took over the project of turning the world of Mario into an interactive board game, implementing 6 different characters from the Mario universe and including up to 50 different mini-games. The game's plot would be simple. Mario and friends get into an argument over which of them would hold the title of Superstar, and in order to settle this feud once and for all, they set out to play a variety of mini-games against one another, earning stars along the way. Whoever comes out on top with the most stars wins, and that's pretty much it. And really, that's all you need. As we had mentioned before, the game was designed in the form of a traditional board game, with 6 different boards being themed after each character, all equipped with a variety of minigames. You roll dice, move spaces, and compete in minigames for the prize, as well as the ability to affect your opponent's gameplay with a wide selection of pickups and powers. It was a super simple concept, one that was familiar to just about anyone, which is part of the reason why this game was so successful. While the game could technically be played alone, where it really shone was in its multiplayer. With up to 4 players being able to compete at once, this game led to many fun-filled nights of the late 90s, presenting itself with a charming atmosphere, lovable characters, and plenty of laughs to go around. It all wasn't fun and games, as there was actually a large number of Mario Party related injuries being reported to the New York Attorney General's office at that time, because of a variety of the minigames requiring players to rotate the analog stick in high speeds. Some players were getting friction burns and other lacerations due to the rough grip of the analog stick. These complaints resulted in Nintendo having to pay the state $75,000 in legal fees, as well as to produce a glove that was made to protect players from future injury. Which, if you ask me, is totally hilarious. I mean, I've seen some wild gaming injuries in my day, but friction burns is crazy. Other than that mildly humorous controversy, the game fared well among critics, but more importantly, has become a staple in the childhood of multiple generations. This game united families, friends, and even enemies at times, and gave people a positive way to spend time with one another. It's one of those games that I owe a lot to for some wonderful memories, and if you've got any Mario Party memories of your own, I'd love to hear in the comments. Let's revel in nostalgia together. But moving on to the next and final entry on our list, it's definitely another staple of my childhood. So ending things off with another gaming icon, I present to you the Speed Demon himself, in Sonic Adventure. Closing off our list of historic gaming greatness comes a title that is believed to be one of the greatest of its franchise. But going back to its conception in August of 1996, a well-known producer and director at Sega Games, Takashi Iizuka, was looking to drum up some unique ideas for their next big Sonic game. He initially proposed that it would be in the style of an RPG, having a greater emphasis on narrative and character progression. The development team began their work on this idea following the release of their Sega Saturn classic, Nights into Dreams. Using the very same engine for the newfound Sonic project, technical issues in development for the Saturn began to pose a problem, but lucky for them, a new console was on the horizon. The Sega Dreamcast was pushing the boundaries of technical limitations at that time, with the president at Sega believing it would be a perfect fit for their new game. The development process was heating up, with the team on board steadily growing as the months rolled on. They chose to keep the game under wraps from the public, with very few screenshots of the project being leaked before the game's release. And although many fans of the series were geared up about having a new console from Sega coming soon, the possibilities of viewing Sonic in all 3 dimensions is really what excited fans the most. And on December 23rd, 1998, Sonic Adventure was officially released. Reimagining the formula of the series, bringing Sonic and friends into a 3-dimensional playground, and soothing our ears with one of the greatest late 90s gaming soundtracks ever, Sonic Adventure was everything that fans of the series could have ever hoped for. Starting with the game's narrative, the familiar face of Dr. Robotnik is back to his old menacing ways, discovering the mysterious entity of chaos and unleashing it upon the world. Sonic is joined alongside Tails and Knuckles in stopping this madness, with a handful of other campaigns being available through other characters as well. It's your meat and potatoes Sonic plot with a decent amount of FMVs and dialogue to keep you engaged in the game's story. But at the end of the day, we're here to go fast, right? And in Sonic Adventure, speed is always the name of the game. Being the first 3D game released to the series, the world of Sonic was looking more incredible than ever before, and in the case of this game, it's the peak of late 90s gaming aesthetic. Sonic was redesigned with a more slim and edgy look to him. The level designs were detailed and functional, as well as a wide selection of minigames, giving it a nice variety. And how could I forget the Chow Garden, which were virtual pets in which you could raise and even form relationships with. It was the fully fleshed out experience you would expect from a game of its era. It was more than welcome to its fans. going on to become the highest selling release for the Sega Dreamcast, with later ports being added to the GBA and GameCube. Sonic Adventure is a classic in every way imaginable, and upon revisiting its nostalgic landscapes, you'll be quick to find out why. It was a testament as to why the series has been so successful for the multiple decades since its inception, and stood out for its ambitious design and well thought out structure. If there's one piece of advice I can give you all, it's to make sure that you don't miss out on this game, as it's one that's sure to satisfy. And much like the long list of incredible releases in 1998, Sonic Adventure stands proudly among some of the best. And so concludes our journey throughout the wonderful year of 1998. I hope you all enjoyed this video, and please feel free to comment down below which games were your personal favorites. This is only the beginning of our journey throughout the golden age of gaming, so please do me a solid and drop a subscribe if you dig this type of content. We've got plenty more on the way. But as always, thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video. Stay safe and stay blessed, my friends. Peace out.
Where do they get it? How are they moving it?
Agent Brzezinski, Narc Squad.
The DEA is forcing themselves on this. Your old partner Marcus is the lead agent.
This is our case.
Don't move in until I give the word.
Yeah, right.
He's going for the gun! Police, free!
Some moments I was an addict, but this moment, I'm a cop. Two cops on the street face a choice. Do they walk the line, or do they cross it? Narc, 1995. Big hit, friend prices. Rated M for mature.
Talking free pizza, people. Give me a hoo-ha 2 times Tuesday.
Hoo-ha.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's 2 times Tuesday at Domino's. Buy any large pizza at regular menu price and get a second pizza of equal or lesser value free. Get the door. It's Domino's.
You like bath time, don't you? We're gonna get you nice and clean. Now, can you tell me how old you are?
22.
Yes, you are.
How dirty boys get clean. New Axe shower gel.
There have been many different development studios throughout the broad history of gaming who have done their part in shaping the industry and spawning the very genres that we love in present day. From Nintendo's introduction of the platformer genre with the 1981 release of Donkey Kong, to the 1970s Sega classic Jet Rocket, which is alleged to be the very first open world game. What I'm getting at is every studio wants to have that big breakthrough game, the one that really shakes things up for the gaming industry and has consumers all over the world in awe at its creation. Now, there's been a lot of legendary IPs and genres created up to this point, but we know who to give flowers to when it comes to certain styles of games. Much like Capcom is well known for their innovation in the genre of survival horror, when it comes to RPGs, I'm willing to bet that most gamers will give their love to none other than Square Enix, as they've created one of the most widely beloved role-playing series of all time, that being Final Fantasy. Now, Square Enix is a studio that carries a legendary catalog of classic games on its roster, and many of which I'm extremely fond of. But before they were a household name for gamers all over the globe, they started with much more humble beginnings, initially being named Square, or internationally known as Squaresoft. Squaresoft had started as a software subsidiary of Den-Yu Sha, which simply put was an electric company. Den-Yu Sha was owned by a man named Kunichi Miyamoto, whose son, Masafumi Miyamoto, was employed in the software development branch. Masafumi wasn't too keen on following in the steps of his father, and was much more interested in the rise of the video game industry at the time. While most games in the early 80s were developed by single programmers, Masafumi believed that games were about to be evolving in a big way, and with this evolution would require a much larger team of writers, artists, and programmers to create games with much more depth than ever before seen. He had his eyes set to the future of gaming, and was looking to create something legendary. Taking note of then standalone game studio Enix and the commercial success of their game Dragon Quest, Masafumi was interested in getting into the realm of role-playing games and having his company create one for themselves. All of these ambitions came to fruition in 1987 with the debut release of Final Fantasy on the Nintendo Entertainment System. The game was incredibly well received and had become the poster child of Square in their long run of successful releases throughout the 80s and 90s. And while Final Fantasy is probably their most well-known IP, they were responsible for other great RPG series such as Chrono Trigger, Parasite Eve, and Xenogears, all with their own collective of fans and followings. But with the new millennium on the horizon for Squaresoft in the late 90s, they felt it was time for them to branch out to the next generation of consoles, and create something fresh for their fans to enjoy upon the release of the highly anticipated PlayStation 2. But in order to do so, they felt they would need a little bit of help. This help came in the form of Dream Factory, a low-key Japanese development studio that was best known for their work in the fighting/beat-em-up titles. With prior experience in creating fighting games such as Tobal No. 1, Square felt that Dream Factory would be a great fit in helping them to develop their next big game. And that brief historical narrative is what leads us to the very subject of this video. A game that was Square's first big introduction into the world of beat-em-up style games, and is a title that can really divide a room in terms of whether it was good or just plain garbage. I personally happen to have a bit of experience with this game, but that was so long ago, I felt that it was time to refresh my memory and step into this video with some fresh but well-seasoned gaming knowledge. So without further ado, let's step inside the hilariously strange world of The Bouncer, as we come to find why some gamers hold this game in such high regards, while others, well, let's just take a look, shall we? Right from the jump, I love the cheesy 80s styles fast-paced music they use for the intro cutscene. Paired with the stylish Squaresoft aesthetic and that early 2000s flair, it's just chef's kiss, man. Even the introduction screen goes pretty hard.
The Bouncer.
Now if you guys have been rocking with me since my previous videos, you know how much I appreciate a dope title screen. And for some reason, the simplicity of this one with the sounds of the menu scrolling, it's making me all tingly inside. I could listen to that all day. But anyways, it looks like we've got 3 different modes to play around with, but we're here to get into the meat and bones of The Bouncer. So let's go with the story mode for now. Starting with the intro cutscene, we're met with a news broadcast commentating on some new tech at the hands of the Mikado Corporation. A mysterious woman is typing away on her laptop and surveying a young woman by the name of Dominique Cross. Cut to a couple of military-esque choppers dropping off a squad of what looks to be a BDSM-themed skiing team as they make their way towards Dominique's location. Shortly after, we meet our first bouncer by the name of Volt as he greets Dominique and lets her into the bar. We then meet Ko and Sion, completing our trio of playable characters. And if you haven't already noticed, Sion looks a hell of a lot like Sora. That's because they were both designed by the legendary Tetsuya Nomura, the man responsible for the very same character designs in Kingdom Hearts. So if anything, it looks like Sora may have been inspired by Sion. But anywho, Sion is then greeted with a present from Dominique for his 1-year anniversary of working in the bar. It's a dog street chain, which is the street in which the bar is located. And just as he's receiving this gift, the angry squad of Marilyn Manson backup dancers come busting through the glass ceiling, propelling us into our first choice of battle. As before each battle, you get to choose which character you want to fight as. Me personally, I stuck with Sion and started mashing away. Now as you can see, the combat in this game is a bit wonky. If I had to compare it to anything, it's almost like trying to throw a punch in your dreams. I mean, you'd have better luck with connecting the airplane Wi-Fi than connecting a punch in this game.
You suck.
Each button serves a specific punch or kick, with the R1 button being used to string together special moves into your combos. But having just started, my character has yet to learn any of these special moves, so I'm just going to keep repeating what works. Now while this isn't the worst combat I've ever dealt with in a game before, it could have greatly benefited from the use of a lock-on system, much like Devil May Cry or other similar third-person games have. It's just plain annoying at times with how uncoordinated your character feels during combat, and for this to be our action-packed introduction into the game, I was a bit disappointed. Now Dominique is eventually taken by the leather-bound goons and taken to the Mikado Corp's hideout. Ko calls up a connection he has on the inside and finds a train the boys can board to gain access into the headquarters. En route, the boys are once again intercepted by another group of baddies, and we're able to once again pick which character we want to play for this battle. This mechanic I found to be pretty cool, as each character piqued my interest for different reasons, and I was curious to play all of them. I went with Volt for our second round, and found his moveset to be more satisfying than Sion's. I mean, belly flop for the win. Upon completing this fight, the boys spot a mysterious Black Panther watching over them from above. I guess this is a normal occurrence in their society, as they quickly brush it off, making their way towards the train station. After fighting our way through a slew of train station guards and hopping aboard, we're finally met with our first boss battle, who happens to be an old acquaintance of Volt.
So nice to see you again, Echidna.
Now this fight was the moment I realized how annoying the combat is in this game, because it was way harder than it should have been to beat this woman.
Pause.
Not only were my AI controlled teammates using their chins to block her attacks, but they were also standing there helpless as I did the very same with my chin. It took me about 3 different tries with constant blocking and cheap shots to finally beat her, but when I did, I just felt more flustered than accomplished. Now all the while that I'm playing this game, I want to hate it, I really do. But something about its beautiful 2000s era graphics and dope looking characters just kept me in the mood to keep trucking along, and pairing that with the dope soundtrack and beautifully scripted cutscene transitions, the game was making me fall in love with each passing minute. It's a very conflicting feeling to love a game that's so poorly designed, but something about this game just feels so nostalgic. Now throughout each level, you're able to utilize XP earned to increase the abilities of each character. Maximizing your health, learning new moves, and going up in rank are all incentives to keep playing. The game makes use of a continued save, meaning that after you complete the game, you can use those upgraded characters in the new story mode. This progression is pretty satisfying, and I can definitely see it giving you a reason to play through the story mode multiple times. But as you're watching my gameplay, you'll come to find proof of what most people have complained about this game for: the absurd amount of cutscenes. Now Squaresoft are no strangers to long and frequent cutscenes, but in the sense of a game like The Bouncer, where you spend about 45 seconds in repetitive beat 'em up gameplay and then 5 to 10 minutes in a long cutscene, this makes immersing yourself in the gameplay kind of difficult. Where with most games cutscenes are used to kind of transition and help pad along the long spurts of gameplay, in The Bouncer, it just feels like the gameplay is interrupting the cutscenes. You'll catch yourself admiring the beautiful animations, enjoying the witty dialogue, and immersing yourself in the strange story, and then BAM! Character select screen, 30 seconds of fighting, and then back to another long cutscene. 30 seconds of fighting, cutscene, fighting, cutscene, rinse, repeat. It just felt lazy if I'm being honest. If they'd spent half as much time on improving the gameplay and giving the player more variety to work with, this game could have really been something. I mean, it's like I'm watching a movie with interactive loading screens essentially. There's no puzzle solving, no interactive environments, no deep-rooted exploration. Just point A to point B, button mash and spin kick your way through this mob, watch a cool video, then do it all over again. Now this game's saving grace for me at least was definitely in its narrative, as there's many twists and turns throughout the story, showing that each character has a lot more to do with this situation than you may have expected. In between levels, the game makes use of loading screens that display flashback dialogue from the 3 bouncers, giving you a little more insight into their past, which I thought was a nice way of keeping the story interesting, as well as a way to connect the dots as you progress. Now I don't want to spoil too much about the game in the case that you want to give it a playthrough for yourself, but I personally found myself enjoying the story, and while it may be a bit predictable at times, it still had plenty of charm surrounding it to keep me entertained. And man, them jiggle physics ain't half bad either. How you doing? Now as for the other game modes, we've got Versus and Survival mode. Versus allows up to 4 players to battle it out BR style, or team up for 2v2 action. There are up to 15 players from throughout the story to choose from, as well as 11 different locales to fight in. This is a pretty cool little game mode, and I could definitely see it being fun to play with friends back in the day. Survival mode is your typical horde style gameplay, where you will move through multiple areas fighting waves of enemies on 1 health bar. It's basically a replay of some of the later areas in story mode, but with the scoring system. These extra modes are appreciated and fit in nicely to add more replayability, but given that the fighting is still incredibly awkward in this game, I don't really know what to make of it. Overall, I found The Bouncer to be an acquired taste, so if you're looking for a game that brings next level fighting mechanics, deep-rooted gameplay, or just anything above average, well, I couldn't honestly recommend this game to you in good faith. But if you're a fan of early 2000s nostalgia, charming cutscenes, as well as beautiful character and level design, then I think you'll enjoy your stay. The game also has an incredibly short length, meaning you could easily beat it in a 1 to 2 hour session, which in my opinion is a good thing, since the game plays out more so like a movie than anything else. Plus, the end credit soundtrack is more than worth getting to hear. What a banger. I would say The Bouncer is more of a niche title that has grown a bit of a cult following. It's a game that deserves a lot of the flack that it gets, due to its lackluster gameplay. Overall, it's a terribly flawed game wrapped up in a neat little package, but it's one that I feel you will enjoy. Plus, combining RPG elements into a beat 'em up title, that's a pretty cool little feat they achieved. so kudos on that. But my verdict stands. The Bouncer, good or bad? I'm gonna say, so bad that it's good. Now if any of you watching this video have any prior experience with the game, please let me know in the comments. I'd love to hear what you guys gotta say about it. Maybe I'm just shallow for being so in love with the visuals to overlook such bad gameplay, but who knows? I like what I like. Throughout the broad and sometimes complicated history of gaming, there have been many tales of triumph and innovation within countless development studios all across the globe. From Valve Software and their impressive work in introducing the use of realistic physics in their games, to id Software, who are majorly responsible for grandfathering the entire first-person shooter genre. Examples such as these are responsible for some of our greatest memories as gamers, and even more so responsible for the evolution of gaming as a whole. From 8-bit visuals to realistically detailed landscapes and characters, we've come a long way when it comes to the look and feel of our games in present day. But looking back on the vast number of studios responsible for presenting some of my favorite titles, there's always been one certain studio that I've found to be severely overlooked. A studio that was once the backbone of Sony for many decades and responsible for some of the PlayStation's most incredible releases. A team comprised of passionate developers who weren't afraid to take chances, which in turn gave us some of the most unique titles the world of gaming has ever seen. In this video, we're here to talk about the rise and fall of one of Sony's most legendary studios, and to praise the many accomplished titles that had come at the hands of their hard work. A celebration of what once was, and a toast to the many great memories made in their beautifully crafted worlds. So without further ado, allow me to indulge you all into a brief history of how this studio came to be, and join along as we highlight some of their greatest releases, and recap on where things just may have went wrong. So grab yourself a nice beverage and get ready to tuck in, because it's time for us to step into the beautiful world of Japan Studios. Taking things back to the wonderful year of 1993, a star was born. Oh wait, I guess we're not here to talk about me, are we? Anywho, the day was November 16th, 1993, a day in which Japan Studios was officially formed. At this time, Sony was hard at work on releasing their upcoming console with the PlayStation 1, and was searching for talented developers that could assist them in creating some unique titles. Up until this point, Sony had no prior experience in creating anything related to gaming, and in order for them to stand out to an industry that was primarily dominated by Nintendo for almost a decade, they were going to need to come with something fresh and exciting. And so they got to work in picking up hungry developers, giving them a vision and just kind of letting them run wild with it. And it really showed in some of their earlier work. Which brings us to the very first game that Japan Studio had ever developed. And I promise, it's much weirder than it sounds. Have you ever wondered what it'd be like to journey through a spacecraft, armed to the teeth with donut-shooting laser guns on a team full of crossbred bounty hunters? Well, you're in luck, because Crime Crackers is the perfect solution for anybody looking to satiate those intergalactic cravings. Crime Crackers was the very first offering from the developers at Japan Studio. It was a title that was equally ambitious as it was just purely strange. The game begins 20 years after a large-scale war has been waged across the faraway galaxy, as we step into the shoes of 3 different bounty hunters, hired by police to crack down on crime. Our team has been placed on a spaceship called the Pink Dolphin, in which we are tasked with ridding the ship of its overwhelming amount of bad guys on board. The gameplay is similar to a dungeon crawler while combining the action of a first-person shooter, almost like Doom with some RPG elements. You'll set out on a slew of linear-style missions, solving puzzles, collecting items, and defeating bosses, and while you progress throughout the story, so do your characters in rank. Now the game's plot was pretty basic, but the unique mix of gameplay was definitely something of intrigue for gamers who enjoyed the likes of FPS or RPG games. And while the game was ambitious in its execution, it unfortunately didn't fare too well with critics. With mostly mixed reviews coming from many prolific sources at the time, it seemed that the biggest complaint was in how repetitive the game could be. While some found it to be well thought out or proof of Sony's new console being on par with its competitors, most just found the game to be kind of boring and a little less impressive than they had hoped for. This may not have been a victory for Japan Studios in their very first release, but it was a very good indicator of the direction this studio would continue to take. At this time in gaming, things were kind of like the Wild West. The possibilities for creativity seemed limitless, and with the technology of next-gen consoles much like the PS1 now looking to set the standard for gaming, Japan Studio found the sky to be the limit in what they could create next. They took what criticism they received on their first game and decided to educate themselves in what ways they could innovate for the future. And with that being said, just a little over 2 years later, their first big hit would finally come to fruition. The year was 1996. With the PlayStation being released just 2 years prior, there was still plenty of room for innovation in utilizing the power of Sony's debut console. Many different legendary titles came to be up to this point, shifting the focus of how games should be played and the potential of what's to come. But few could ever expect what was on the horizon. The concept of rhythm-based gaming was something that had yet to be executed at that time, and with an open-minded development team like Japan Studio joining alongside Nana Onsha, the intriguing idea of rhythm-based gaming was about to become a reality. Parappa the Rapper, released in Japan on December 6, 1996, took the world of gaming by storm with its charming characters and a strange yet captivating atmosphere. The game follows Parappa, a beanie-wearing dog with an insatiable love interest for a sunflower girl named Sunny. Parappa wants to win over the heart of this beloved Sunny and decides to dive into what every male who's seeking attention does: self-improvement. This brings Parappa to learning karate from an onion-headed sensei, getting his driver's license, learning to bake a cake, and performing a concert in front of all of his pals and classmates. The game is incredibly goofy and has a very 90s Nickelodeon kind of feel to it. Parappa plays like most rhythm-based games you're probably already keen to, but at the time of its release, this was next level stuff. You'll find yourself tapping along to the rhythm of music throughout each level, with each button press gauging to how well Parappa will flow with the beat. And although this may seem like a simple game to create, behind the scenes told a much more complex tale. The development process of Parappa was headed by Masaya Masora, a musician in a pretty successful Japanese band at the time. But with Masora not being too keen on the spotlight, he went to work with music in a more behind the scenes fashion, and decided to focus his attention to game design. The game began development before the release of the PlayStation, and eventually recruited Japan Studio, who aided in both developing the game and making it a PlayStation exclusive. Masora knew that he wanted to create something music-based, and took a liking to the idea of using actual voices for characters and basing the game around rap music. They recruited artist Roddy Greenblatt to design the characters of the game, starting with Parappa, who had initially taken the form of a shrimp. With some characters being changed over time, the game's lead character came to be as we know him today, the rhyme-spitting dog with an infatuation for botany and plenty of ambition to go around. All of the lyrics to each of the game's tracks were initially written in Japanese by Masaya himself, who later recruited Ryu Watabe, a Japanese rapper, to translate and freestyle the lyrics for the game's final release. The game was also one of the first of its kind to introduce motion capture for in-game characters, and gave the game an incredibly unique sense of style for its time. Because of this game being the first of its kind, promotion came to be somewhat of a challenge for the marketing team, as they weren't sure what kind of target demographic they should be aiming for. It was documented that most of the staff felt that Parappa was hardly a game at all, but more so like an interactive album. They eventually decided to primarily shift their focus on marketing to children, which came to be a demographic that struggled in finishing the game, they found out. Despite a few hiccups in the game's release and mounting confusion on how to do so, the game fared incredibly well and was actually the 7th best-selling game in Japan at that time. Upon its success in Japan, Sony decided it was time to take the likes of Parappa and his homies across the globe, and the game was officially released in North America on November 17, 1997. The Western release was very much on par with the success they had found earlier in Japan, with many critics boasting the game to be both catchy and charming. It was a major win for Sony and was one of Japan Studio's biggest hits to date. Parappa the Rapper is a game that still holds up in present day. With only about an hour-long story mode to play through, you'd be doing yourself no favors to skip out on it. I strongly believe that this title was a pivotal moment for gaming, and it definitely paved the way for some of the most legendary music-based games we've seen throughout history. But the team at Japan Studio were just getting started, and it was time for them to lend their expertise on another legendary IP that we'll come to discuss in this next segment. So put on your racing helmet and get ready to shift some gears, cause it's time for Gran Turismo. While the next game on our roster hadn't been released until 1997, the development for Gran Turismo goes back much further than you may have expected. Our story begins with Kazunori Yamauchi, a young Japanese game designer with ambitions of redefining the entire racing genre and taking simulation to a whole new level. He designed his first game by the name of MotorTune Grand Prix, and shortly after was made president of Palace Entertainment. With many PlayStation exclusive racers at that time having a more arcade-style approach to their mechanics and gameplay, Kazunori and his team were aiming to put their players behind the wheel of cars that don't just stop on a dime or bend to every corner. They wanted their game to be strategic and require more skill than the average racing game. While their first game, MotorTune Grand Prix, was released for the Japanese launch of the PS1 in 1994, Kazunori had been working on the concept of Gran Turismo since '92. The development cycle of the game was fairly unorganized in the beginning, with constant changes in production teams throughout the years, and as little as only 7 or so developers being on the project at one point. During the majority of the game's creation, a large amount of their team were tasked in the production of the MotorTune series, leaving Gran Turismo to be almost like a side project to the studio. But for Kazunori, it was much more than that. It was his masterpiece, and he intended on seeing it through, no matter the cost. He was once asked about the development process of Gran Turismo and how difficult it was to create. He answered by saying, "It took 5 years. In those 5 years, we could not see the end. I would wake up at work, go to sleep at work. It was getting cold, so I knew it must be winter. I estimate I was home only about 4 days a year. It was a grinding process with many hiccups in development, and with ambitions to use at least 75% of the PS1's hardware resources, it's safe to say that they ran into a few issues along the way. But after being recruited by Japan studio Shui Yoshida in search of ideas for new games to develop for the PS1, Kazunori had decided to use their resources to his advantage and pitched the games in hopes of having a much larger team working behind his dream title. Unfortunately though, Sony wanted no parts of it, as they were much more concerned on the development of the MotorTune series, as the first game was selling well and a sequel was already in the works. Kazunori knew that he was going to have to please Sony in order to get them on board with the idea of funding Gran Turismo, and so he continued with the development of MotorTune's sequel, all the while using what little time he had left to work on his passion project. And after a successful release of the second MotorTune game, Kazunori once again pitched his idea Gran Turismo to Sony, and this time, they gave it the green light to go ahead. This is when Japan Studio stepped in to join Kazunori and his team in the development process, and when the vision of Gran Turismo was finally coming to life. Taking 5 years in total to complete, with a budget of $5 million, Gran Turismo was finally released on December 23, 1997. The game was a massive commercial hit, selling over 1 million copies in its first month in Japan, and became the best-selling game of 1998 in the United States. It was widely praised for its massive roster of licensed vehicles, so much so that it was even awarded with multiple Game of the Year awards, and was regarded as the greatest racing game of all time. For anyone who was there at the time when Gran Turismo first hit the scene, you know what I mean when I say this was one of those games that truly shifted the industry. Much like GTA had paved the path for open world games later on down the line, Gran Turismo was the pioneer in simulation racing, and introduced players to adrenaline-soaked gameplay in a way that had never been thought to be possible up to this point. And while we have to hand the majority of credit to Kazunori and his relentless team of developers for their independent work on Gran Turismo, this game was only another example of the greatness in which Japan Studio had a hand in developing. But as we'll soon come to find in their next game on the list, this studio was even more capable of creating greatness, all on their own. So it's time to switch out our racing helmets and get down to a little bit of monkey business in the bananas world of Ape Escape on the PlayStation 1. On June 22, 1999, the world of platforming games had welcomed its newest edition, a title that was not only one of the most beloved exclusives of all time for the PlayStation 1, but was also pivotal in introducing the use of the DualShock 1 controller. Ape Escape, a classic platformer developed by the wonderful team at Japan Studios, is a game that I'm sure many of you 90s babies are likely to share fond memories of. The game's story is about as wonky as you would expect, beginning with a monkey by the name of Spectre, who acquires a helmet that raises his intelligence to new heights, making him capable of escaping the zoo and mass-producing these helmets with intent on building an army of other apes under his control. Spectre and his lackeys end up busting down the front door of a professor's lab and make use of his time machine with intentions of changing history for the worse. We then meet our main protagonist Spike and his buddy Jake, on their way to the professor's lab in hopes of using the time machine for themselves. But when they arrive, they come to find the lab is being overrun by monkeys, and Spectre ends up transporting all of them back in time together. Spike is separated from his friend in the process, but is luckily able to make contact with the professor, who instructs him to capture all the apes and prevent them from making any serious changes to the past. Spectre then contacts the professor with news of his plan to make apes the superior race for the future, in which humans will be subservient to them. And with news of this, it's now up to Spike to fool the plan of Spectre and ensure that history can return back to normal. It's an odd tale, but it works well with the game's atmosphere nonetheless. The gameplay was incredibly unique for its time, especially in its use of the DualShock controller. Ape Escape was very well known for its unique control schemes. For example, the left stick was your typical character movement, while the right stick was used to maneuver whatever items you had equipped. Strangely enough, the R1 and L1 buttons were used to jump, while the shape buttons being used to cycle through your inventory. It was a far cry from the typical gameplay format found at this time, but worked well for what the game was aiming to accomplish. I remember personally playing this game back in the day, and man was it a blast. You'll find yourself traversing through 20 different levels, collecting monkeys, discovering new gadgets, and unlocking minigames. And while the game's design may sound simple enough, it can most definitely present a challenge for even the most seasoned of gamers. Each level is designed with charming aesthetics in mind, and offers plenty of incentive for exploration. With up to 204 different monkeys to capture, you're gonna have to use your wits to track all of them down, as they won't always be hiding in plain sight, which presents just enough challenge for gamers of all experience levels. Ape Escape is a testament to the unique nature of Japan's studio, as well as their willingness to think outside the box. It's a classic for many a gamer such as myself, and is one that PlayStation lovers all over the world have grown to appreciate even more with time. It was a bold step in the right direction for the studio, now having their work appreciated in multiple releases of the 90s. But with Square Enix and their knockout franchise of Final Fantasy making big waves in the industry, Sony knew it was their turn to capitalize on this trend and recruit Japan's studio for their next big project. So for the next game on our list, we're going to travel to the fictional world of indiness, as we uncover a game that shaped the lives of many RPG fans of the late 90s. So ready your dragons, and get prepared for some good old-fashioned CGI cutscenes, as we dive into the wonderful world of The Legend of Dragoon. The 90s were a pivotal era for gaming, with many IPs making their mark in the 5th generation's most iconic offerings. You had the debut of the Fallout series in 1997, for example, as well as the legendary JRPG Xenogears being released in 1998. These were IPs that made their debut within a genre that was heavily competitive at this time, with many RPG fans focusing their attention to the many successful offerings of the Final Fantasy series. Final Fantasy has always been a widely successful series for longer than some of us have even been alive, but the peak of its success was found to be in 1997, with the record-breaking release of Final Fantasy VII on the PS1. FF7 had sold over 2 million units within its first 3 days of release, with some critics claiming it to be quite possibly the greatest game ever made. And as we've seen with Sony and really any business that wants to make money, they took notice of Squaresoft's success with the Final Fantasy series and decided it was time for them to get their hands into the realm of RPGs as well. And while the next game on our list of discussion had only began development a year before the release of FF7, for me personally, I think it was pretty clear how much the Final Fantasy series had an influence on it. But that's not to say that this game didn't have plenty of unique features of its own. The Legend of Dragoon, released on December 2nd, 1999 in Japan and June 13th of 2000 in North America, was a JRPG created by Japan's studio and was one of the team's largest projects to develop up to this point. Directed and designed by Yasuki Hasabi, along with producer Shuhei Yoshida, they wanted to create a world that was both mesmerizing and fresh for fans of the JRPG genre. It recruited art director Kenichi Iwata to create designs of the characters, giving them their iconic looks which complemented the captivating atmosphere that the game provides. The game's development began in 1996, with most of Japan's studio working on other games such as the previously mentioned Ape Escape, leading to the team of developers organized to work on Dragoon to be quite small. But over time, emphasis on the game's development began to grow, which brought in even more developers to work on the game, as well as the budget growing to a whopping 16 million, which at that time was nothing to shake a stick at. While the game made use of flashy CGI cutscenes throughout its story mode, this was a concept that almost didn't make its way into the final version. as they were afraid the transition from real-time gameplay to CGI cutscenes would be too jarring for its players to appreciate. But luckily they opted for its use, as the visual work of the cutscenes in this game are nothing short of stunning. And while there was plenty of beauty to appreciate within the look of Dragoon, where this title really shined for its players was in its narrative and gameplay. The story follows Dart, a man with a chip on his shoulder who's returning home after a 5-year journey of searching for the monster who had destroyed his village and family as a child. While en route, Dart is attacked by a mysterious dragon. Upon narrowly escaping the clutches of this merciless dragon and making his way back to his hometown of Sales, he comes to find that his home has been destroyed and his childhood friend Shanna has been taken as a prisoner. The captors and those responsible for this destruction are the Imperial Sandora army, who are actively trying to stake their claim all over the region of Sertio. Upon Dart arriving on the scene of this destruction, he decides it's time for him to save his friend Shanna, and long story short, this leads to him receiving the power of a Dragoon. Dragoons are essentially knights chosen by fate to rule over dragons, and are given the ability of transformation with these powers. Upon this newfound gift being inherited by Dart, the rest of the game's story begins to unwind, with many twists and turns throughout. The game was ambitious in its nature, and featured an innovative use of QuickTime events or additions within its combat system. While most RPGs of this era were strictly turn-based, Legend of Dragoon used QuickTime events to spice up the combat mechanics, and give its players an even more engaging experience. The environments are composed of beautifully designed pre-rendered backgrounds with 3D polygonal characters, a visual style that die-hard fans of the late 90s JRPG aesthetic are sure to love. The game featured 4 discs that would have to be swapped out as you progress throughout the story, due to the large size of the CGI cutscenes. And that wasn't the only thing that was large.
Pause.
As the main story is reported to keep its players busy for an average of around 47 hours or more, with completionists reporting almost 70 hours of gameplay. But having released just a couple of years after one of the most successful JRPGs of all time, how did Dragoon fare among its critics? Well, the consensus was a bit mixed. Following the game's release, it seemed that reviewers either completely loved the game or just had a list of complaints, and a lot of people who enjoy the game have speculated that it was given mixed reception due to its out-of-the-box style of gameplay, as the addition system within combat was something that had never been seen before in an RPG. But that's not to say there weren't plenty of critics who enjoyed the game just as much as the massive cult following it would soon acquire. Many critics praised the game for its beautiful cinematography and impressive length, with the majority of complaints only lying in the frequency of random encounters. And while the reception was mixed, it didn't stop the public from wanting to get their hands on the hottest new PlayStation exclusive, and ended up selling over 160,000 units in its first week of release. As for the West, the response was even greater, with the United States release having much stronger sales. Overall, The Legend of Dragoon was an ambitious project for the team at Japan Studio, and after years of hard work and juggling the development of other games, this game came to be a cult classic for JRPG fans all over the world, and is still beloved in present day. Many of its fans have been begging for a remake for some time now, but as for it ever happening, we'll just have to wait and see. But if there's one game that was done just right the first time around, it's definitely the next one on our list. So prepare to move into the 6th generation of gaming, as we dive into one of Japan Studio's most impactful releases of all time, with Ecco on the PlayStation 2. Now this is a game that I'm very excited to be talking about, as it was one of the very first games I had ever experienced for the PlayStation 2. Ecco was developed by the team Ecco, a division of Japan Studio, and is a game that throws its players into a world of both mystery and pure wonder. The game follows Ecco, a young boy who is considered to be cursed by his village due to the horns he has growing on his head. The warriors of the village in which he resides have taken him to a mysterious castle and locked him inside of a coffin-like prison to be sacrificed and never seen again. A tremor within the fortress causes the coffin to topple and allows Ecco to quickly escape. Searching for an exit, he runs across a young ghostly-looking girl who is being held captive in a small cage. Ecco helps her to escape and soon discovers that there's something strange about this girl, as a shadow-like creature soon appears, trying to reclaim the girl and return her back to captivity. While the girl is left in a weakened state and is unable to do simple tasks such as jump and climb, that leaves for you to do the platforming and lead her along the way throughout your dangerous escape from this shrouded fortress. In return, the girl is able to manipulate certain puzzles within the castle and clear areas that would otherwise have no way around them. It's an interesting dynamic that these two characters share with one another. It makes the gameplay that much more immersive. The atmosphere in Ecco is incredible and does an amazing job at making the player feel the gravity and loneliness of the situation at hand. Not to mention the sound design is completely immaculate. Howling winds, echoes, and ambient soundscapes will further immerse you into the game's world, and with a focus on simple gameplay, you'll have no problem diving headfirst into the game's beautifully crafted story. The original concept for Ecco had began in 1997, with lead designer Fumito Ueda coming up with the concept for a Boy Meets World story, in which two characters would hold hands throughout their journey, forming a bond without the use of communication. He took this concept and began working with producer Kenji Kaido in 1998 with hopes of developing the game for the original PlayStation. He knew that he wanted the game to be different from anything ever seen before, coupled with a consistent aesthetic and to design a world that was imaginary yet realistic. They decided the game would be minimalistic, meaning there would be a lack of interface, only a single enemy, and the primary focus of escaping the castle, in hopes of keeping the player immersed rather than overwhelmed. Ueda decided he was going to need more hands on deck, recruiting multiple programmers, artists, and designers on board to fulfill the project, and this very team of discussion ended up becoming one of the most beloved divisions of Japan's studio, Team Ecco. Unfortunately, soon after, the team will meet a crossroads, coming to find that the limited resources of the PlayStation OG would be incapable of sustaining the vision they had at hand, so they found themselves with a choice to either pitch the project entirely or to move on to more advanced hardware with the PlayStation 2. As you may have already guessed, they chose the latter, and Ecco was in full swing to be released for the next-gen console. Releasing on September 25, 2001, Ecco was met with incredible reception, with almost perfect scores across the board, with many critics stating it to be a work of art, boasting simple yet rewarding gameplay. But despite the widespread critical acclaim, Ecco surprisingly never sold well. By 2009, 8 years after the game's initial release, Ecco had only sold around 700,000 copies worldwide, with only 270,000 of those being in North America. Ueda had speculated that it was because of the underwhelming appearance of the North American version's cover art, as well as the minimalistic design of the game, hurting more than helping when it came to people viewing promotional screenshots of the game. And as someone who had seen this title many different times at EB Games as a kid, I gotta agree with them. The only reason I had ever played it to begin with was because my mom picked it out for me at Blockbuster one day. Safe to say, I was unhappy with this choice at first, but I still decided to give it a play when I got home. And much to my surprise, I loved it. The lead designer at Team Ecco had such an outlandish and strange concept in mind for the game, so I can absolutely see how it would be overlooked at that time, competing with other 2001 releases such as Metal Gear Solid 2, Final Fantasy X, or Silent Hill 2, I mean, the list goes on. It would be hard to see games like those on your store shelf and then just be like, yeah, this is the one I want. But for those gamers who have given Ecco a chance, really know what I mean when I say this game is a must-play for people of all ages, tastes, and experience. It's once again a testament to how incredibly unique the team at Japan Studios are with their games, and was the inception of one of the most influential development divisions for PlayStation as a whole. This is a game I've wanted to talk about for years, and I'm glad to finally be able to do so in this video. So if you're one of those people who decided to sleep on this gem back in the day, now's your time to change that, because I promise you won't be disappointed. In the realms of survival horror and its most legendary of IPs, Silent Hill is one that comes to mind when discussing some of the all-time greats. Released in 1999 for the Sony PlayStation, Silent Hill was one of the most immersive and unique games of its time, giving players an experience that was equally unsettling as it was captivating. And as much as I love a good old discussion on anything Silent Hill, we're actually here to discuss the game's writer and director, Keishiro Toyama, and how he came to be responsible for creating the next game on our list. Mr. Toyama began his work in 1994 as a graphic designer for Konami. After doing work on multiple projects for the company, he ended up being assigned to work on Silent Hill, in which he wrote, directed, and did the background design for the game. Shortly after the game's critical success, he ended up resigning from his position at Team Silent, only to join on at Japan Studio and create his own division by the name of Project Siren. He was ready to get to work on his next game, and with a slew of talented individuals being assigned to his roster, he had high expectations for him and his team to create something unique for the next-gen console. His next big work of art came into the form of Forbidden Siren, a PlayStation exclusive that was released on November 6, 2003 in Japan and April 20, 2004 for North America. The game takes place in the fictional Japanese village by the name of Hanuda, which was heavily influenced by a real-life abandoned village in Shishibu, Saitama. In the game, the village of Hanuda has fallen victim to the events of a supernatural disaster. From what began as an earthquake has turned into something much more bizarre. All water sources and rain in the village have turned blood red, and the majority of its inhabitants have been infected with some kind of unknown affliction, causing them to bleed from their eyes and act in a violent manner. The game's narrative is told through the perspective of 10 total survivors, all of which are in search of answers on how to overcome this increasingly terrifying situation. Each chapter of the game is told from the perspective of a different survivor and makes use of an interesting mechanic called sightjacking. With your characters being highly vulnerable to enemy attacks as in most survival horror games, the mechanic of sightjacking allows you to see through the eyes of your enemy in order to carefully plan your route throughout each level or to coordinate traps and surprise attacks. This was an incredibly unique concept for its genre and made its gameplay that much more strategic. Another interesting concept within the game is in its use of a butterfly effect system, meaning your actions with one character can affect the story progress of others, depending on your actions throughout each mission. Throughout the story, you'll uncover the origins behind these events and come to find that there's something much darker going on with this village than anyone may have expected. And with serious attention to detail in the game's level and sound design, Siren does an incredible job of immersing you in this haunting tale of Japanese folklore. While the reception of the game was mixed upon its release, it's a title that ended up creating a cult following for good reason. It was an ambitious step in a new direction of survival horror, and while it wasn't so easy to get everyone on board with the game's mechanics or unforgiving difficulty, it was Japan Studios' first big step into the world of a beloved genre. It's a game that's sure to satisfy any horror fan patient enough to overcome its sometimes daunting challenges, and is well worth a playthrough for any of those looking to spice up the retro gaming body count. The game also spawned 2 more sequels following its release, with the third entry being produced with a much more Western influence. So whether you're in need of a game that thinks outside the box or just looking to spend a rainy day playing a cult classic, Siren is sure to satiate all those spooky cravings and give its players an experience worth talking about for generations to come. In this list, we've covered the likes of some of Japan Studios' greatest offerings in gaming, as well as discussed their ambitious nature with a focus on creating games with original concepts and immersive worlds. And while a lot of these games have been incredible experiences to play through for me personally, there's one certain game that will forever hold a special place in my heart. Coming from the talented division of Team Ecco and following in the footsteps of their debut title, comes the minimalistic action adventure that is Shadow of the Colossus. This is a game that left a lasting impression on me, and one that spawned many fond memories within my very first playthrough of it. It's one of those games that is not only captivating in its visual, story, and combat, but also contains a narrative that is both thought-provoking and somewhat haunting. Shadow of the Colossus is by far one of Japan Studios' most highly revered offerings, as it was critically acclaimed and received several different Game of the Year awards. And much like Ecco, Shadow of the Colossus was designed for pure immersion, using minimalistic gameplay and purely focusing on the task at hand. The game follows our main protagonist by the name of Wonder, who is on a mission to revive a mysterious girl by the name of Mono. Wander has entered a desolate region called the Forbidden Land, in search of the power needed to bring Mono back to life. He reaches an area in this region called the Shrine of Worship, and is met with a mysterious voice that seems to be coming from the temple. The voice is of an entity by the name of Dorman. This entity is surprised to see Wander and the ancient sword that he possesses. Wander explains to the voice his reasoning for coming to this forbidden land, in which the voice replies with a solution to his problem. He tells Wander that he will grant his wish, but only in the case that he completes a rite that's needed to destroy the 16 idols found within the temple hall. If he's to complete this task, then Mono will be brought back to life, but at a deadly cost. You see, in order to destroy these idols, he has to seek out the 16 different colossal beasts that are spread throughout the land, and slay them one by one. And each time he kills one of these massive creatures, a part of Dorman's essence is released into Wander's body, causing him to deteriorate over time, in which he will eventually die if his mission is completed. But to Wander, this is a sacrifice he is more than willing to make, and so begins our journey. It's a solid but pretty straightforward concept, and the game really wastes no time in throwing you straight into the action, as you get right to work in hunting down each colossi. The game's landscapes are vast yet minimal. It's almost like you're in a dreamscape with how beautiful yet lonely the environments of this game are. And in the case of this game, less really is more when it comes to the atmosphere. With a title like this being spread so thin in terms of dialogue and other characters, you really feel the weight of loneliness in Wander's mission, as all you've got is yourself and your trusty steed by the name of Aggro. You'll spend the majority of your journey with Aggro, as he's your golden ticket to traversing these vast landscapes in your search for the 16 Colossi. Upon finding each monster, you'll be tasked with tracking down their weak points, scaling the massive body of these beasts, and then stabbing them multiple times in their weak points to ultimately finish the fight. This ambitious concept for combat in a game was extremely unique for its time, really requiring a sense of strategy and overall patience to take down each foe. And with most action games just consisting of button mashing and repetition, this type of combat was an incredibly refreshing experience, and really delivered some intense moments to get your adrenaline pumping. Each fight was more challenging than the last, and gave it a very gratifying experience to scale and destroy these many diverse creatures. And while I don't want to spoil too much, keep in mind there's a reason behind the different appearance and abilities for each of the 16 Colossi, as symbolism plays a huge part in both this game's story and overall meaning. Once again, Shadow of the Colossus is a testament to how incredible a game can be when you aren't afraid to take a couple of chances, and do things a little different than usual. And that's fitting for a studio who's made it a point to do so in almost all of their games. Team Ecco had really outdone themselves in their second release, and for a game that came out almost 20 years ago to hold up so well in present day, I can confidently say it's one of the greatest games of all time. So for the few unlucky souls who have yet to give this game a shot, the time is now. Whether you play the PS4 remaster or the original PS2 version, you won't be disappointed. But just remember to keep an open mind and be ready to hold on for dear life, because things can get a little bumpy on this beautiful journey. May 2nd of 2014, a rumored title by the codename of Project Beast was announced to the gaming community, following with widespread speculation of what's next for the 8th generation of gaming. After screenshots being released shortly after the announcement of this mysterious title, people began to discuss the origins of the game and what was to come of it. The legendary studio at From Software had their logo planted on one of the screenshots, forcing fans to believe it would be a new Souls-like game that they were working on. And with the community abuzz for more details on this project and what it was all about, E3 2014 had allowed for all this speculation to come to an end, as the game's true identity was finally going to be revealed. This title came to be revealed as Bloodborne, a PS4 exclusive created by Hidetaka Miyazaki. Miyazaki is the man responsible for many legendary IPs such as Demon's Souls, Armored Core, Sekiro, and Elden Ring. And with Demon's Souls being a game that was highly revered and mounting anticipation for even more Souls-like action, it's safe to say the response to this news was huge. And while Hidetaka obviously played a primary role in making Bloodborne come to fruition, what many don't know is how much of a hand that the team of Japan Studio had in this game's inception. Japan Studio were actually the ones who approached Miyazaki with the idea of creating a next-gen Souls-like title, and were willing to give him the rights in making his next game a PS4 exclusive. Sony needed the next big thing in Souls-style games to be exclusive to their upcoming console, and they knew Miyazaki was the man for the job in terms of making the game come to life. So working alongside one another, they created one of the most beloved Souls-like games of all time, combining elements of both survival horror and your typical high challenge of a Souls-style game. Bloodborne is a title that really is unlike anything you've ever seen before. Steeped in gothic architecture and grotesque creatures, the game is a visual nightmare, but it's one that you can't look away from. Dripping with incredible detail and danger at every corner, Bloodborne is a game that is an incredibly challenging experience from the very moment you begin your journey. The game takes place in Yharnam, a fictional city that is known for its medical advances and expertise. You create a character and begin your journey to this mysterious town, only to find it overrun by hellish monsters who have fallen victim to an unknown plague. And with our character now stuck in the middle of this horrific setting, it's up to your wits and combat ability to ensure you can escape this horrifying nightmare. The combat mechanics are similar to most other Souls-like games, with the use of a lock-on system and evasive maneuvers being crucial for winning fights. The enemies themselves present a serious challenge, and will require plenty of trial and error to either defeat or evade while advancing through each of the 23 chapters. The game's visual aesthetic is heavily inspired by the literary works of H.P. Lovecraft, with surreal-looking enemies and an unsettling atmosphere that really paints a sense of dread in the game. Bloodborne was met with an incredible response, leading many of its critics to give it near-perfect ratings. And while the game wasn't directly developed by the talented individuals at Japan Studio, I still thought it was important to include the game, as they were definitely responsible for giving Miyazaki the backing needed to make this game happen. It's my personal favorite game developed by From Software, and a game that was incredibly unique in the beloved genre of Souls-like titles. Much like most of the games on this list, it's well worth a playthrough. But before we close out this list and begin to wind down our journey throughout the wonderful look inside Japan Studios' universe, I'd like to take some time and discuss a final entry that has come to be one of my favorite games on the PlayStation 4. It was also the very last game ever developed by the talented people over at Team Ecco. So put on your thinking caps and get ready for some puzzle solving adventures in The Last Guardian on the PlayStation 4. As we had previously discussed, Team Ecco and their roster of minimalistic titles have found a niche that was working very well for them in the development of their games. Presenting their players with simple yet rewarding gameplay, a focus on narrative, and deeply impressive visuals made these games instant classics and had fans all over the world in awe at what was next to come from the team. Going back to 2007, Fumito Ueda, the director of both Ecco and Shadow of the Colossus, was already hard at work on creating the next big thing on their roster. In Shadow of the Colossus, Ueda had stated that he intended on creating a much more emotional connection for Wander and Mono, as well as the Colossi he's tasked in slaying, but was shocked to find that the majority of their players felt the strongest connection in-game with Wander's horse, Agro. This connection between man and beast came to be an inspiration in the writing of his next game, as well as including a companionship-based system much like Ecco had. It was almost as if he was looking to fuse both Ecco and Shadow of the Colossus into one, picking the strongest points of each in order to form the ultimate game. He found that people were often drawn to lifelike creatures in video games, and wanted to create an animal that behaved in a realistic fashion. These ideas came to form Trico, a griffin-like beast with a mysterious origin. Ueda had based the behaviors of Trico to that of a domesticated dog, with our main character having to earn its trust in the beginning of the game. But once that trust had been gained, Trico is there to protect you with its life and will become dependent on your company over time. And so it was a promising concept which sounded right up the alley of any fans of the previous works of Team Ecco, but that's not to say it didn't come with a few hiccups along the way. The development on The Last Guardian was going very slow, with the division at Team Ecco having a much smaller team than most working development studios at that time. Ueda was aiming to achieve something big, calling the title Project Trico, and teasing it for the very first time in 2008, with the planned release for the PlayStation 3. Unfortunately, the game wasn't running too well on the system's hardware, with many of its early trailers having to be souped up in order to look presentable. And with Team Ecco struggling to meet the vision that Ueda had in place, it further delayed the game's release, and things were looking a bit uncertain. With Sony making the decision to move development of Project Trico onto the PlayStation 4, it gave Ueda more resources to ensure his vision would reach its full potential. But in 2011, things took a bit of a turn, with Ueda leaving Sony and disbanding Team Ecco to create his own studio by the name of Gen Design. He was contractually obligated to continue work on Project Trico, and with the majority of Team Ecco joining him in the switch to Gen Design, things were looking up for the game's development. And with the power of the PlayStation 4 on their side, it was hard to imagine that Project Trico was going to be anything less than incredible. Formally reintroducing the game at E3 2015, as well as revealing its true title, the hype was on, and following its official release on December 6, 2016, it's clear to see why so many fans of Team Ecco were so excited to see this one. The narrative of The Last Guardian follows a protagonist known by nothing more than the Boy, who mysteriously awakens in a withering castle known as the Nest. He discovers Trico, who has been wounded and chained to the floor. Trico is very hostile at the Boy upon first sight, but after removing a couple of spears from his wounds and feeding him his favorite snack of wooden barrels, Trico begins to warm up to the Boy, which allows us to free him from the chains and begins our journey through the castle ruins. As we seek to find an escape as well as the origin behind Trico, much like Team Ecco's former titles, the execution of The Last Guardian is nothing short of captivating. Much like the relationship between Ecco and Yorda, Trico and the Boy will spend the entire game together, but their dynamic in the gameplay is much more balanced. Trico will act as your defender, and will also aid you in reaching certain areas. But it's up to the Boy to protect his beast in certain situations as well, to ensure that he's kept fed, and much like a dog, Trico is very dependent on your presence. The behavior of Trico makes the game incredibly immersive, as he really does act just as though a typical domesticated animal would. But when it comes to getting on his bad side, you better watch out. Early on in the game, we discover a mirror-like shield which summons an electrifying reaction in Trico, whenever he's faced with its reflections. This ability will be used to clear certain areas, and it's definitely encouraged to let Trico know whenever he's done a good job. The Last Guardian was also first of Team Ico's games that included in-game narration, which is used to build a connection with the boy's inner thoughts, as well as gaining tips for progressing throughout the game. It really is a wonderful fusion of the earlier works of Team Ico, and is a game that really surprised me with its charm. Upon the game's long-awaited release, it was met with some surprisingly mixed emotions. While most critics had praised the game for its beautiful representation and engaging story, the biggest complaint came in the direction of Trico and his sometimes stubborn attitude. As we had discussed before, Ueda wanted Trico to be as realistic as possible, and if there's anything we know about our pets, they can be quite defiant at times. This level of realism will sometimes show in Trico, as he will need to be coerced into certain actions within the game, even if they are key moments in progressing. Some people admired this level of depth for the immersion factor, but some just found it to take them out of the game and frustrate them. I personally had never had too much of a problem with the behavior of Trico, as I was actually incredibly fond of his role in the game, but even with these complaints being fairly common, the game still fared well, and was met with overall exceptional ratings. However you may look at it, whether this game was the death of one of the most beloved studio divisions in gaming, or was a product of growth for one of the greatest gaming directors the PlayStation has ever seen, it's a mixed bag of emotions. But one thing's for sure is that The Last Guardian is a game that I will forever cherish, and is one that I'll be sure to revisit again in the future. Throughout the wonderful history of Japan studios and their incredible roster of games, this one definitely stands in my top 3, and is a journey that shouldn't be missed by any fans of action-adventure. But much like the unfortunate demise of Team Ico, there were much bigger problems for Japan Studio on the way. And just as all good things must end, so did this beloved company. Giving a brief summary on the demise of Japan Studio, it all basically came down to one thing: money. Sony had been carefully watching Japan Studios from as early as 2008, around the time that The Last Guardian was having issues in development. They felt that the studio was inhibiting the growth of the company, and with the routine of creating games that were unique and sometimes outlandish, they felt that the studio was no longer a safe bet in being a profitable resource. Sony slowly began dwindling down on the budget for Japan Studio to work with, causing most of its employees to leave over time, and with Sony refusing to renew many of its contracts within its multiple divisions, they were essentially leaving the studio out to dry, and basically forced the developers of Japan Studio to either migrate to Team Asobi, a division that primarily focuses on the development of the Astrobot games, or they had to look elsewhere for work. So because of the unique potential of Japan Studio and their many talented divisions being too much of a risk on the pockets of Sony, they decided it was time to squeeze them out for good, and the studio officially closed on April 1st, 2021. And no, sadly, it wasn't an April Fool's joke. But despite this unfortunate news, I think it's safe to say that Japan Studios have left a lasting legacy on the world of gaming that is sure to live on for many generations to come. It's created some of the most unique and captivating titles the world has ever seen, and has often done it in a way that was friendly to gamers of all walks of life. Japan Studios aimed to immerse its players and push the envelope in terms of presentation, taught us the importance of friendship as well as believing in yourself, and gave us multiple decades of virtual escape throughout their captivating worlds. It's nothing short of incredible what they were able to do for the gaming industry, and I hope this video did some justice in highlighting their beautiful journey. But just as the legacy of Japan Studios had to come to an end, so must this video, and I thank you all so much for joining me along for the ride. Please comment down below what some of your favorite games from this studio were, and maybe even some of your favorite memories of them. I'd love to hear. But until next time, my name is Vincent. Take care of yourselves, and I hope to see you all in the next one. Peace out, guys.
Longer lasting.
Oh, I was here first.
Yeah, but I saw it first. This is mine.
It's mine.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Dude!
Give me this stuff.
No.
This is mine.
Gotta have sweet, gotta have new, longer-lasting juicy fruit.
We bought Classic Wedge too. Test it and prove it.
I'm going in there.
Only at Foot Locker.
The Netscape internet service lets me choose if I want their unlimited access for just $9.95.
So does NetZero.
And Netscape lets me choose if I want to add email virus scan or Web Accelerator for faster web surfing and email virus scan. Or, what do you get with those guys? You just switch to Netscape.
Netscape Internet Service. Get online for $9.95 a month. Add Web Accelerator for faster web surfing. And if you sign up now, get a 1-month free trial. Netscape. Call or log on today.
It's no secret that the gaming industry is one that is constantly evolving. Throughout its storied evolution, we've bared witness to a wide variety of concepts and contraptions, all with the intention of becoming the next big thing. Now, as with anything in life, you win some and you'll lose a lot. But in the case of failures within the gaming industry, the 2000s were without a doubt a hotbed for such creations. From bizarre peripherals, failed services, and a never-ending supply of poor game design, the 2000s offered plenty of failures for us to look back on, and in this video, we'll be doing just that. So if you're new around here, feel free to join us as we take another trip back to the golden age of gaming. And if you're a returning viewer, then you already know the drill. So without further ado, let's prepare to suit up for some stankalicious nostalgia in our list of failures in gaming, 2000s edition. Going back to the more primitive days in gaming, the 1985 North American release of the NES was truly the beginning of the console craze. Up until this point, the majority of players were getting their fix at local arcades. But with the NES broadening the possibility for in-home gaming, we began to see a lot more of players making consoles their primary focus. And with the rise in popularity for console gaming, so began a unique variety of gaming peripherals. For example, we had the Power Glove, a device that when worn by the player was meant to simulate their arm movements in game, making titles such as Mike Tyson's Punch-Out far more immersive. If the glove were able to deliver on its promise, that is. And for example, who could forget the Konami Laser Scope, a light gun peripheral that was meant to be worn on the head of the player, and for those wanting to live out their fantasies of being a RoboCop in the 80s, what better way to do so than over a couple of rounds of Duck Hunt? Now, it's not to say that these were great peripherals in any facet, quite the opposite, but items such as these were only a precursor to what strange contraptions we would be seeing later on down the line. So moving things a couple of decades into the future, the 6th generation of consoles were hot on the market, with online gaming, higher frame rates, and stunning visuals all becoming commonplace in the realms of console gaming. And with so many advancements being made for gaming in its time, you already know the industry itself was booming. With such a profitable time for gaming, it was only a matter of time until all the weird peripherals started coming around. And boy did they ever. And after a bit of digging, I decided to compile a small list of some of the more stupid ones. So for the first chapter of this video, let's take a look at some of the strangest peripherals of all time. Now presenting the Thrustmaster Fighting Arena. Yeah, that's the actual name. And you'd be surprised to hear that this wasn't a DVD series that could be found at your local smut shop. The Thrustmaster Fighting Arena was an ambitious piece of shit. I mean, piece of tech for its time. It was essentially a mat in which you would stand in the center of, with 2 separate poles being placed on each corresponding side of the player. The poles were built with an infrared system that was meant to detect the movements of its players, meaning your punches and kicks would be picked up in real time and simulated on screen. But as with most virtual reality-esque tech of this era, the results were lackluster at best. I mean, just take a look at this video.
Interactive gaming is taken to a new level with this next product. Ray Weigel is here from our labs to demonstrate a fighting arena that really gets you into the game. This is amazing.
This is a pretty cool thing. It just came out yesterday. It is the Thrustmaster Fighting Arena. I brought Tekken 3.
Okay.
The kind of the granddaddy of all PlayStation fighting games. And I'm going to let you get on here and check it out. And the idea is, and you can just go start fighting.
Okay.
Yeah. The idea is that
and then
the movements you make as you break the different beams of light will correspond to the movements on the screen.
How come it's not punching? Is that me?
Well, it takes a little while to learn.
Now, as you can see, it didn't work very well. And upon further inspection of this device, you gotta wonder how they expected this to be successful at all. So of course they went on to create even more trash peripherals that were destined to reside in the bargain bin. But with the release of the Thrustmaster Freestyle board, they were back at it again with their subpar antics. So the concept was simple. 2 buttons were placed on top of the board, acting as the up and down buttons on the D-pad, as well as the player being able to sway from left to right for some directional effect. A small remote style controller was also connected to the board, allowing you to press the shape buttons of your controller, which in theory would have been a fun time, but in practice was literal landfill. Garbage. Using YouTuber Game Dave's video for reference here, you can see the controller is less than capable of smooth handling. I mean, you'd probably have better luck with sitting on the controller and flexing your butt cheeks, rather than trying to fool around with this contraption. But that's not to say it wasn't a good idea. I just think the technology was a bit too primitive in what they were trying to achieve. But that's enough hating on the good folks at Thrustmaster, as they weren't the only ones guilty of such crimes on gaming. Whenever it comes down to companies trying to intermingle gaming and physical fitness, it's rare that the result is ever anything less than comical. So when it came down to me discovering the PC Gamer Bike controller, all I could do was furrow my brow and politely sigh to myself. I'm sure you guys have seen those quirky little exercise bikes that some people ride in their offices, or maybe you've even used one. This was essentially that, but with a USB attachment for your PC, giving its players the ability to control their in-game characters by pedaling, and was primarily marketed towards fans of the MMO genre.
Hold on! I'm almost at Stranglethorn Vale!
Now, I'm not one to rain on anyone's parade of trying to better themselves, but this one is just plain silly. I mean, on one hand, it could be a great alternative for anyone without access to a gym or any real biking equipment, but I just don't see it being mechanically viable for players who want to use it. Can you imagine running a raid on World of Warcraft with somebody trying to use this thing? It's hard enough to keep up with all the hotkeys as it is. And with a $180 price tag, sheesh, you could get an actual bicycle for that. Now, despite my gripes, the bike had actually won an award at the 2007 Consumer Electronics Show for innovations, design, and engineering. And although I have to give them credit for trying to uplift the gaming community with physical well-being, we've seen time and time again how that usually pans out. I mean, have you ever walked into a Goodwill and noticed the staggering amount of Wii Fit boards? They just can't get rid of those things. But regardless, we've got another piece of plastic hell I want to attend to. So let's get to it. The history of handheld gaming is one that dates all the way back to 1979, with the release of the Microvision. And it was consoles like these that set the standard for what was to come in Nintendo's near future. Just a decade later, the Game Boy made its debut on store shelves, and the official handheld craze began to run its course. Now, any of my fellow 90s survivors can attest to this, and I'm sure you all remember how prevalent the use of a Game Boy was in everyday life. And with the steady rise in popularity of the Pokemon series, it only fueled the fire of handheld gaming even further. But Nintendo weren't the only ones looking to shape the handheld industry, as cell phones were becoming more popular than ever before. With the majority of citizens looking to get their hands on both, the brainiacs at Nokia were looking to satiate these cravings with a device that could do it all. A one-stop shop for text, calling, and 3D gaming, as well as online multiplayer for those looking for some ponage on the go. And on October 7th, 2003, all of these concepts were brought to life in the form of the Nokia N-Gage. Now, upon first glance at this device, you'll probably recognize its cantina-smitten appearance, or for lack of a better word, it looks like a taco. And while tacos are a Tuesday favorite, a phone shaped like one isn't the most practical of choices. A lot of consumers and critics reported that because of this design, the games were uncomfortable to play. And making matters even worse, if you wanted to answer a call, the speakers were built into the side, meaning you would have to stand there holding it like this. And another hang-up in the design of the N-Gage was in the fact that you would have to disassemble the phone to even put a game cartridge in, meaning you would be tasked with removing the back cover, taking out the battery, and inserting your cartridge behind where the battery goes. Which from a critical standpoint, How did they ever think that would be acceptable? But with the N-Gage releasing at a $300 price tag, and the Game Boy Advance, its direct competitor, only costing a third of that price, it was quickly outsold 100-1. Now, following the criticisms of its poor design, Nokia decided a revision of the system would be their best bet, if they were hoping to meet their projected sales, which released less than a year of the original, with the N-Gage QD. Sporting a slightly more portable design with better button placement and a more suitable slot for inserting cartridges, but rather than keeping all of the original features of the first model, they decided to remove some of their best, getting rid of its MP3 capability, FM radio, and USB connectivity. But with its gaming capabilities being the #1 selling point for the system/phone, the collection of games that were released for it were actually quite impressive. From Splinter Cell, Chaos Theory, Red Faction, and even Tony Hawk's Pro Skater all being included in the roster, as well as a couple of exclusive titles such as Ashen and Pocket Kingdom, which actually came to be pretty well received. But even with an impressive catalog of titles and hasty improvements of the product's design, it just wasn't enough to keep the N-Gage from fading into obscurity. After failing to return a profit and a failed 2.0 launch, the N-Gage and its services were discontinued in 2009, making it one of the most tragic of gaming failures in 2000's history. In my personal opinion, I feel that the design choice of the N-Gage was its biggest enemy, as its features and gaming capabilities were actually quite impressive for its time. But while we're on the subject of poor design choices, I think it's time that we move on to the next topic of our list. So break out the GameCube and get ready to tap away. We've got more weirdness to cover. Now for the last and final peripheral of our list, we have the ACII Keyboard controller. There's a lot to unpack with this one. I mean honestly, can you imagine going over to your friends to play some Smash Bros and he hands you this? Yeah, I'd leave too. But as much of an awkward eyesore as this thing may be, it's actually a pretty sought after piece of tech, especially for fans of the Phantasy Star series. Released in Japan on September 12, 2002, the keyboard controller was designed for GameCube players of Phantasy Star Online, an action RPG whose true colors shined in its online play. Now, the GameCube was pretty notorious for having little to no care being put into its online features, and as a matter of fact, if it weren't for Phantasy Star, it wouldn't have had any at all. This meant the GameCube enthusiasts were going to have to fork over some extra cash for a broadband adapter if they were hoping to connect their phone box to the World Wide Webs. And with such little online features being offered for Phantasy Star, in-game text chat was all that they had to work with. And with the frustration of button typing being the only option up until this thing, I'd probably buy one too. So while the controller was an incredibly strange piece of tech, I can't confidently state it as a failure, as it truly delivered on its purpose. But before we move on to our next subject of gaming, I'd like to touch on a service that I've been wanting to discuss ever since the creation of this channel. So feel free to join me as we continue our journey to the world of gaming's greatest failures. Now we've touched on a good bit of strange gaming peripherals and expensive paperweights. I think it's time for us to move on to a road less traveled. In my youthful years of being a tech TV junkie back in grade school, I had recently began to remember a commercial that I had seen many times before. And while the use of cloud gaming and other wireless play is nothing all too special in present day, back in the early to mid 2000s, it was next to unheard of. So anyway, I'd like to take you guys down a brief trip through memory lane, beginning with this commercial right here.
GameTap.com takes gaming to new levels. Great games at your fingertips. Play for free or go gold and access the entire vault of over 900 games. Kick back and watch GameTap TV, a lineup that pops with music, news, tunes, and game trailers. Dig deeper and read news, reviews, and previews of all the games you want to play. Get it all now at GameTap.com.
So, did that ring a bell for some of you? If not, you're probably wondering, what the hell is GameTap? Well, to put it simply, it was a subscription-based service that offered a wide variety of games for download. much like the Xbox Game Pass or PlayStation Plus. Only with GameTap, the games were emulated through your PC, meaning you could play games from a wide variety of different consoles, such as the Dreamcast, Intellivision, or even the Commodore 64. Their library also included a decent variety of modern PC titles, and with an initial $14.95 a month price tag, it didn't seem like too awful a deal. The problem was that GameTap was sorely overlooked, and although it was advertised on almost every gaming platform imaginable at that time, it seemed as nothing more than a curiosity for most gamers. So, what happened? Well, beginning with its launch, the service was introduced with a library of over 300 different titles, many of which were retro. But this list quickly began to grow into a more modern selection, giving subscribers even more incentive to keep those monthly payments rolling. But unfortunately, a lot of these games were short-lived on the platform, with the majority of their licensing only having 2-year agreements. And for the platform to be exclusive to PC gamers, a lot of the games they were offering could be easily attained for free, if you catch my drift. By 2007, they revised their subscription model, offering a small selection of free games to visitors, and even more free loot for those who create a profile. The Gold service became the new unlimited pass on the site, and the price was even lowered to roughly $10 a month. But these changes, while in good favor, proved to do little for the company's well-being. By 2008, Turner Broadcasting were looking to sell GameTap, which ended in an acquisition deal with Paris-based company Metaboli, expanding its service to international consumers in hopes of furthering their reach. But once again, the numbers just weren't there, and after a 6-year fight since its new acquisition, the service of GameTap was quietly discontinued in October of 2015. Now, looking back on a platform like this, it really is quite puzzling to me as to why it wasn't more successful. I mean, this was a product that was miles ahead of its time, and its users reported virtually no issues with its performance. The interface was said to be incredibly functional and well designed. It gave PC gamers the ability to play games that would otherwise be stuck on certain consoles, and the emulation itself was said to run without a hitch. Now, I personally never got a chance to witness GameTap or even knew anyone that used it, but if I'm not mistaken, services such as these just weren't a thing until the mid-2010s, which is around the time that the company decided to shutter. And it almost makes you wonder how they could have better suited this company to live on. My guess is that console gaming was just more readily available at that time, and not everyone had a decent gaming rig at their disposal. So maybe the PC exclusivity had ruined its chances at a long life, or maybe it was just the wrong time. But at the end of the day, it came, it saw, and it sadly failed. But we gotta give our flowers for its pure ambition, at the very least. So rest in peace, GameTap. May you peacefully sleep in gaming heaven. Well. So far in this list of gaming failures, we've covered everything from inappropriate brand names to Frankenstein-like controllers. So what could be next? Well, how about some actual games? Beginning this list off with one of the most disappointing failures of its time is none other than Daikatana. Daikatana was the love child of an incredibly eccentric game designer by the name of John Romero. Now, it's no secret that id Software had the 90s in its chokehold with a litany of games such as Wolfenstein 3D and, of course, Doom. And with so many successes under their belt, it's safe to say that Mr. Romero here may have possibly gotten a bit too cocky. Around the time of 1996, in the wake of Quake on the PC, John Romero was growing tired of his usual development slog, and decided that it was time for him to leave the nest. He began making plans on creating his own company, and went around the offices at id, coercing other fellow colleagues to join in on his upcoming business venture. Now, this wasn't taken too kindly by the folks at id, which eventually led to him being let go once they caught wind of his plans. And after packing up his desk full of hair products and medieval weapons, he threw up the deuces and began work on his next big venture. This came in the form of a company called Ion Storm, a name that sounds more like an Xbox exclusive rather than an actual company, and began to lead a small team of familiar programmers down the cold path of development hell. At E3 of '97, John Romero had made the announcement of their first big project, with Daikatana. promising it to be the future of first-person shooters. And after multiple delays in the game's release, outdated software, and of course, the infamous ad campaign that drove away a huge percentage of its fan base, what could have possibly went wrong? Well, my friends, so it would seem that the game was doomed from the very beginning. Going back to the earlier success of Doom and other infamous projects Romero had a hand in creating, a lot of his brilliance was complemented by his former colleague of John Carmack. Whereas Carmack was a more focused programmer with an affinity for coding, Romero was the more creative of the bunch, who was able to help in making the worlds of these games so memorable and atmospheric. In short, Romero was more focused on the look of something rather than how it played, and it planned to make use of the familiar Quake engine in order to save time and resources. The problem was that the engine was becoming more obsolete by the day, and its obsolescence was even further proven anytime they decided to showcase the game. With the game running already 2 years behind its intended release date, they wanted to show it off quick, and planned to showcase it at E3 of '99. But this proved to be a complete failure, with the demonstration running at an embarrassing 12 frames per second, which even back then was a crime against humanity. They decided to once again switch to a newer yet still obsolete engine of Quake 2, hoping this would improve the game's performance and complement the look of it. But despite all efforts in building hype around the project, Mr. Romero decided it was time to release this thing no matter what state it was in. With over $44 million being poured into the game's development, half the staff quitting, and multiple delays in its release, John was beginning to realize he may have gotten ahead of himself. And with his collection of expensive cars and leather jackets beginning to feel as if they could be ripped away at any moment, he pondered a wonderful idea from the top of his decadent penthouse suite. John Romero's about to make you his bitch. What? You heard that right, folks. In the wake of the Daikatana Slophouse making its big marketing debut, Mr. Romero decided this was the best way to attract consumers. I mean, all that hairspray must have sprung a leak into his frontal lobe or something. What the hell was he thinking? Suck it down? My goodness. This didn't go over too smooth with his dwindling fan base, and only added more fuel to the dumpster fire that this game had become. And after its unfashionably late release of May 23, 2000, the Daikatana ad campaign had eventually come full circle, after seemingly every critic on Earth had ironically began to make John Romero their bitch. The enemy AI was almost non-existent, frame rate issues plagued the entire experience. For the most part, the game just felt empty. It was a far cry from any of the previous works of Romero, and much of it was to be blamed to his poor management of the game's development. Now, I'm not saying in any way that John Romero isn't an iconic part of gaming history, because he definitely is, but you can't help but to find humor in the entire situation of this game's creation. I mean, it's nothing we haven't seen before, especially in present day, but for what could have been an amazing concept for its time, I guess all we can do now is just laugh at its expense. But Daikatana was in no way the only release to carry such a pungent stink with it, as we've got another round to dive into. So get ready to fire up the grills and bust out the 360. We're taking a little trip to Burger King. "2006 was an incredible year for gaming, with iconic releases such as The Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess, Gears of War, and the new Super Mario Bros. All being released within the same period. And with the Xbox 360 reigning supreme in the hearts of console gamers at that time, one certain company was looking to cash in on the hype and unload a slew of grease-soaked, chicken fry-loving propaganda for the gaming masses. Ah yes, it's time to talk about the infamous Burger King games. And while these games may have failed from a technical standpoint, they still managed to sell well over 3.2 million copies within a 5-week period. That's pretty impressive. So while the corporate execs at the BK Lounge were wiping their asses with crisp $100 bills, were the players at home getting a reasonable product? Haha, of course not. Beginning with Sneak King, a game in which you play the Burger King himself, on a mission to feed the hungry people of our beautiful nation. Only problem is, he has to be very quiet while doing so, because just one look at that horrifying smile is enough to make anyone lose their appetite. The game offers 4 different locales and 2 different game modes to sluggishly trog through, and will leave players feeling as if they were just hypnotized rather than entertained. Hold up, where are my pants? Yeah, it sucked. It sucked really bad. But what sucks even worse is that they made 2 more games other than this one. So what's next? Patty flipping simulator? The tale of 2 clogged toilets? Or maybe smoking behind the dumpster? Nah, try Pocket Bike Racer. It's basically Mario Kart, but bad, and it's racing, but slow. You'll pick from a variety of fast food employees, menu items, and even the famed TV personality Brooke Burke as you race around the Burger King parking lot. When driving in between cones throughout your race, you'll acquire different power-ups, which can either be used as a boost or to slow down your opponents. Problem is, these power-ups have little to no variety, and rather do much in helping your cause. And the rubber banding in this game is just purely savage. The bikes do have a pretty handy slide feature for quickly carving around corners, but the speed at which you're traveling is just ridiculous. I mean, I understand these bikes aren't the fastest, but we play video games to defy reality, not go the speed limit. And with that being pretty much all this game has to offer, it's really all I can say about it. While it is a far more entertaining entry in the Burger King series than our previous topic, the next game on our roster was actually my personal favorite. And if you're a fan of games such as Fusion Frenzy or maybe even Rocket League, then Big Bumpin' may be your cup of tea. It's nothing special from a technical standpoint, but offers some pretty fun gameplay, especially with a group of friends. It's essentially bumper cars, but with a couple of different ideas thrown in to spice things up. My personal favorite being air hockey. It's kind of reminiscent of an online flash game back in the day, just simple fun, and I even enjoyed the overall aesthetic of the game's look. That's not to say that Big Bumpin' was anything groundbreaking though. It just made the other 2 games look even worse. But with each of these titles having a $4 price point, they really weren't that bad to be honest. But from a critical standpoint, and as an avid gamer, these games were really nothing more than a novelty. So in the realms of making a legendary mark on the world of gaming, Burger King absolutely failed in that aspect. But we already know that was the least of their worries. Now moving on to our next topic and saving the best for last, I'd like to touch on what may have been the worst release game of the entire 2000s. So prepare to be stunned and have a change of pants on standby. We're not just going off-road, we're going over the road. Imagine a world where physics bend to your every will, where speed is always a given, and it's even greater in reverse. Where the silence of victory is all that you need, because the game didn't come with sound effects. Imagine a world where you're a winner. Where do I even begin with this game? Well, for starters, let's give a huge shout out to the man responsible in making it, Mr. Sergei Titov, an innovator of technology, a visionary if you will, a man of the people, and the creator of Big Rigs, over-the-road racing. Now, there's a lot to unpack here in the world of Big Rigs, and like a pair of truck stop skivvies after a jerky eating contest, prepare to be blown away, my friends. Beginning with the menu screen, there's no music, no sound effects, no video introducing us into the game's atmosphere, just a selection of game modes and an empty leaderboard. But you know what? That's okay. We don't need all those fancy doohickeys to enjoy our games now, do we? Let's just get right to business and get right behind that wheel, partner. And on your mark, get set, go. Wait a minute. Isn't that supposed to be my opponent? I guess I'll catch up later. Now first off, this game runs absolutely amazing. I don't know if it's just my computer or if the coding is slowly degrading my CPU, but holy shit, this is beautiful. Now one of the best parts of this game is the fact that you can literally drive over and through any obstacle, meaning these pesky houses and steep mountains are no match for my beautiful rig. And you want to know something even cooler? This baby drives even faster in reverse. Yeah, that's right folks. In the world of big rigs over the road, laws of motion need not apply, because your truck will stick its way to any surface, and even gain speed uphill or in reverse. You can virtually drive forever into the endless void, and best of all, upon completing a race, you're met with this life-changing message of encouragement to always remember you are a winner. Now that's just beautiful. It only goes to show how out of touch the folks at Metacritic are by giving this game their lowest rating of all time, as it's art like this that can only be appreciated by the most sophisticated of gamers. I mean, they say that life imitates art, but I think that life imitates this game, as the heaven we so longfully seek has been right in front of us this whole time. Now, as much as I wanted to keep a gem like this all to myself, I just couldn't bear the guilt of leaving you guys in the dark about it. So the next time you're feeling down, I suggest taking a nice long look in the mirror, put on your favorite trucker hat, and whisper in confidence, you're a winner. Well guys, it looks like we've covered just enough dog shit to feed a flower bed. And I don't know about y'all, but I'm worn out. Thank you all so much for watching my video, and if there's any content or games you'd like to see me cover in the future, please drop a comment down below. I've got lots of great ideas in the works, and I'm really stoked to show you guys what's on the horizon. But for now, my name is Vincent, take care of yourselves, and I hope to see you all in the next video. Peace out guys.